Systematic Theology. Volume 3. Life and the Spirit. History and the Kingdom of God. Paul Tillich. For Hannah, the companion of my life. Preface. With the third volume, my systematic theology is completed. The last volume appears 6 years after the second volume, which itself appeared 6 years after the first one. The long periods between the dates of publication were caused not only by the qualitative and quantitative immensity of the subject but also by demands on my time in connection with my work as a systematic theologian. These demands involved developing particular problems in smaller and less technical books and presenting my views in lectures and discussions at many places in this country and abroad. I considered these demands as justified and tried to fulfill them, although this meant delays in the completion of my main work. But finally, in view of my age, a further delay was not permissible, in spite of the fact that one never feels enough work has been done on a book that struggles with so many problematic subjects. However, at some time, the author must accept his finitude and with it the incompleteness of the completed. A strong motive to do so came from the doctoral students who over the years have asked that the still fragmentary manuscript of the third volume be opened to them because they had to write theses on my theology. This questionable procedure had to come to an end and, beyond this, a large number of requests for the third volume had finally to be satisfied. My friends and I sometimes feared that the system would remain a fragment. This has not happened, although even at its best the system is fragmentary and often inadequate and questionable. Nevertheless, it shows the stage at which my theological thought has arrived. Yet a system should be not only a point of arrival but a point of departure as well. It should be like a station at which preliminary truth is crystallized on the endless road toward truth. I want to express my thanks to Mrs. Elizabeth Boone, who did the necessary Englishing of my style with its unavoidable Germanisms, to William Kraut, who read the galley proof, and to Mrs. Elizabeth Stoner and Mrs. Maria Pelican, who helped prepare the index. I also want to thank my assistant, Clark Williamson, who was the special editor for this volume, for the hard work he put into the difficult task and for the fruitful discussions we had about particular problems. And I am grateful to the publishers, who very graciously and patiently awaited the slow growth of the 3 volumes. Introduction. The question why a system, has been asked ever since the first volume of my systematics appeared. In one of the books that deals critically with my theology, The System and the Gospel, by Kenneth Hamilton, the fact of the system itself, more than anything stated within the system, is characterized as the decisive error of my theology. Of course, such an argument could be used against all of the theological systems that have been created in the history of Christian thought, from Origen, Gregory, and John of Damascus, to Bonaventura, Thomas, and Occam, and finally to Calvin, Johann Gerhard, and Schleiermacher, not to mention innumerable others. There are many reasons for aversion to the systematic constructive form in theology. One is the result of confusion of a deductive, quasi-mathematical system, like those of Lullus in the Middle Ages and Spinoza in modern times, with the systematic form as such. But there are very few examples of deductive systems, and even in them the deductive form remains external to the experienced material. Spinoza's influence is prophetic and mystical as well as metaphysical. There are, however, other reasons for aversion to a system. In theology, the systematic form is often considered an attempt to rationalize revelatory experiences. But this confuses the justifiable demand to be consistent in one's statements with the unjustifiable attempt to derive theological statements from sources that are strange to revelatory experiences. For me, the systematic constructive form has meant the following. First, it forced me to be consistent. Genuine consistency is one of the hardest tasks in theology, as it probably is in every cognitive approach to reality, and no one fully succeeds. But in making a new statement, the necessity of surveying previous statements in order to see whether or not they are mutually compatible drastically reduces inconsistencies. Second, and very surprisingly, the systematic form became an instrument by which relations between symbols and concepts were discovered that otherwise would not have been apparent. Finally, the systematic construction has led me to conceive the object of theology in its wholeness, as a gestalt in which many parts and elements are united by determining principles and dynamic interrelations. To emphasize the importance of the systematic form is not to deny that every concrete system is transitory and that none can be final. New organizing principles appear, neglected elements acquire central significance, the method may become more refined or completely different, with the result that a new conception of the structure of the whole emerges. This is the fate of every system. But this is also the rhythm in which the history of Christian thought has moved through the centuries. The systems were points of crystallization toward which the discussion of particular problems moved and from which new discussions and fresh problems arose. It is my hope that, in however limited a way, the present system may perform the same function. A special characteristic of these 3 volumes, much noticed and often criticized, is the kind of language used in them and the way in which it is used. It deviates from the ordinary use of biblical language in systematic theology, that is, to support particular assertions with appropriate biblical quotations. Not even the more satisfactory method of building a theological system on the foundation of a historical critical biblical theology is directly applied, although its influence is present in every part of the system. Instead, philosophical and psychological concepts are preferred, and references to sociological and scientific theories often appear. This procedure seems more suitable for a systematic theology which tries to speak understandably to the large group of educated people, including open-minded students of theology, for whom traditional language has become irrelevant. Of course, I am not unaware of the danger that in this way the substance of the Christian message may be lost. Nevertheless, this danger must be risked, and once one has realized this, one must proceed in this direction. Dangers are not a reason for avoiding a serious demand. It sometimes appears in these days that the Roman Catholic Church is more open to the demand for reformation than are the churches of the Reformation. Certainly, these 3 books would not have been written if I had not been convinced that the event in which Christianity was born has central significance for all mankind, both before and after the event. But the way in which this event can be understood and received changes with changing conditions in all periods of history. On the other hand, this work would not have come into existence either, if I had not tried during the larger part of my life to penetrate the meaning of the Christian symbols, which have become increasingly problematic within the cultural context of our time. Since the split between a faith unacceptable to culture and a culture unacceptable to faith was not possible for me, the only alternative was to attempt to interpret the symbols of faith through expressions of our own culture. The result of this attempt is the 3 volumes of Systematic Theology. Several critical books and many critical articles concerning my theology appeared before this final volume was finished. I did not feel that I should deal with them in terms of direct answers, since that would overload this volume with polemical material, and I believed that the volume itself, especially the section on the doctrine of the Spirit, implicitly answers many of the criticisms. Others could not be answered except by repeating the arguments of the former volumes. And in some cases, as in those criticisms arising from traditional supernaturalism or exclusive Christocentrism, I could only answer, no. Long after I had written the sections on life and its ambiguities, I happened to read Pierre Teilhard de Chardin's book The Phenomenon of Man. It encouraged me greatly to know that an acknowledged scientist had developed ideas about the dimensions and processes of life so similar to my own. Although I cannot share his rather optimistic vision of the future, I am convinced by his description of the evolutionary processes in nature. Of course, theology cannot rest on scientific theory. But it must relate its understanding of man to an understanding of universal nature, for man is a part of nature and statements about nature underlie every statement about him. The sections in this book on the dimensions and ambiguities of life attempt to make explicit what is implicit in even the most anti-philosophical theologies. Even if the questions about the relation of man to nature and to the universe could be avoided by theologians, they would still be asked by people of every place and time, often with existential urgency and out of cognitive honesty. And the lack of an answer can become a stumbling block for a man's whole religious life. These are the reasons why I ventured to enter, from the theological point of view, the field of a philosophy of life, fully aware of the cognitive risks involved. A system is not a summa, and this system is not even complete. Some subjects are less fully treated than others, for example, atonement, Trinity, and particular sacraments. But I hope that there are not too many problems that are totally neglected. My choice was mostly dependent on the urgency of the actual problem situation, as reflected mainly in public discussions. This factor is also responsible for the presentation of some questions and answers in rather traditional terms, whereas for others, new roads of thought as well as of language were tried. The latter method was applied in some of the eschatological chapters which conclude this volume and which turn the whole system back to its beginning in the sense of Romans 11:36. For of him, and through him, and to him, are all things. In these chapters the attempt has been made, not to solve the mystery of the to him, but to interpret it in such a way as to provide a meaningful alternative to the primitive and often superstitious imaginings about the Eschaton, whether the Eschaton is conceived individually or universally. The church historical situation in which the system has been written is characterized by developments which surpass in religious significance everything solely theological. Most significant is the encounter of the historical religions with secularism and with the quasi-religions born out of it. For a treatment of this subject, see my recent book, Christianity and the Encounter of the World Religions. A theology which does not deal seriously with the criticism of religion by secular thought and some particular forms of secular faith, such as liberal humanism, nationalism, and socialism, would be a kairos missing the demand of the historical moment. Another important characteristic of the present situation is the less dramatic but increasingly significant exchange between the historical religions, dependent partly on the need for a common front against the invading secular forces and partly on the conquest of spatial distance between different religious centers. Again, I must say that a Christian theology which is not able to enter into a creative dialogue with the theological thought of other religions misses a world historical occasion and remains provincial. Finally, Protestant systematic theology must take into consideration the present, more affirmative relation between Catholicism and Protestantism. Contemporary theology must consider the fact that the Reformation was not only a religious gain but also a religious loss. Although my system is very outspoken in its emphasis on the Protestant principle, it has not ignored the demand that the Catholic substance be united with it, as the section on the Church, one of the longest in the whole system, shows. There is a kairos, a moment full of potentialities, in Protestant-Catholic relations, and Protestant theology must become and remain conscious of it. Since the 20s of the century several systems of Protestant theology have been elaborated, some over a period of 3 decades and more. I consider my lectures on systematic theology in Marburg, Germany, in 1924 as the beginning of my work on this system. This approach was very different from that of the immediately preceding period, especially for American Protestantism, in which philosophical criticism, on the one hand, and denominational traditionalism, on the other hand, inhibited the rise of a constructive systematic theology. This situation has drastically changed. The impact of the world historical events as well as the threat coming from the historical critical method of biblical research have subjected Protestant theology to the necessity of a positive revision of its whole tradition. And this can be done only through systematic construction. Part 4. Life and the Spirit. Life, its ambiguities, and the quest for unambiguous life. A. The multidimensional unity of life. One life, essence and existence. The fact that more than 10 different meanings of the word life are given in an ordinary dictionary makes it understandable why many philosophers hesitate to use the word life altogether and why others restrict its use to the realm of living beings, thus implying the contrast of life with death. On the other hand, in continental Europe, toward the turn of the century, a large philosophical school was concerned with philosophy of life. It included such people as Nietzsche, Dilthey, Bergson, Simmel, and Skeeler, and it influenced many others, notably the existentialists. At the same time in America the philosophy of process developed, foreshadowed by the pragmatism of James and Dewey and fully elaborated by Whitehead and his school. The term process is much less equivocal than the term life, but also much less expressive. The living and the dead body are equally subject to process, but in the fact of death, life includes its own negation. The emphatic use of the word life serves to indicate the conquest of this negation, as in life reborn or in eternal life. Perhaps it is not too bold to assume that the words for life first arose through the experience of death. In any case, the polarity of life and death has always colored the word life. This polar concept of life presupposes the use of the word for a special group of existing things, i.e., living beings. Living beings are also dying beings, and they exhibit special characteristics under the predominance of the organic dimension. This generic concept of life is the pattern after which the ontological concept of life has been formed. The observation of a particular potentiality of beings, whether it is that of a species or of individuals actualizing themselves in time and space, has led to the ontological concept of life, life as the actuality of being. This concept of life unites the two main qualifications of being which underlie this whole system. These two main qualifications of being are the essential and the existential. Potentiality is that kind of being which has the power, the dynamic, to become actual. For example, the potentiality of every tree is treehood. There are other essences which do not have this power, such as geometrical forms, for example, the triangle. Those which become actual, however, subject themselves to the conditions of existence, such as finitude, estrangement, conflict, and so on. This does not mean that they lose their essential character, trees remain trees, but it does mean that they fall under the structures of existence and are open to growth, distortion, and death. We use the word life in the sense of a mixture of essential and existential elements. In terms of the history of philosophy, we can say that we envisage the Aristotelian distinction between dynamis and energia, between potentiality and actuality, from an existentialist viewpoint. Certainly this is not too different from Aristotle's own view, which emphasizes the lasting ontological tension between matter and form in all existence. The ontological concept of life underlies the universal concept used by the philosophers of life. If the actualization of the potential is a structural condition of all beings, and if this actualization is called life, then the universal concept of life is unavoidable. Consequently, the genesis of stars and rocks, their growth as well as their decay, must be called a life process. The ontological concept of life liberates the word life from its bondage to the organic realm and elevates it to the level of a basic term that can be used within the theological system only if interpreted in existential terms. The term process is not open to such interpretation, although in many instances it is helpful to speak of life processes. The ontological concept of life and its universal application require two kinds of consideration, one of which we should call essentialist and the other existentialist. The first deals with the unity and diversity of life in its essential nature. It describes what I venture to call the multidimensional unity of life. Only if this unity and the relation of the dimensions and realms of life are understood, can we analyze the existential ambiguities of all life processes correctly and express the quest for unambiguous or eternal life adequately. 2. The case against levels. The diversity of beings has led the human mind to seek for unity in diversity, because man can perceive the encountered manifoldness of things only with the help of uniting principles. One of the most universal principles used for this purpose is that of a hierarchical order in which every genus and species of things, and through them every individual thing, has its place. This way of discovering order in the seeming chaos of reality distinguishes grades and levels of being. Ontological qualities, such as a higher degree of universality or a richer development of potentiality, determine the place which is ascribed to a level of being. The old term hierarchy, holy order of rulers, disposed in rank of sacramental power, is most expressive for this kind of thinking. It can be applied to earthly rulers as well as to genera and species of beings in nature, for example, the inorganic, the organic, the psychological. In this view, reality is seen as a pyramid of levels following each other in vertical direction according to their power of being and their grade of value. This imagery of rulers, archoi, in the term hierarchy gives to the higher levels a higher quality but a smaller quantity of exemplars. The top is monarchic, whether the monarch is a priest, an emperor, a god, or the god of monotheism. The term level is a metaphor which emphasizes the equality of all objects belonging to a particular level. They are leveled, that is, brought to a common plane and kept on it. There is no organic movement from one to the other, the higher is not implicit in the lower, and the lower is not implicit in the higher. The relation of the levels is that of interference, either by control or by revolt. Certainly, in the history of thought, and social structures, the intrinsic independence of each level from the others has been modified, as, for instance, in Thomas Aquinas' definition of the relation of nature and grace, grace fulfilling, not denying nature. But the way in which he describes the grace which fulfills nature shows the continuing dominance of the hierarchical system. It was not until Nicolaus Cusanus formulated the principle of the coincidence of opposites, for example, of the infinite and the finite, and Luther formulated the principle of justification of the sinner, calling the saint a sinner and the sinner a saint if accepted by God, that the hierarchical principle lost its power and was replaced. Its place was taken in the religious realm by the doctrine of the priesthood of all believers and in the social-political realm by the democratic principle of equal human nature in every man. Both the Protestant and the democratic principles negate the mutually independent and hierarchically organized levels of the power of being. The metaphor level betrays its inadequacy when the relation of different levels is under consideration. The choice of the metaphor had far-reaching consequences for the whole cultural situation. And, conversely, the choice itself expressed a cultural situation. The question of the relation of the organic to the inorganic level of nature leads to the recurrent problem of whether biological processes can be fully understood through the application of methods used in mathematical physics or whether a teleological principle must be used to explain the interdirectedness of organic growth. Under the dominance of the metaphor level, the inorganic either swallows the organic, control, or the inorganic processes are interfered with by a strange vitalist force, revolt, an idea which naturally produces passionate and justified reactions from the physicists and their biological followers. Another consequence of the use of the metaphor level appears in considering the relation of the organic and the spiritual, usually discussed as the relation of body and mind. If body and mind are levels, the problem of their relation can be solved only by reducing the mental to the organic, biologism and psychologism, or by asserting the interference of mental activities in the biological and psychological processes. This latter assertion produces the passionate and justifiable reaction of biologists and psychologists against the establishment of a soul as a separate substance exercising a particular causality. A third consequence of the use of the metaphor level is manifest in the interpretation of the relation between religion and culture. For instance, if one says that culture is the level on which man creates himself, whereas it is in religion that he receives the divine self-manifestation, which gives religion ultimate authority over culture, then destructive conflicts inevitably appear between religion and culture, as the pages of history indicate. Religion as the superior level tries to control culture or some cultural functions such as science, the arts, ethics, or politics. This suppression of the autonomous cultural functions has led to revolutionary reactions in which culture has tried to engulf religion and subject it to the norms of autonomous reason. Here again it is obvious that the use of the metaphor level is a matter not of inadequacy alone but of decision about the problems of human existence. The preceding example can lead to the question of whether the relation of God and man, including his world, can be described, as in religious dualism and theological supernaturalism, in terms of two levels, the divine and the human. Arrival at the decisive answer to this question is simplified through the attempt to demythologize religious language. Demythologization is not directed against the use of genuine mythical images as such but against the supernaturalistic method which takes these images literally. The enormity of the superstitious consequences following from this kind of supernaturalism sufficiently demonstrates the danger which the metaphor level poses in theological thought. 3 dimensions, realms, degrees. The result of these considerations is that the metaphor level, and such similar metaphors as stratum or layer, must be excluded from any description of life processes. It is my suggestion that it be replaced by the metaphor dimension, together with correlative concepts such as realm and grade. The significant thing, however, is not the replacement of one metaphor by another but the changed vision of reality which such replacement expresses. The metaphor dimension is also taken from the spatial sphere, but it describes the difference of the realms of being in such a way that there cannot be mutual interference. Depth does not interfere with breadth, since all dimensions meet in the same point. They cross without disturbing each other, there is no conflict between dimensions. Therefore, the replacement of the metaphor level by the metaphor dimension represents an encounter with reality in which the unity of life is seen above its conflicts. These conflicts are not denied, but they are not derived from the hierarchy of levels, they are consequences of the ambiguity of all life processes and are therefore conquerable without the destruction of one level by another. They do not refute the doctrine of the multidimensional unity of life. One reason for using the metaphor level is the fact that there are wide areas of reality in which some characteristics of life are not manifest at all, for instance, the large amount of inorganic materials in which no trace of the organic dimension can be found and the many forms of organic life in which neither the psychological nor the spiritual dimension is visible. Can the metaphor dimension cover these conditions? I believe it can. It can point to the fact that, even if certain dimensions of life do not appear, nonetheless they are potentially real. The distinction of the potential from the actual implies that all dimensions are always real, if not actually, at least potentially. A dimension's actualization is dependent on conditions which are not always present. The first condition for the actualization of some dimensions of life is that others must already have been actualized. No actualization of the organic dimension is possible without actualization of the inorganic, and the dimension of spirit would remain potential without the actualization of the organic. But this is only one condition. The other one is that in the realm which is characterized by the already actualized dimension, particular constellations occur which make possible the actualization of a new dimension. Billions of years may have passed before the inorganic realm permitted the appearance of objects in the organic dimension, and millions of years before the organic realm permitted the appearance of a being with language. Again, it took tens of thousands of years before the being with the power of language became the historical man whom we know as ourselves. Potential dimensions of being became actual in all these cases because conditions were present for the actualization of that which had always been potentially real. One can use the term realm to indicate a section of life in which a particular dimension is predominant. Realm is a metaphor like level and dimension, but it is not basically spatial, although it is this, too, it is basically social. One speaks of the ruler of a realm, and just this connotation makes the metaphor adequate, because in the metaphorical sense a realm is a section of reality in which a special dimension determines the character of every individual belonging to it, whether it is an atom or a man. In this sense one speaks of the vegetable realm or the animal realm or the historical realm. In all of them, all dimensions are potentially present, and some of them are actualized. All of them are actual in man as we know him, but the special character of this realm is determined by the dimensions of the spiritual and historical. Only the inorganic dimension is actualized in the atom, but all the other dimensions are potentially present. Symbolically speaking, one could say that when God created the potentiality of the atom within himself, he created the potentiality of man, and when he created the potentiality of man, he created the potentiality of the atom and all other dimensions between them. They are all present in every realm, in part potentially, in part, or in full, actually. Of the dimensions which are actual, one characterizes the realm, because the others which are also actual in it are there only as conditions for the actualization of the determining dimension, which itself is not a condition for the others. The inorganic can be actual without actuality of the organic but not vice versa. This leads to the question of whether there is a gradation of value among the different dimensions. The answer is affirmative, that which presupposes something else and adds to it is by so much the richer. Historical man adds the historical dimension to all other dimensions which are presupposed and contained in his being. He is the highest grade from the point of view of valuation, presupposing that the criterion of such value judgment is the power of a being to include a maximum number of potentialities in one living actuality. This is an ontological criterion, according to the rule that value judgments must be rooted in qualities of the objects valuated, and it is a criterion which should not be confused with that of perfection. Man is the highest being within the realm of our experience, but he is by no means the most perfect. These last considerations show that the rejection of the metaphor level does not entail the denial of value judgments based on degrees of power of being. For the dimensions of life and their relations. A. The dimensions in the inorganic and organic realms. We have mentioned different realms of the encountered reality as being determined by special dimensions, for example, the inorganic, the organic, the historical. We must now ask what the principle is for establishing a dimension of life as a dimension. First of all, there is no definite number of them, for dimensions of life are established under flexible criteria. One is justified in speaking of a particular dimension when the phenomenological description of a section of encountered reality shows unique categorical and other structures. A phenomenological description is one which points to a reality as it is given, before one goes to a theoretical explanation or derivation. In many cases, that encounter of mind and reality which produces words has prepared the way for a precise phenomenological observation. In other cases, such observation leads to the discovery of a new dimension of life or, conversely, to the reduction of two or more assumed dimensions to one. With these criteria in mind, and without any claim to finality, several obvious dimensions of life may be distinguished. The purpose of discussing them in the context of a theological system is to show the multidimensional unity of life and to determine concretely the source and the consequences of the ambiguities of all life processes. The particular character of a dimension which justifies its establishment as a dimension can best be seen in the modification of time, space, causality, and substance under its predominance. These categories have universal validity for everything that exists. But this does not mean that there is only one time, space, and so on. For the categories change their character under the predominance of each dimension. Things are not in time and space, rather they have a definite time and space. Inorganic space and organic space are different spaces, psychological time and historical time are different times, and inorganic and spiritual causality are different causalities. However, this does not mean that the categories, for example, in their inorganic character disappear in the organic realm or that clock time is annihilated by historical time. The categorical form which belongs to a conditioning realm, such as the inorganic in relation to the organic, enters the new categorical form as an element within it. In historical time or causality, all preceding forms of time or causality are present, but they are not the same as they were before. Such considerations provide a solid basis for the rejection of all kinds of reductionist ontology, both naturalistic and idealistic. If, in agreement with tradition, we start by calling the inorganic the first dimension, the very use of the negative term inorganic points to the indefiniteness of the field which this term covers. It might be possible and adequate to distinguish more than one dimension in it, as one formerly distinguished the physical and chemical realms and still does for special purposes in spite of their growing unity. There are indications that one could speak of special dimensions in the macrocosmic as well as the microcosmic realm. In any case, this whole field, which may or may not constitute one realm, is phenomenologically different from the realms which are determined by the other dimensions. The religious significance of the inorganic is immense, but it is rarely considered by theology. In most theological discussions, the general term nature covers all particular dimensions of the natural. This is one of the reasons why the quantitatively overwhelming realm of the inorganic has had such a strong anti-religious impact on many people in the ancient and the modern worlds. A theology of the inorganic is lacking. According to the principle of the multidimensional unity of life, it has to be included in the present discussion of life processes and their ambiguity. Traditionally, the problem of the inorganic has been discussed as the problem of matter. The term matter has an ontological and a scientific meaning. In the second sense, it is usually identified with that which underlies the inorganic processes. If the whole of reality is reduced to inorganic processes, the result is the non-scientific ontological theory which is called materialism or reductionist naturalism. Its peculiar contention is not that there is matter in everything that exists. Every ontology must say this, including all forms of positivism, but that the matter we encounter under the dimension of the inorganic is the only matter. In the inorganic dimension, potentialities become actual in those things in time and space which are subject to physical analysis or which can be measured in spatial temporal causal relations. However, as indicated before, such measurements have their limitations in the realms of the very large and the very small, in the macrocosmic and microcosmic extensions. Here time, space, causality in the ordinary sense, and the logic based on them are not sufficient to describe the phenomena. If one followed the principle that, under certain conditions, quantity becomes quality, Hegel, one would be justified in distinguishing the dimensions of the subatomic, of the astronomical, and of that between them which appears in the ordinary human encounter with reality. If, however, one denies the transition of quantity into quality, one may speak of one dimension in the inorganic realm and consider the ordinary encounter as a particular case of the micro or macrocosmic structures. Special characteristics of the dimension of the inorganic will appear in its comparison with characteristics of the other dimensions and, above all, their relation to the categories, and through a discussion of the life processes in all dimensions. For the inorganic has a preferred position among the dimensions in so far as it is the first condition for the actualization of every dimension. This is why all realms of being would dissolve were the basic condition provided by the constellation of inorganic structures to disappear. Biblically speaking, you return to the ground, for out of it you were taken, Genesis 3:19 RSV. This is also the reason for the above-mentioned reductionist naturalism, or materialism, which identifies matter with inorganic matter. Materialism, in this definition, is an ontology of death. The dimension of the organic is so central for every philosophy of life that linguistically the basic meaning of life is organic life. But in a way more obvious than in the inorganic realm, the term organic life actually embraces several dimensions. The structural difference between a typical representative of the vegetable realm and one of the animal realm makes the establishment of two dimensions advisable, despite the indefiniteness of the transition between them. This decision is supported by the fact that in the realm which is determined by the animal dimension, another dimension makes its appearance, the self-awareness of life, the psychic, if this word can be saved from its occultist connotations. The organic dimension is characterized by self-related, self-preserving, self-increasing, and self-continuing Gestalten, living wholes. The theological problem arising from the differences between the organic and the inorganic dimensions is connected with the theory of evolution and the misguided attacks on it on the part of traditional religion. The conflict arose not only over the significance of the evolutionary doctrine for the doctrine of man but also over the transition from the inorganic to the organic. Some theologians argued for the existence of God on the basis of our ignorance of the genesis of the organic out of the inorganic. They asserted that the first cell can be explained only in terms of a special divine interference. Obviously, biology had to reject the establishment of such a supernatural causality and to attempt to narrow our ignorance about the conditions for the appearance of organisms, an attempt which has been largely successful. The question of the source of the species of organic life is more serious. Here two points of view are in conflict, the Aristotelian and the evolutionary. The first emphasizes the eternity of the species in terms of their dynamis, their potentiality, and the second emphasizes the conditions of their appearance in energia, actuality. Formulated in the following way, the difference obviously need not create a conflict. The dimension of the organic is essentially present in the inorganic. Its actual appearance is dependent on conditions, the description of which is the task of biology and biochemistry. An analogous solution must be given for the problem of the transition from the dimension of the vegetative to that of the animal. especially to the phenomenon of an individual's inner awareness of himself. Here again, the distinction of the potential from the actual provides the solution. Potentially, self-awareness is present in every dimension; actually, it can appear only under the dimension of animal being. The attempt to pursue self-awareness back into the vegetative dimension can be neither rejected nor accepted, since it can in no way be verified, whether by intuitive participation or by reflexive analogy to expressions similar to those man finds in himself. Under these circumstances, it seems wiser to restrict the assumption of inner awareness to those realms in which it can be made highly probable, at least in terms of analogy, and emotionally certain in terms of participation, most obviously in the higher animals. Under special conditions, the dimension of inner awareness, or the psychological realm, actualizes within itself another dimension, that of the personal communal or the spirit. Within reach of present human experience, this has happened only in man. The question of whether it has happened anywhere else in the universe cannot yet be answered positively or negatively. For the theological significance of this problem, see Systematic Theology, 2, 95, 96. b. The meaning of spirit as a dimension of life. The word spirit in this title raises an important problem of terminology. The Stoic term for spirit is pneuma, and the Latin, spiritus, with its derivations in modern languages. In German it is Geist, in Hebrew ruach. There is no semantic problem in these languages, but there is one in English, because of misuse of the word spirit with a small s. The words spirit and spiritual are used only for the divine spirit and its effects in man, and are written with a capital S. The question then is, should and can the word spirit, designating the particularly human dimension of life, be reinstated? There are strong arguments for trying to do so, and I shall attempt it throughout the discussions of the present part of the theological system. In the Semitic as well as in the Indo-Germanic languages, the root of the words designating spirit means breath. It was in the experience of breathing, and above all in the cessation of breathing in the corpse, that man's attention was drawn to the question, what keeps life alive? His answer was, breath. Where there is breath, there is the power of life; where it vanishes, the power of life vanishes. As the power of life, spirit is not identical with the inorganic substratum which is animated by it; rather, spirit is the power of animation itself and not a part added to the organic system. Yet some philosophical developments, allied with mystical and ascetic tendencies in the later ancient world, separated spirit and body. In modern times this trend came to its fulfillment in Descartes and English empiricism. The word received the connotation of mind, and mind itself received the connotation of intellect. The element of power in the original meaning of spirit disappeared, and finally the word itself was discarded. In contemporary English it is largely replaced by mind, and the question is whether the word mind can be de-intellectualized and fully replace the word spirit. According to some, it is possible, but the majority of those who answer this question take the opposite position. They see the necessity of restoring the term spirit to denote the unity of life power and life in meanings, or in condensed form, the unity of power and meaning. The fact that the term spirit has been preserved in the religious sphere is due partly to the strength of tradition in the religious realm and partly to the impossibility of depriving the divine spirit of the element of power. For example, the hymn Veni, Creator Spiritus. God is spirit can never be translated as God is mind or God is intellect. And even Hegel's Phänomenologie des Geistes should never have been translated as phenomenology of the mind. Hegel's concept of spirit unites meaning with power. A new understanding of the term spirit as a dimension of life is a theological necessity. For every religious term is a symbol using material from ordinary experience, and the symbol itself cannot be understood without an understanding of the symbolic material. God as Father is meaningless for somebody who does not know what Father means. It is quite probable that the fading of the symbol Holy Spirit from the living consciousness of Christianity is at least partly caused by the disappearance of the word spirit from the doctrine of man. Without knowing what spirit is, one cannot know what spirit is. This is the reason for the ghostly connotations of the words divine spirit and for the absence of these words from ordinary talk, even within the Church. It seems that, while it may be possible to rescue the term spirit, the adjective spiritual is lost beyond hope. This book will not even attempt to re-establish it in its original meaning. But there are other sources of the semantic confusion which darkens the meaning of the word spirit. For instance, if one speaks of the spirit of a nation, of a law, or of an artistic style, one points to their essential character as expressed in their manifestations. The relation which this use of the word spirit has to its original meaning stems from the fact that the self-expressions of human groups are dependent on the dimension of spirit and its different functions. Another source of semantic confusion is the way in which one speaks of a spiritual world, pointing to the realm of essences or ideas, in the Platonic sense. But the life in ideas, for which the word spirit is adequate, is different from the ideas themselves, which are potentialities of life but not life itself. Spirit is a dimension of life, but it is not the universe of potentialities, which itself is not life. Mythically speaking, one could say that in the paradise of dreaming innocence there is potential but not actual spirit. Adam before the fall is also before the state of actualized spirit, and history. A third source of semantic confusion is the concept of spirits. If spirit is a dimension of life, one can certainly speak of living beings in which this dimension is actualized, and one can call them beings with spirit. But it is extremely misleading to call them spirits, because this implies the existence of a spirit realm apart from life. Spirit becomes somewhat like inorganic matter and loses its character as a dimension of life which is potentially or actually present in all life. It assumes a ghostly character. This is confirmed by the so-called spiritualistic, in continental languages, spiritistic, movements which try to make contact with the spirits or ghosts of the deceased and to provoke physical effects from them, noises, words, physical movements, visual appearances. Those who assert such experience are thus faced with the necessity of attributing physical causality to these spirits. The way in which their manifestations are described points to a somehow transmuted psychophysical existence of human beings after death. But such existence is neither spiritual, determined by the divine spirit, nor identical with what the Christian message calls eternal life. Just like the question of extrasensory perception, it is a matter of empirical investigations the results of which, whether positive or negative, have no direct bearing on the problem of man's spirit or of God as spirit. It is fortunate that in the word spirited the original element of power in the meaning of spirit is still preserved, although in a small corner of ordinary communication. The word is used as a translation of Plato's Thymoeides, as describing that function of the soul which lies between rationality and sensuality and corresponds to the virtue of courage and to the social group of the aristocracy of the sword. This concept, which is often omitted from the picture of Plato's philosophy, is nearest to the genuine conception of spirit. Since the dimension of spirit appears for us only in man, it is desirable to relate the term spirit to some other terms used in the doctrine of man, namely, soul, psyche, mind, nous, reason, logos. The word soul has suffered a fate similar to that of the term spirit. It has been lost in that human endeavor which calls itself the doctrine of the soul, namely, psychology. Modern psychology is psychology without psyche. The reason for this is the rejection of the soul as an immortal substance by modern epistemology since Hume and Kant. The word soul has been preserved mainly in poetry, where it designates the seat of the passions and emotions. In the contemporary doctrine of man, the psychology of personality deals with phenomena attributed to the human soul. If spirit is defined as the unity of power and meaning, it can become a partial substitute for the lost concept of soul, although it transcends it in range, in structure, and especially, in dynamics. In any case, while the word soul is alive in biblical, liturgical, and poetic language, it has lost its usefulness for a strict theological understanding of man, his spirit, and its relation to the divine spirit. Although the word mind cannot become a substitute for spirit, it has a basic function in the doctrine of life. It expresses the consciousness of a living being in relation to its surroundings and to itself. It includes awareness, perception, intention. It appears in the dimension of animality as soon as self-awareness appears, and in rudimentary or developed form, it includes intelligence, will, directed action. Under the predominance of the dimension of spirit, i.e., in man, it is related to the universals in perception and intention. It is structurally determined by reason, logos, the third of the terms to be considered. The concept of reason has been fully discussed in the first part of the system, reason and revelation. There, the difference between technical or formal and ontological reason was emphasized. Here, the question is that of the relation of both concepts to the dimension of spirit. Reason in the sense of logos is the principle of form by which reality in all its dimensions, and mind in all its directions, is structured. There is reason in the movement of an electron, and there is reason in the first words of a child and in the structure of every expression of the spirit. Spirit as a dimension of life includes more than reason. It includes eros, passion, imagination, but without logos structure, it could not express anything. Reason in the sense of technical reason or of reasoning is one of the potentialities of man's spirit in the cognitive sphere. It is the tool for the scientific analysis and technical control of reality. Although these semantic considerations are far from complete, they may be sufficient to indicate the use of some key words in the following chapters and to provide, through agreement or disagreement, a stricter use of anthropological terms in theological statements. C. The dimension of spirit in its relation to the preceding dimensions. The semantic discussion in the last section interrupted the step-by-step consideration of distinguishable dimensions of life and their relations. There are two questions to be asked. The first concerns the relation of spirit to the psychological and biological dimensions, and the second concerns the question of the dimension which follows spirit in the order of conditioning, namely, the historical dimension. After a preliminary discussion, the second question will be fully considered in the last part of the system, history and the kingdom of God. At this point we must concentrate on the first, the relation of spirit to the psychological dimension, the dimension of inner awareness. The appearance of a new dimension of life is dependent on a constellation of conditions in the conditioning dimension. Constellations of conditions make it possible for the organic to appear in the inorganic realm. Constellations in the inorganic realm make it possible for the dimension of self-awareness to become actual, and in the same way constellations under the predominance of the psychological dimension make it possible for the dimension of the spirit to become actual. The phrases "make it possible" and "provides for the conditions for a dimension to become actual" are crucial in these statements. The question is not how the conditions are provided. This is a matter of the interplay of freedom and destiny under the directing creativity of God, i.e., under the divine providence. The question is rather how the actualization of the potential follows from the constellation of conditions. In order to answer this, we must now consider the dynamics of life, or the historical dimension, in an anticipatory way. This last and all-embracing dimension of life comes to its full actualization only in man, in whom as the bearer of the Spirit the conditions for it are present. But the historical dimension is manifest although under the predominance of other dimensions in all realms of life. It is the universal character of actual being which, in the philosophies of life or process, has led to the elevation of the category of becoming to the highest ontological rank. But one cannot deny that the claim of the category of being to this rank is justified because, while becoming includes and overcomes relative non-being, being itself is the negation of absolute non-being. It is the affirmation that there is anything at all. Indeed, it is under the protection of this affirmation that becoming and process are universal qualities of life. It is questionable, however, whether the words becoming and process are adequate for a view of the dynamics of life as a whole. They are lacking in a connotation which characterizes all life, and that is the creation of the new. This connotation is strongly present in references to the historical dimension, which is actual even if subdued in every realm of life, for history is the dimension under which the new is being created. The actualization of a dimension is a historical event within the history of the universe, but it is an event which cannot be localized at a definite point of time and space. In long periods of transition the dimensions, metaphorically speaking, struggle with each other in the same realm. This is obvious concerning the transition of the inorganic to the organic, of the vegetative to the animal, of the biological to the psychological. This is also true of the transition from the psychological to the dimension of the spirit. If we define man as that organism in which the dimension of spirit is dominant, we cannot fix a definite point at which he appeared on earth. It is quite probable that for a long period the fight of the dimensions was going on in animal bodies which were anatomically and physiologically similar to those which are ours as historical man, until the conditions were given for that leap which brought about the dominance of the dimension of the spirit. But we must go one step farther. The same struggle of the dimensions which finally produced the sharp division between those beings who have language and those who have not now goes on within every human being as a lasting problem for the basis of the predominance of the spirit. Man cannot not be man, as animal cannot not be animal. But man can partly miss that creative act in which the dominance of the psychological is overcome by the dominance of the spirit. As we shall see, this is the essence of the moral problem. These considerations reject implicitly the doctrine that at a precise moment of the evolutionary process God in a special act added an immortal soul to an otherwise complete human body, with this soul bearing the life of the spirit. This idea, in addition to being based on the metaphor level and a corresponding supernaturalistic doctrine of man, disrupts the multidimensional unity of life, especially the unity of the psychological and the spirit, thus making the dynamics of the human personality completely incomprehensible. Instead of separating the spirit from the conditioning psychological realm, we shall try to describe the rise of an act of the spirit out of a constellation of psychological factors. Every act of the spirit presupposes given psychological material and, at the same time, constitutes a leap which is possible only for a totally centered self, that is to say, one that is free. The relation of spirit to the psychological material can be observed in the cognitive as well as in the moral act. Every thought aiming at knowledge is based on sense impressions and conscious and unconscious scientific traditions and experiences, and conscious and unconscious authorities, besides volitional and emotional elements which are always present. Without this material, thinking would have no content. But in order to transform this material into knowledge, something must be done to it. It must be split, reduced, increased, and connected according to logical, and purged according to methodological, criteria. All this is done by the personal center, which is not identical with any particular one of these elements. The transcendence of the center over the psychological material makes the cognitive act possible, and such an act is a manifestation of spirit. We said that the personal center is not identical with any one of the psychological contents, but neither is it another element added to them. If it were this, it would be psychological material itself and not the bearer of the spirit. Nor is the personal center strange to the psychological material. It is their psychological center, but transformed into the dimension of the spirit. The psychological center, the subject of self-awareness, moves in the realm of higher animal life as a balanced whole, organically or spontaneously, but not mechanically, dependent on the total situation. If the dimension of the spirit dominates a life process, the psychological center offers its own contents to the unity of the personal center. This happens through deliberation and decision. In doing so it actualizes its own potentialities, but in actualizing its own potentialities, it transcends itself. This phenomenon can be experienced in every cognitive act. The same situation obtains in a moral act. Here, also, a large amount of material is present in the psychological center: drives, inclinations, desires, more or less compulsory trends, moral experiences, ethical traditions and authorities, relations to other persons, social conditions. But the moral act is not the diagonal in which all these vectors limit each other and converge. It is the centered self which actualizes itself as a personal self by distinguishing, separating, rejecting, preferring, connecting, and in doing so, transcending its elements. The act, or more exactly the whole complex of acts, in which this happens has the character of freedom, not freedom in the bad sense of the indeterminacy of an act of the will, but freedom in the sense of a total reaction of a centered self which deliberates and decides. Such freedom is united with destiny in such a way that the psychological material which enters into the moral act represents the pole of destiny, while the deliberating and deciding self represents the pole of freedom, according to the ontological polarity of freedom and destiny. The preceding description of acts of the spirit implicitly refutes both a dualistic contrasting of the spirit with the psychological and a dissolution of the spirit into the psychological out of which it arises. The principle of multidimensional unity denies dualism as well as psychologistic, or biologistic, monism. Friedrich Nietzsche expresses well the intricacies of the relation of the dimension of the spirit to the preceding dimensions of life, when he says of spirit that it is the life which cuts into life itself. Out of its pain it draws into fulfillment, thus spake Zarathustra. D. Norms and values in the dimension of spirit. In the description of the relation between spirit and its psychological presuppositions, the word freedom was used for the way in which the spirit acts upon the psychological material. Such freedom is possible only because there are norms to which the spirit subjects itself just in order to be free within the limits of its biological and psychological destiny. Freedom and subjection to valid norms are one and the same thing. Therefore the question arises, what is the source of these norms? One can distinguish three main answers to this question, each of which has been represented in both past and present: the pragmatic, the value theoretical, the ontological. They contradict each other in some respects, but they do not exclude each other. Each contributes an important element to the solution, although the ontological answer is decisive and implicit within the other two, whether or not this is realized by those who offer the answer. According to the pragmatic derivation of norms, life is its own criterion. Pragmatism does not transcend life in order to judge life. The criteria of spirit are immanent in the life of the spirit. This is consistent with our doctrine of the multidimensional unity of life and our rejection of the metaphor level. The norms of life do not originate outside of life. But pragmatism has no way of demonstrating how particular expressions of life can become norms for life as a whole. Whenever the pragmatic method is applied consistently to ethical, political, or aesthetic judgments, it selects criteria which themselves must be measured by higher, and finally highest, criteria, and when this point is reached, the pragmatic method is replaced, without explicit recognition, by an ontological principle which cannot be tested pragmatically because it is the criterion for all testing. This situation is clearly recognized by the value theory of norms in the dimension of spirit. The value theory has a high standing in present philosophical thought and has largely influenced non-philosophical and even popular thought. Its great merit has been to establish the validity of norms without taking refuge in either heteronymous theology or that kind of metaphysics the breakdown of which has produced the value theory, in people like Lotze, Ritschl, the Neo-Kantians, and so on. They wanted to save validity, Geltung, without pragmatic relativism or metaphysical absolutism. In their hierarchies of values they tried to establish norms for a society without sacred hierarchies. But they were and still are unable to answer the question, what is the basis for the claim of such values to control life? What is their relevance for the processes of life in the dimension of spirit for which they are supposed to be valid? Why should life, the bearer of spirit, care for them at all? What is the relation of obligation to being? This question has driven some philosophers of value back to the ontological problem. The pragmatic solution must be restated and qualified. It is true that the criteria for life in the dimension of spirit are implicit in life itself, otherwise they would not be relevant for life, but life is ambiguous because it unites essential and existential elements. The essential or potential in man and his world is the source from which the norms for life in the dimension of spirit are derived. The essential nature of being, the logos determined structure of reality, as Stoicism and Christianity would call it, is the heaven of values to which the value theory points. But if this is accepted and the ontological answer thus restated, the question arises, how can we reach this heaven? How can we know about the logos structure of being? about the essential nature of man and his world. We know about it only through its ambiguous manifestations in the mixture which is life. These manifestations are ambiguous in so far as they not only reveal but also conceal. There is no straight and certain way to the norms of action in the dimension of spirit. The sphere of the potential is partly visible, partly hidden. Therefore, the application of a norm to a concrete situation in the realm of the spirit is a venture and a risk. It requires courage and acceptance of the possibility of failure. The daring character of life in its creative functions holds true also in the dimension of the spirit, in morality, culture, and religion. b. The self-actualization of life and its ambiguities. Fundamental consideration, the basic functions of life and the nature of their ambiguity. Life was defined as the actualization of potential being. In every life process such actualization takes place. The terms act, action, actual, denote a centrally intended movement ahead, a going out from a center of action. But this going out takes place in such a way that the center is not lost in the outgoing movement. The self-identity remains in the self-alteration. The other, alterum, in the process of alteration is turned both away from the center and back toward it. So we can distinguish three elements in the process of life: self-identity, self-alteration, and return to oneself. Potentiality becomes actuality only through these three elements in the process which we call life. This character of the structure of life processes leads to the recognition of the first function of life, self-integration. In it the center of self-identity is established, drawn into self-alteration and re-established with the contents of that into which it has been altered. There is centeredness in all life, both as reality and as task. The movement in which centeredness is actualized shall be called the self-integration of life. The syllable self indicates that it is life itself which drives toward centeredness in every process of self-integration. There is nothing outside life which could cause its movement from centeredness through alteration back to centeredness. The nature of life itself expresses itself in the function of self-integration in every particular life process. But the process of actualization does not imply only the function of self-integration, the circular movement of life from a center and back to the center. It also implies the function of producing new centers, the function of self-creation. In it the movement of actualization of the potential, the movement of life, goes forward in the horizontal direction. In it also self-identity and self-alteration are effective, but under the predominance of self-alteration. Life drives toward the new. It cannot do this without centeredness, but it does it by transcending every individual center. It is the principle of growth which determines the function of self-creation, growth within the circular movement of a self-centered being and growth in the creation of new centers beyond this circle. The word creation is one of the great symbol words describing the relation of God to the universe. Contemporary language has applied the words creative, creativity, and even creation to human, and pre-human, beings, actions, and products. And it is consistent with this fashion to speak of the self-creative function of life. Of course, life is not self-creative in an absolute sense. It presupposes the creative ground out of which it comes. Nevertheless, as we can speak of spirit only because we have spirit, so we can speak of creation only because creative power is given to us. The third direction in which the actualization of the potential goes is in contrast to the circular and the horizontal, the vertical direction. This metaphor stands for the function of life which we suggest calling the self-transcending function. In itself the term self-transcendence could also be used for the two other functions: self-integration, going from identity through alteration back to identity, is a kind of intrinsic self-transcendence within a centered being, and in every process of growth a later stage transcends a former one in the horizontal direction. But in both cases the self-transcendence remains within the limits of finite life. One finite situation is transcended by another, but finite life is not transcended. Therefore, it seems appropriate to reserve the term self-transcendence for that function of life in which this does occur, in which life drives beyond itself as finite life. It is self-transcendence because life is not transcended by something that is not life. Life, by its very nature as life, is both in itself and above itself, and this situation is manifest in the function of self-transcendence. For the way in which this elevation of life beyond itself becomes apparent, I suggest using the phrase driving toward the sublime. The words sublime, sublimation, sublimity point to a going beyond limits toward the great, the solemn, the high. Thus, within the process of actualization of the potential, which is called life, we distinguish the three functions of life: self-integration under the principle of centeredness, self-creation under the principle of growth, and self-transcendence under the principle of sublimity. The basic structure of self-identity and self-alteration is effective in each, and each is dependent on the basic polarities of being: self-integration on the polarity of individualization and participation, self-creation on the polarity of dynamics and form, self-transcendence on the polarity of freedom and destiny. And the structure of self-identity and self-alteration is rooted in the basic ontological self-world correlation. The relation of the structure and the functions of life to the ontological polarities will receive a fuller treatment in the discussion of the particular functions. The three functions of life unite elements of self-identity with elements of self-alteration. But this unity is threatened by existential estrangement, which drives life in one or the other direction, thus disrupting the unity. To the degree in which this disruption is real, self-integration is countered by disintegration, self-creation is countered by destruction, self-transcendence is countered by profanization. Every life process has the ambiguity that the positive and negative elements are mixed in such a way that a definite separation of the negative from the positive is impossible. Life at every moment is ambiguous. It is my intention to discuss the particular functions of life, not in their essential nature, separate from their existential distortion, but in the way they appear within the ambiguities of their actualization, for life is neither essential nor existential but ambiguous. 1. The self-integration of life and its ambiguities. A. Individualization and centeredness. The first of the polarities in the structure of being is that of individualization and participation. It is expressed in the function of self-integration through the principle of centeredness. Centeredness is a quality of individualization, insofar as the indivisible thing is the centered thing. To continue the metaphor, the center is a point, and a point cannot be divided. A centered being can develop another being out of itself, or it can be deprived of some parts which belong to the whole, but the center as such cannot be divided, it can only be destroyed. A fully individualized being, therefore, is at the same time a fully centered being. Within the limits of human experience only man has these qualities fully. In all other beings, both centeredness and individualization are limited. But they are qualities of everything that is, whether limited or fully developed. The term centeredness is derived from the geometrical circle and metaphorically applied to the structure of a being in which an effect exercised on one part has consequences for all other parts, directly or indirectly. The words whole or gestalt have been used for things with such structure, and these terms have sometimes been applied to all dimensions except the inorganic ones. Occasionally, the inorganic dimensions have also been included. The line of thought we have followed leads to the more inclusive interpretation. Since individualization is an ontological pole, it has universal significance, and so has centeredness, which is the condition of the actualization of the individual in life. However, this makes the term centeredness preferable to wholeness or gestalt. It does not imply an integrated gestalt, or whole, but only processes going out from and returning to a point which cannot be localized in a special place in the whole but which is the point of direction of the two basic movements of all life processes. In this sense, centeredness exists under the control of all dimensions of being, but as a process of outgoing and returning. For where there is a center, there is a periphery which includes an amount of space or, in non-metaphorical terms, which unites a manifoldness of elements. This corresponds to participation, with which individualization forms a polarity. Individualization separates. The most individualized being is the most unapproachable and the most lonely one. But, At the same time, he has the greatest potentiality of universal participation. He can have communion with his world and eros toward it. This eros can be theoretical as well as practical. He can participate in the universe in all its dimensions and draw elements of it into himself. Therefore the process of self-integration moves between the center and the manifoldness which is taken into the center. This description of integration implies the possibility of disintegration. Disintegration means failure to reach or to preserve self-integration. This failure can occur in one of two directions. Either it is the inability to overcome a limited, stabilized, and immovable centeredness, in which case there is a center, but a center which does not have a life process whose content is changed and increased, thus it approaches the death of mere self-identity. Or it is the inability to return because of the dispersing power of the manifoldness, in which case there is life, but it is dispersed and weak in centeredness, and it faces the danger of losing its center altogether, the death of mere self-alteration. The function of self-integration ambiguously mixed with disintegration works between these two extremes in every life process. b. Self-integration and disintegration in general, health and disease-centeredness is a universal phenomenon. It appears in the microcosmic as well as in the macrocosmic dimension of the inorganic realm, and it appears in the realm of our ordinary encounter with inorganic objects. It appears in atom and star, in molecule and crystal. It produces structures which inspire the enthusiasm of the artist and which confirm, poetically speaking, the Pythagorean symbol of the musical harmony of the astronomical spheres. This gives to every star as well as to every atom and crystal a kind of individuality. They cannot be divided, they can only be crushed, their centeredness disrupted and parts of their integrated unity lost and driven toward other centers. The full weight of these facts becomes manifest if one imagines a completely uncentered realm of inorganic being. It would be that chaos of which, in creation myths, water is the symbol. Individual centeredness in the microcosmic and macrocosmic spheres and in everything between them is the beginning of creation. But the process of self-integration is counteracted by the forces of disintegration. Repulsion counteracts attraction. Compare the centrifugal and centripetal forces. Concentration ideally in one point is counteracted by expansion ideally to an infinite periphery, and fusion is contrasted by splitting. The ambiguities of self-integration and disintegration are effective in these processes, and they are effective simultaneously in the same process. Integrating and disintegrating forces are struggling in every situation, and every situation is a compromise between these forces. This gives a dynamic character to the inorganic realm which cannot be described in exclusively quantitative terms. One could say, no thing in nature is merely a thing if thing here means that which is altogether conditioned, an object without any kind of being in itself or centeredness. Perhaps man alone is able to produce things by dissolving centered structures and reconnecting the pieces into technical objects. Yet, though the technical objects have no center in themselves, even they have a center which is imposed on them by man, for example, the computing machine. This view of the inorganic realm and its dimensions is a decisive step in overcoming the gap between the inorganic and the organic, and psychological. Just like every other dimension, the inorganic belongs to life, and it shows the integratedness and the possible disintegration of life in general. Self-integration and disintegration are most manifest under the dimension of the organic. Every living being is sharply centered. At whatever point in the whole of natural processes one starts to speak of living beings, it reacts as a whole. Its life is a process of going out and returning to itself as long as it lives. It takes in elements of the encountered reality and assimilates them to its own centered whole, or it rejects them if assimilation is impossible. It pushes ahead into space as far as its individual structure permits, and it withdraws when it has overstepped this limit or when other living individuals force it to withdraw. It develops its parts in balance under the uniting center and is forced back into balance if one part tends to disrupt the unity. The process of self-integration is constitutive for life, but it is so in a continuous struggle with disintegration, and integrating and disintegrating tendencies are ambiguously mixed in any given moment. The strange elements which must be assimilated have the tendency to become independent within the centered whole and to disrupt it. Many diseases, especially infectious ones, can be understood as an organism's inability to return to its self-identity. It cannot eject the strange elements which it has not assimilated. But disease can also be the consequence of a self-restriction of the centered whole, a tendency to maintain self-identity by avoiding the dangers of going out to self-alteration. The weakness of life expresses itself in the refusal of necessary movement, desirable food, participation in the environment, and so on. In order to be safe, the organism tries to rest in itself, but since this contradicts the life function of self-integration, it leads to disease and disintegration. This view of disease compels us to reject biological theories which model their concepts of life after those phenomena in which life disintegrates, i.e., uncentered processes which are subject to quantitative calculating methods of analysis. The stimulus-response theory has an important function in the science of life, but it becomes erroneous if raised to absolute validity. Whether the uncentered, calculable processes are produced by disease, for their production is the essence of disease, or whether they are artificially produced in the experimental situation, they are opposed to the normal processes of self-integration. They are not models of healthy life but of life in disintegration. One distinguishes between lower and higher forms of life in the realm of the organic. Something must be said about this distinction from the theological point of view, because of the wide symbolic use to which all forms of organic life, especially the higher ones, are subject, and because of the fact that man, against the protest of many naturalists, is often called the highest living being. First of all, one should not confuse the highest with the most perfect. Perfection means actualization of one's potentialities, therefore, a lower being can be more perfect than a higher one if it is actually what it is potentially, at least in a high approximation. And the highest being, man, can become less perfect than any other, because he not only can fail to actualize his essential being but can deny and distort it. So a higher living being is not in itself a more perfect one, rather, there are different degrees of lower and higher. The question then is, what are the criteria of high and low, and why is man the highest being in spite of his liability to the greatest imperfection? The criteria are the definiteness of the center, on the one hand, and the amount of content united by it, on the other. These are the criteria for the higher or lower rank of the dimensions of life. They decide the establishment of the animal dimension above the dimension of the vegetative. They decide that the dimension of inner awareness surpasses the biological and is surpassed by the dimension of the spirit. They decide that man is the highest being because his center is definite and the structure of its content is all-embracing. In contrast to all other beings, man does not have only environment, he has world, the structured unity of all possible content. This and its implications make him the highest being. The decisive step in the self-integration of life with respect to both the definite character of the center and the richness of the content is the appearance of self-awareness somewhere in the animal realm. Self-awareness means that all encounters of a being with its environment are experienced as related to the individual being that is aware of them. Centered awareness implies a center which is definite, and at the same time, it implies a more embracing content than in even the most developed preconscious being. Without awareness there is only presence in encounter, with awareness of past and future are open in terms of remembrance and anticipation. The remoteness of the remembered or the anticipated may be very slight, but the fact that it appears irrefutably in animal life indicates the dominance of a new dimension, the psychological. The self-integration of life in the psychological realm includes the basic movement of going out of and returning to itself in immediate experience. The center of a being under the dimension of self-awareness can be called the psychological self. Self, in this sense, must not be misunderstood as an object, the existence of which could be discussed, or as a part of a living being, but rather as the point to which all contents of awareness are related, insofar as I am aware of them. The acts which go out from this center are related to the environment as receiving it and reacting to it. This is an implication of the basic polar elements of individualization and participation in all reality, and it is a continuation of the same polar tension in the biological and inorganic realms. Under the dimension of self-awareness, it is effective as perceiving encountered reality and reacting upon it. It is difficult to discuss the psychological realm and the functions of life within it because of the fact that man ordinarily experiences the dimension of self-awareness in unity with the dimension of the spirit. The psychological and the personal self are united in him. Only in such special situations as dream, intoxication, half-sleep, and so on, does a partial separation occur, and this separation is never so complete that a sharply distinct description of the psychological is possible. To avoid this difficulty, one approaches the process of self-integration under the dimension of self-awareness by way of animal psychology. The limits of this approach lie in man's ability to participate empathetically in the psychological self of even the highest animals in such a way that, for example, he can fully understand psychological health and disease. Artificially induced psychic disintegration in animals, such as exaggerated anxiety or exaggerated hostility, can be observed only indirectly insofar as they are expressed biologically. Self-awareness is, so to speak, submerged in both dimensions, the biological dimension on the one side and that of the spirit on the other side, and can be approached through analyses and conclusions only, not by direct observation. Conscious of these limitations, one may say that the structure of health and disease, of successful or unsuccessful self-integration in the psychological sphere, is dependent on the working of the same factors which work in the preceding dimensions, the forces driving toward self-identity and those driving toward self-alteration. The psychological self can be disrupted by its inability to assimilate, i.e., to take into the centered unity an extensively or intensively overpowering number of impressions, or by its inability to resist the destructive impact of impressions drawing the self in too many or too contradictory directions, or by its inability under such impacts to keep particular psychological functions balanced by others. In these ways self-alteration may prevent or disrupt self-integration. The opposite derangement is caused by the psychological self-sphere of losing itself, with the result that it becomes indifferent to stimuli and ends in a stupor which prevents any self-alteration and transforms self-identity into a dead form. The ambiguities of psychic self-integration and disintegration occur between these poles. C. The self-integration of life in the dimension of spirit, morality, or the constitution of the personal self in man. Complete centeredness is essentially given, but it is not actually given until man actualizes it in freedom and through destiny. The act in which man actualizes his essential centeredness is the moral act. Morality is the function of life by which the realm of the spirit comes into being. Morality is the constitutive function of spirit. A moral act, therefore, is not an act in which some divine or human law is obeyed but an act in which life integrates itself in the dimension of spirit, and this means as personality within a community. Morality is the function of life in which the centered self constitutes itself as a person. It is the totality of those acts in which a potentially personal life process becomes an actual person. Such acts happen continuously in a personal life. The constitution of the person as a person never comes to an end during his whole life process. Morality presupposes the potentially total centeredness of him in whom life is actualized under the dimension of spirit. Total centeredness is the situation of having, face to face with one's self, a world to which one, at the same time, belongs as a part. This situation liberates the self from the bondage to the environment on which every being in the preceding dimensions is dependent. Man lives in an environment, but he has a world. Theories which try to explain his behavior solely by reference to his environment reduce man to the dimension of the organic psychological and deprive him of participation in the dimension of spirit, thus making it impossible to explain how he can have a theory which claims to be true of which the environmental theory itself is an instance. But man has a world, i.e., a structured whole of infinite potentialities and actualities. In his encounter with his environment, this home, this tree, this person, he experiences both environment and world, or more exactly, in and through his encounter with the things of his environment he encounters a world. He transcends their merely environmental quality. If this were not so, he could not be completely centered. In some part of his being he would be a part of his environment, and this part would not be an element in his centered self. But man can oppose his self to every part of his world, including himself as a part of his world. This is the first presupposition of morality and of the dimension of the spirit in general. The second follows from it. Because man has a world which he faces as a totally centered self, he can ask questions and receive answers and commands. This possibility, which characterizes the dimension of the spirit, is unique, because it implies both freedom from the merely given environment, and norms which determine the moral act through freedom. As shown above, these norms express the essential structure of reality, of self and world, over against the existential conditions of mere environment. Again it becomes manifest that freedom is the openness for norms of unconditional, or essential, validity. They express the essence of being, and the moral side of the function of self-integration is the totality of acts in which the commands coming from the essence of the encountered world are obeyed or disobeyed. One can also say that man is able to respond to these commands and that this ability is what makes him responsible. Every moral act is a responsible act, a response to a valid command, but man can refuse to respond. If he refuses, he gives way to the forces of moral disintegration, he acts against the spirit in the power of the spirit. For he can never get rid of himself as spirit. He constitutes himself as a completely centered self even in his anti-essential, anti-moral actions. These actions express moral centeredness even while they tend to dissolve the moral center. Before continuing the discussion of the constitution of the personal self, it may be useful to discuss a semantic problem. Moral and its derivatives have accumulated so many bad connotations that it seems impossible to use them in any positive sense. Morality is reminiscent of moralism, of immorality with its sexual connotations, of conventional morals, and so on. For this reason, it has been suggested, especially in continental theology, that the term morals be replaced by the term ethics. But this offers no real solution because after a short time the negative connotations of moral would fall upon the new word. It is more useful to reserve the term ethics and its derivatives to designate the science of morals, which deals theoretically with the moral function of the spirit. Of course, this presupposes that the term moral can be liberated from the negative connotations which have increasingly distorted its meaning since the 18th century. The preceding and following discussions are an attempt to work in this direction. The moral act in which the realm of the spirit comes into being presupposes the freedom to receive commands, to obey and to disobey them. The source of these commands is the moral norms, that is, the essential structures of encountered reality, in man himself and in his world. The first question that arises at this point is, how does man become aware of the ought to be in his encounter with being? How does it happen that he experiences the moral commands as commands of unconditional validity? In contemporary ethical discussions the answer has been given with increasing unanimity on the basis of Protestant and Kantian insights, in the encounter of a person who is already and not yet a person with another in the same condition, both are constituted as real persons. Oughtness is basically experienced in the ego-thou relation. This situation can also be described in the following way: man, facing his world, has the whole universe as the potential content of his centered self. Certainly, there are actual limits because of the finitude of every being, but the world is indefinitely open to man, everything can become a content of the self. This is the structural basis for the endlessness of libido in the state of estrangement, it is the condition for man's desire to win the whole world. But there is one limit to man's attempt to draw all content into himself, the other self. One can subject and exploit another in his organic basis, including his psychological self, but not the other self in the dimension of the spirit. One can destroy it as a self, but one cannot assimilate it as a content of one's own centeredness. The attempt to do so by totalitarian rulers has never succeeded. Nobody can deprive a person of his claim to be a person and to be dealt with as a person. Therefore, the other self is the unconditional limit to the desire to assimilate one's whole world, and the experience of this limit is the experience of the ought to be, The moral imperative. The moral constitution of the self in the dimension of the spirit begins with this experience. Personal life emerges in the encounter of person with person and in no other way. If one can imagine a living being with the psychosomatic structure of man, completely outside any human community, such a being could not actualize its potential spirit. It would be driven in all directions, limited only by its finitude, but it would not experience the ought to be. Therefore, the self-integration of the person as a person occurs in a community, within which the continuous mutual encounter of centered self with centered self is possible and actual. The community itself is a phenomenon of life which has analogies in all realms. It is implied by the polarity of individualization and participation. Neither pole is actual without the other. This is as true of the function of self-creation as it is of the function of self-integration, and there is no self-transcendence of life except through the polar interdependence of individualization and participation. It would be possible to continue the discussion of centeredness and self-integration in relation to participation and community, but this would anticipate descriptions which belong to the dimension of the historical, and such anticipation would be dangerous for understanding the life processes. For example, it would support the false assumption that the moral principle refers to the community in the same way that it refers to the personality. But the structure of the community, including its structure of centeredness, is qualitatively different from that of the personality. The community is without complete centeredness and without the freedom which is identical with being completely centered. The confusing problem of social ethics is that the community consists of individuals who are bearers of the spirit, whereas the community itself, because of its lack of a centered self, is not. Where this situation is recognized, the notion of a personified community put under moral commands is impossible, as in some forms of pacifism. These considerations lead to the decision that the functions of life with respect to the community must be discussed in the context of the most embracing dimension, the historical. At this point the object of discussion is the question of the way in which the person becomes a person. Considering the communal quality of the person does not mean considering the community. The ambiguities of personal self-integration, the possible, the real, and the ambiguity of sacrifice, as does any other form of self-integration, the personal moves between the poles of self-identity and self-alteration. Integration is the state of balance between them, disintegration the disruption of this balance. Both trends are always effective in actual life processes under the conditions of existential estrangement. Personal life is ambiguously pulled between forces of essential centeredness and of existential disruption. There is no moment in a personal life process in which one or the other force is exclusively dominant. As in the organic and the psychological realms, the ambiguity of life in the function of self-integration is rooted in the necessity for a being to take the encountered content of reality into its centered unity without being disrupted by its quantity or quality. Personal life is always the life of somebody, as in all dimensions, life is the life of some individual being, according to the principle of centeredness. I speak of my life, of your life, of our lives. Everything is included in my life which belongs to me, my body, my self-awareness, my memories and anticipations, my perceptions and thoughts, my will and my emotions. All this belongs to the centered unity which I am. I try to increase this content by going out and try to preserve it by returning to the centered unity which I am. In this process I encounter innumerable possibilities, each of which, if accepted, means a self-alteration and consequently a danger of disruption. For the sake of my present reality, I must keep many possibilities outside of my centered self, or I must give up something of what I now am for the sake of something possible which may enlarge and strengthen my centered self. So my life process oscillates between the possible and the real and requires the surrender of the one for the other, the sacrificial character of all life. Every individual has essential potentialities which he tends to actualize, according to the general movement of being from the potential to the actual. Some of these potentialities never reach the stage of concrete possibilities. Historical, social, and individual conditions reduce the possibilities drastically. From the point of view of human potentialities, A Central American rural Indian may have the same human potentialities as a North American college student, but he does not have the same possibilities of actualizing them. His choices are much more limited, although he also has to sacrifice possibilities for realities and vice versa. Examples illustrating this situation are abundant. We must sacrifice possible interests for those which are or could become real. We must surrender possible work and possible vocations for the one we have chosen. We must sacrifice possible human relations for the sake of real ones or real ones for the sake of possible ones. We must choose between a consistent but self-limiting building up of our life and a breaking through of as many limits as possible with a loss of consistency and direction. We must continuously decide between abundance and poverty and between special kinds of abundance and special kinds of poverty. There is the abundance of life into which one is driven by the anxiety of remaining poor in some respect, or in many respects, but this abundance may surpass our power of doing justice to it and to us, and then the abundance becomes an empty repetition. If thereupon the opposite anxiety, that of losing oneself in life, leads to a partial resignation or complete withdrawal from abundance, the poverty becomes empty self-relatedness. The centered unity of the personal self comprises many different trends, each of which tends to dominate the center. We have mentioned this already in connection with the psychological self and have pointed to the structure of compulsion. The same ambiguity of self-integration is present under the dimension of spirit. It is usually described as the struggle of values in a personal center. In ontological terms it can be called the conflict of essences within an existing self. One of the many ethical norms, strengthened by experiences with the encountered world, takes hold on the personal center and shakes the balance of essences within the centered unity. This can result in a failure of self-integration in personalities with a strong but narrow morality, just as it may lead to disrupting conflicts between the dominating and the suppressed ethical norms. The ambiguity of sacrifice is apparent even in the moral function of the spirit. The self-integration of life includes the sacrifice of the possible for the real, or of the real for the possible, as an inescapable process in all dimensions other than that of the spirit and as an inescapable decision within the dimension of the spirit. In the common judgment, sacrifice is unambiguously good. In Christianity, in which God himself makes the sacrifice according to Christian symbolism, the act of sacrifice seems to transcend any ambiguity. But this is not true, as theological thoughts and penitential practice well know. They know that every sacrifice is a moral risk and that hidden motives may even make a seemingly heroic sacrifice questionable. This does not mean that there should not be sacrifice, the moral life demands it continuously. But the risk must be taken with awareness that it is a risk and not something unambiguously good on which an easy conscience can rely. One of the risks is the decision whether to sacrifice the real for the possible or the possible for the real. The anxious conscience tends to prefer the real to the possible, because the real is at least familiar, whereas the possible is unknown. But the moral risk in sacrificing an important possibility can be equally as great as the risk in sacrificing an important reality. The ambiguity of sacrifice also becomes visible when the question is asked, what is to be sacrificed? Self-sacrifice may be worthless if there is no self worthy of being sacrificed. The other one, or the cause, for which it is sacrificed may receive nothing from it, nor does he who makes the sacrifice achieve moral self-integration by it. He may merely gain the power which weakness gives over the strong one for whom the sacrifice is made. If, however, the self which is sacrificed is worthy, the question arises whether that for which it is sacrificed is worthy to receive it. The cause which receives it may be evil, or the person for whom it is offered may use it for selfish exploitation. Thus the ambiguity of sacrifice is a decisive and all-permeating expression of the ambiguity of life in the function of self-integration. It shows the human situation in the mixture of essential and existential elements and the impossibility of separating them as good and evil in an unambiguous way. The ambiguities of the moral law, the moral imperative, the moral norms, the moral motivation. The discussion of the conflict of norms and the necessity of risking the sacrifice of some of them for the sake of others has shown that the ambiguities of personal self-integration are ultimately rooted in the character of the moral law. Since morality is the constitutive function of the spirit, the analysis of its nature and the proof of its ambiguity are decisive for the understanding of the spirit and the predicament of man. Obviously, such inquiry relates the present discussion to the biblical and classical theological judgments about the law's meaning in the relation of God and man. The three functions of the spirit, morality, culture, and religion, will be treated separately in this and the following sections. Only after this has been done will their essential unity, their actual conflicts, and their possible reunion be considered. This sequence is called for by the fact that they can only be reunited by that which transcends each of them, i.e., the new reality or the divine spirit. Under the dimension of spirit as it is actual in human life, no reunion is possible. Three main problems of the moral law confront ethical inquiry: the unconditional character of the moral imperative, the norms of moral action, and moral motivation. The ambiguity of life in the dimension of the spirit is manifest in all three. As we have seen, the moral imperative is valid because it represents our essential being over against our state of existential estrangement. For this reason the moral imperative is categorical, its validity not dependent on external or internal conditions, it is unambiguous. But this unambiguity does not refer to anything concrete. It only says that if there is a moral imperative it is unconditional. The question then is whether and where there is a moral imperative. Our first answer was, the encounter with another person implies the unconditional command to acknowledge him as a person. The validity of the moral imperative is basically experienced in such encounters. But this does not say what kind of encounter provides for such an experience, and to answer this a qualifying description is needed. There are innumerable non-personal encounters in reality: walking together in a crowd, reading about people in a newspaper, which are potentially personal encounters but which never become actual. The transition from the potentially personal encounter to the actual one is a field with countless ambiguities, many of which put before us painful decisions. The question "who is my neighbor?", with all its problems, remains valid in spite, or more exactly because of the one answer given by Jesus in the story of the Good Samaritan. This answer shows that the abstract notion of acknowledging the other one as a person becomes concrete only in the notion of participating in the other one, which follows from the ontological polarity of individualization and participation. Without participation one would not know what other self means, no empathy discerning the difference between a thing and a person would be possible. Even the word thou in the description of the ego-thou encounter could not be used, because it implies the participation that is present whenever one addresses somebody as a person. So one must ask, what kind of participation is it in which the moral self is constituted and which has unconditional validity? It certainly cannot be a participation in the particular characteristics of another self with one's own particular characteristics. This would be the more or less successful convergence of two particularities which could lead to sympathy or antipathy, to friendship or hostility. This is a matter of chance, which does not constitute a moral imperative. The moral imperative demands that oneself participate in the center of the other self and consequently accept his particularities even if there is no convergence between the two individuals as individuals. This acceptance of the other self by participating in his personal center is the core of love in the sense of agape, the New Testament term. The preliminary formal answer, that the unconditional character of the moral imperative is experienced in the encounter of person with person, has now become embodied in the material answer, that it is agape which gives concreteness to the categorical imperative, centeredness to the person and the foundation of the life of the spirit. Agape, as the ultimate norm of the moral law, is beyond the distinction of formal and material. But, because of the material element in agape, this assertion reveals the ambiguity of the moral law, and it does so just in the term law of love. The problem can be formulated in this manner: how is participation in the center of the other self related to participation in or rejection of his particular characteristics? Do they support, or exclude, or limit each other? For instance, what is the essential and what is the existential relation of agape and libido, and what does the mixture of both relations in a moral act mean for the validity of agape as ultimate norm? These questions are asked in order to show the ambiguity of the moral law from the point of view of its validity, and at the same time they lead to the question of the ambiguity of the moral law from the point of view of its content, the actual commandments. The commandments of the moral law are valid because they express man's essential nature and put his essential being against him in his state of existential estrangement. This raises the question, how is moral self-integration possible within the ambiguous mixture of essential and existential elements which characterizes life? We answered, by love in the sense of agape. For love includes the ultimate, though formal, principle of justice, and love applies it in an ever-changing way to the concrete situation. This solution is decisive for the question of the content of the moral law. But it can be attacked from two sides. One can defend the pure formalism of ethics, as it appears, for example, in Kant, and reject agape as ultimate principle just because it leads to ambiguous decisions which are lacking in unconditional validity. But actually, not even Kant was able to maintain the radical formalism he intended, and in his elaboration of the moral imperative he appears as a liberal heir of Christianity and Stoicism. It seems that radical ethical formalism is logically impossible because the form always keeps traits of that from which it has been abstracted. Under these circumstances, it is more realistic to name the content from which the form is abstracted, but to formulate the principles in such a way that the radicalism of the pure form is united in them with the concrete content. And in spite of the ambiguities in its application, this is just what agape does. The content of the moral law is historically conditioned. This fact is the reason why Kant attempted to liberate the ethical norm from all concrete contents, and in contrast it is also the reason why most kinds of naturalism reject absolute principles of moral action. According to them, the content of the moral imperative is determined by biological and psychological necessities or by sociological and cultural realities. This precludes absolute ethical norms and admits only a calculating ethical relativism. The truth of ethical relativism lies in the moral law's inability to give commandments which are unambiguous, both in their general form and in their concrete application. Every moral law is abstract in relation to the unique and totally concrete situation. This is true of what has been called natural law and of what has been called revealed law. This distinction between natural and revealed law is ethically irrelevant, because according to classical Protestant theology, the Ten Commandments, as well as the commandments of the Sermon on the Mount, are restatements of the natural law, the law of love, after periods in which it was partly forgotten, partly distorted. Their substance is the natural law, or in our terminology, man's essential nature standing against him in his existential estrangement. If formulated in commandments, this law never reaches the here and now of a particular decision. With respect to it, the commandment may be right in a special situation, mainly in its prohibitive form, but it may be wrong in another situation just because of its prohibitive form. Every moral decision demands a partial liberation from the stated moral law. Every moral decision is a risk because there is no guarantee that it fulfills the law of love, the unconditional demand coming from the encounter with the other one. This risk must be taken, but if it is taken, the question arises, how is it possible to reach personal self-integration under these conditions? There is no answer to this question within the realm of man's moral life and its ambiguities. The ambiguity of the moral law with respect to ethical content even appears in the abstract statements of the moral law and not only in their particular application. For instance, the ambiguity of the Ten Commandments is rooted in the fact that, in spite of their universalist form, they are historically conditioned by the Israelitic culture and its development out of the surrounding cultures. Even the ethical statements of the New Testament, including those of Jesus, reflect the condition of the Roman Empire and the radical withdrawal of the individual from the problems of social and political existence, and this situation was repeated in all periods of the history of the Church. Ethical questions and answers changed, and every answer or statement of the moral law in each period of human history remained ambiguous. Man's essential nature and the ultimate norm of agape in which it is expressed are both hidden and manifest in the processes of life. We have no unambiguous approach to the created nature of man and its dynamic potentialities. We have only an indirect and ambiguous approach through the revelatory experiences which underlie the ethical wisdom of all nations, but which are not unambiguous even though they are revelatory. The human reception of every revelation makes the revelation itself ambiguous for man's action. A practical consequence of these considerations is that the moral conscience is ambiguous in what it commands us to do or not to do. In view of innumerable historical and psychological cases, one cannot deny that there is an erring conscience. The conflicts between tradition and revolution, between nomism and liberality, between authority and autonomy, make a simple reliance on the voice of conscience impossible. It is a risk to follow one's conscience, it is a greater risk to contradict it. But if it is uncertain, this greater risk is required. Therefore, although it is safer to follow one's conscience, the result may be disastrous, revealing the ambiguity of conscience and leading to the quest for a moral certainty which in temporal life is given only fragmentarily and through anticipation. The principle of agape expresses the unconditional validity of the moral imperative, and it gives the ultimate norm for all ethical content. But it has still a third function, it is the source of moral motivation. It necessarily commands, threatens, and promises, because fulfillment of the law is reunion with one's essential being, or integration of the centered self. The law is good, as Paul says. But just at this point its deepest and most dangerous ambiguity appears, that which drove Paul, Augustine, and Luther to their revolutionary experiences. The law as law expresses man's estrangement from himself. In the state of mere potentiality or created innocence, which is not a historical stage, there is no law, because man is essentially united with that to which he belongs, the divine ground of his world and of himself. What ought to be and what is are identical in the state of potentiality. In existence, this identity is broken, and in every life process the identity and non-identity of what is and what ought to be are mixed. Therefore, obedience and disobedience to the law are mixed. The law has the power to motivate partial fulfillment, but in so doing it also drives to resistance, because by its very character as law it confirms our separation from the state of fulfillment. It produces hostility against God, man, and oneself. This leads to different attitudes toward the law. The fact that it has some motivating power leads to the self-deception that it can produce reunion with our essential being, i.e., a complete self-integration of life in the realm of the Spirit. This self-deception is conspicuously represented by those who are called variously the righteous ones, the Pharisees, the Puritans, the Pietists, the moralists, the people of goodwill. They are righteous, and they deserve to be admired. On a limited basis they are well-centered, strong, self-certain, dominating. They are persons who radiate judgment even when they do not express it in words. Yet just by their righteousness they are often responsible for the dist integration of those whom they encounter and who feel their judgment. The other attitude toward the law, probably that of the majority of people, is a resigned acceptance of the fact that its motivating power is limited and that it cannot bring about a full reunion with what we ought to be. They do not deny the validity of the law, they do not fall into antinomianism, and so they compromise with its commandments. This is the attitude of those who try to obey the law and oscillate between fulfillment and non-fulfillment, between a limited centeredness and a limited dispersion. They are good in the sense of conventional legality, and their fragmentary fulfillment of the law makes the life of society possible. But their goodness, like that of the righteous ones, is ambiguous only with less self-deception and with less moral arrogance. There is a third attitude toward the law, one which combines a radical acceptance of the validity of the law with a complete despair about its motivating power. This attitude is the result of passionate attempts to be a righteous one and to fulfill the law without compromise in its unconditional seriousness. If these strivings are followed by the experience of failure, the centered self is disrupted in the conflict between willing and doing. One is aware of the fact, which has been rediscovered and methodologically described by present-day analytic psychology, that the unconscious motives of personal decisions are not transformed by commandments. The motivating power of the law is defied by them, sometimes by direct resistance, sometimes by the process of rationalization and in the social realm by the production of ideologies. The motivating power of the divine law is wrecked by what Paul calls the opposing law in our members. And this is not changed by the reduction of the whole law to the law of agape, because if agape, toward God, man, and oneself, is imposed on us as law, the impossibility of fulfilling it becomes more obvious than in the case of any particular law. The experience of this situation leads to the quest for a morality which fulfills the law by transcending it, that is, agape given to man as reuniting and integrating reality, as new being and not as law. 2. The self-creativity of life and its ambiguities. A. Dynamics and growth. The second polarity in the structure of being is that of dynamics and form. It is effective in the function of life which we have called self-creativity, and it is effective in the principle of growth. Growth is dependent on the polar element of dynamics insofar as growth is the process by which a formed reality goes beyond itself to another form which both preserves and transforms the original reality. This process is the way in which life creates itself. It does not create itself in terms of original creation. It is given to itself by the divine creativity which transcends and underlies all processes of life. But on this basis, life creates itself through the dynamics of growth. The phenomenon of growth is fundamental under all dimensions of life. It is frequently used as the ultimate norm by philosophers who openly reject all ultimate norms, for example, pragmatists. It is used for processes under the dimension of the spirit and for the work of the divine spirit. It is a main category in individual as well as social life, and in the philosophies of process it is the hidden reason for their preference of becoming to being. But dynamics is held in a polar interdependence with form. Self-creation of life is always creation of form. Nothing that grows is without form. The form makes a thing what it is, and the form makes a creation of man's culture into what it is, a poem or a building or a law, and so on. However, a continuous series of forms alone is not growth. Another element, coming from the pole of dynamics, makes itself felt. Every new form is made possible only by breaking through the limits of an old form. In other words, there is a moment of chaos between the old and the new form, a moment of no longer form and not yet form. This chaos is never absolute, it cannot be absolute because, according to the structure of the ontological polarities, being implies form. Even relative chaos has a relative form. But relative chaos with relative form is transitional, and as such it is a danger to the self-creative function of life. At this crisis life may fall back to its starting point and resist creation, or it may destroy itself in the attempt to reach a new form. Here one thinks of the destructive implications of every birth, whether of individuals or species, of the psychological phenomenon of repression, and of the creation of a new social entity or a new artistic style. The chaotic element which appears here is already manifest in the creation myths, even in the creation stories of the Old Testament. Creation and chaos belong to each other, and even the exclusive monotheism of biblical religion confirms this structure of life. It is echoed in the symbolic descriptions of the divine life, of its abysmal depth, of its character as burning fire, of its suffering over and with the creatures, of its destructive wrath. But in the divine life the element of chaos does not endanger its eternal fulfillment, whereas in the life of the creature, under the conditions of estrangement, it leads to the ambiguity of self-creativity and destructiveness. Destruction can then be described as the prevalence of the elements of chaos over against the pole of form in the dynamics of life. But there is no pure destruction in any life process. The merely negative has no being. In every process of life structures of creation are mixed with powers of destruction in such a way that they cannot be unambiguously separated. And in the actual processes of life, one never can establish with certainty which process is dominated by one or the other of these forces. One could consider integration as an element of creation and disintegration as a form of destruction. And one could ask why integration and disintegration should be understood as a special function of life. However, they must be distinguished as must the two polarities on which they are dependent. Self-integration constitutes the individual being in its centeredness. Self-creation gives the dynamic impulse which drives life from one centered state to another under the principle of growth. Centeredness does not imply growth, but growth does presuppose coming from and going to a state of centeredness. Likewise, disintegration is possibly, but not necessarily, destruction. Disintegration takes place within a centered unity. Destruction can occur only in the encounter of centered unity with centered unity. Disintegration is represented by disease, destruction by death. b. Self-creativity and destruction outside the dimension of spirit, life and death. Like centeredness, growth is a universal function of life. But while the concept of centeredness is taken from the dimension of the inorganic and its geometrical measurement, the concept of growth is taken from the organic dimension and is one of its basic characteristics. In both cases, the concept is used metaphorically to indicate the universal principle under which one of the three basic functions of life works, but it is also used literally in the realm from which it is taken. Growth is used metaphorically whenever it refers to the inorganic realms, the macrocosmic, the microcosmic, and that of ordinary experience. The problem of growth and decay in the macrocosmic sphere is as old as mythology and as new as recent astronomy. For instance, it was envisaged in the rhythmic process of the burning and renewal of a cosmos, in the discussions about entropy and the threat of the death of the world by the loss of warmth, or in the indications given by contemporary astronomy that we live within an expanding world. Such ideas show that mankind has always been aware of the ambiguity of self-creativity and destruction in the processes of life in general, including the inorganic dimension. The religious significance of these ideas is obvious, but they should never be abused, as has the doctrine of entropy, by basing arguments for the existence of a highest being on them. The ambiguity of creation and destruction is equally visible in the microcosmic, especially the subatomic, sphere. The continuous genesis and decay of the smallest particles of matter, mutual annihilation as expressed in the conception of counter-matter, the exhaustion of radiating materials. In all these hypothetical concepts, life is seen as creating itself and being destroyed under the predominance of the inorganic dimension. These microcosmic developments are the background for developments of growth and decay within the realm of the inorganic materials ordinarily encountered, even those which actually and symbolically give the impression of unchangeable duration, rocks, metals, and so on. The concepts of self-creativity and destruction, growth, and decay, come into their own in the realms which are dominated by the dimensions of the organic, for it is here that life and death are experienced. It is not necessary to confirm the fact as such, but it is important to point out the ambiguous interweaving of self-creation and destruction in all realms of the organic. In every process of growth, the conditions of life are also the conditions of death. Death is present in every life process from its beginning to its end, although the actual death of a living being does not depend only on the ambiguity of its own individual life process but also on its position within the totality of life. But death from outside could have no power over a being if death from inside were not continuously at work. Therefore one must affirm that the moment of our conception is the moment in which we begin not only to live but also to die. The same cellular constitution which gives a being the power of life drives toward the extinction of this power. This ambiguity of self-creation and destruction in all life processes is a fundamental experience of all life. Living beings are consciously aware of it, and the face of every living being expresses the ambiguity of growth and decay in its life process. The ambiguity of self-creation and destruction is not limited to the growth of the living being in itself but also to its growth in relation to other life. Individual life moves within the context of all life. In each moment of a life process, strange life is encountered, with both creative and destructive reactions on both sides. Life grows by suppressing or removing or consuming other life. Life lives on life. This leads to the concept of struggle as a symptom of the ambiguity of life in all realms, but most properly speaking in the organic realm and most significantly in its historical dimension. See Part V of the system. Every look at nature confirms the reality of struggle as an ambiguous means of the self-creation of life, a fact classically formulated by Heraclitus when he called war the father of all things. One could write a phenomenology of encounters showing how the growth of life at every step includes conflicts with other life. One could point to the necessity for the individual to push ahead in trial, defeat, and triumph in order to actualize himself, and to the inevitable clash with like attempts and experiences of other life. In push and counter-push, life affects a preliminary balance in all dimensions, but there is no a priori certainty about the outcome of these conflicts. The balance achieved in one moment is destroyed in the next. This is the case in the relation between organic beings, even of the same species. Yet the struggle becomes even more conspicuously a tool of growth in the encounter of species where one feeds on the other. A life and death struggle is going on in all of what we call nature, and because of the multidimensional unity of life, it is going on also between men, within man, and in the history of mankind. It is a universal structure of life, and disregard of this fact is the underlying reason for the theoretical error and practical failure of legalistic pacifism, which tries to abolish this characteristic of the self-creation of all life, at least in historical mankind. Life lives on life, but it also lives through life, being defended, strengthened, and driven beyond itself by struggle. The survival of the strongest is the means by which life in the process of self-creation reaches its preliminary balance, a balance which is continuously threatened by the dynamics of being and the growth of life. It is only by the waste of innumerable seeds of generative power and actual individuals that a preliminary balance in nature is maintained. Without such waste, a whole complex of natural life would be destroyed, as happens when climatic conditions or human activities interfere. The conditions of death are also the conditions of life. The individual life process transcends itself in two directions, by labor and by propagation in the self-creation of life. The curse laid on Adam and Eve in the story of the fall powerfully expresses the ambiguity of labor as a form of the self-creation of life. In English, the word labor is used both for the pangs of childbirth and for the toil of tilling the land. Labor as the result of being thrown out of paradise is imposed on the woman and the man. There is little positive valuation of labor in the Old Testament and not much in the New Testament or in the medieval church, even for the monastic life. Certainly, there is no glorification of it as there is in Protestantism, industrial society, and socialism. In the attitudes of these latter, the burden of labor has often been concealed, especially in educational contexts, and sometimes even repressed, as by the contemporary activistic ideology and by people who feel a vacuum the moment they stop working. These extremes in the valuation of labor show its ambiguity, an ambiguity which appears in every life process under the dimension of the organic. Individualized and separated from the encountered reality, life goes beyond itself to assimilate other life, whether it is under the inorganic or under the organic dimension. But in order to go out, it must submit to the surrender of a well-preserved self-identity. It must surrender the blessedness of a fulfilled resting in itself, it must toil. Even if driven by libido or eros, it cannot escape the labor of destroying a potential balance for an actual creative imbalance. In the concrete symbolic language of the Old Testament, even God has been thrown out of his blessed balance and forced into labor by human sin. It is in this context that the romantic devaluation of technical progress must be rejected. Insofar as it liberates innumerable human beings from a toil which ruins their bodies and prevents the actualization of the potentialities of their spirit, technical progress is a healing power in view of the wounds caused by the destructive implications of labor. But there is another side to the ambiguity of labor. Labor prevents the self-identity of a living individual from losing its dynamics and becoming empty. This is the reason why the laborless blessedness of heaven, as it appears in mythological symbols, is abhorred by many people who identify it with the hell of eternal ennui and prefer to it the hell of eternal pain. This shows that for a being whose life is conditioned by time and space, the burden of labor is an expression of its real life and as such a blessing superior to the imaginary one of dreaming innocence or mere potentiality. Sighing under the burden of every labor is ambiguously mixed with anxiety about losing it, Witnessing to the ambiguity of the self-creation of life. The most conspicuous and mysterious ambiguity in the function of the self-creation of life is that of propagation, or concretely, that of sexual differentiation and reunion. The self-creative process of life under the dimension of the organic reaches its highest power and its deepest ambiguity in it. Individual organisms are driven toward each other to experience the highest ecstasy, but in this experience the individuals disappear as separate individuals and sometimes die or are killed by their mates. The sexual union of the separate is the most conspicuous form of the self-creation of life, and here the life of the species which is actual in individuals both fulfills and negates the individuals. This holds true not only of the individuals within a species but also of the species itself. In producing individuals it also produces from time to time those which represent the transition to a new species, anticipating the ambiguity of life in the historical dimension. The discussion of the ambiguity of propagation, like that of the ambiguity of labor, has touched on the realm which represents the transition from the dimension of the organic to that of the spirit, the realm of self-awareness, the psychological. As shown above, it is difficult to separate it from the two between which it is a bridge. Nevertheless, one can abstract some elements from them and discuss them independently. The ambiguity of self-creation appears in terms of self-awareness in the ambiguities of pleasure and pain and in the ambiguities of life instinct and death instinct. With respect to the first, it seems evident that every self-creative process of life is, if it reaches awareness, a source of pleasure, and every destructive process of life a source of pain. From this simple and seemingly unambiguous statement, the psychological law has been derived according to which every life process is a pursuit of pleasure and a flight from pain. The inference is thoroughly false. Healthy life follows the principle of self-creation, and in the moment of creativity the normal living being disregards both pain and pleasure. They may be present in or as consequences of the creative act, but they are not objects of pursuit or flight within the act itself. Therefore, it is totally misleading to ask, does not the creative act itself provide a pleasure of a higher order, even if pain is connected with it, and does this not confirm the pleasure principle? It does not, because this principle asserts an intentional pursuit of happiness, and there is no such intention in the creative act itself. It certainly fulfills something toward which life is driven by its inner dynamics, the classical name of which is eros. This is the reason why successful production gives joy, but there would be no creative act and no joy of fulfillment if the act were intended as a means to bring about joy. Creative eros implies surrender to the object of eros, and it is destroyed by reflection upon its possible consequences in terms of joy or pain. The pain-pleasure principle is valid only in sick, uncentered, and therefore unfree and uncreative life. The ambiguity of pain and pleasure is most conspicuous in a phenomenon which is often called morbid but which is universally present in healthy as well as sick life, the experience of pain in pleasure and of pleasure in pain. The psychological material substantiating this ambiguity in the self-creation of life is extensive but not fully understood. In itself it is not a matter of an unambiguous distortion of life as the term morbid would indicate, but rather an ever-present symptom of the ambiguity of life under the dimension of self-awareness. It appears most strikingly in two of the characteristics of the self-production of life, in struggle and in sex. In the ambiguity of pain and pleasure, there is an anticipation of the ambiguity of life instinct and death instinct. The latter two phrases are questionable tools for grasping phenomena which are deeply rooted in the self-creative function of life. It is one of the contradictions of nature that a living being affirms its life and denies it. The self-affirmation of life is usually taken for granted, its negation rarely, and if the latter is taught, as in Freud's doctrine of Todestrieb, poorly translated by death instinct, even otherwise orthodox pupils rebel. But the facts, given in immediate self-awareness, prove the ambiguity of life as described by Freud, and seen by Paul when he speaks of the sadness of this world which leads to death. In every conscious being, life is aware of its exhaustibility, it dimly feels that it must come to an end, and the symptoms of its exhaustion not only make it conscious of this fact but also awaken a longing for it. It is not an acute state of pain which produces the desire to be rid of oneself in order to be rid of the pain, although this may also happen. It is the existential awareness of one's finitude which poses the question of whether the continuation of finite existence is worth the burden of it. But as long as there is life, this tendency is counterbalanced by the self-affirmation of life, the desire to maintain its identity even if it is the identity of the life of a finite, exhaustible individual. Thus suicide actualizes an impulse latent in all life. This is the reason for the presence of suicidal fantasies in most people but the comparative rarity of actual suicide. It makes unambiguous what, according to the nature of life, is valid only in its ambiguity. All these factors have been considered without regard to the dimensions of spirit and of history, but they have laid the foundations for a description of the self-creation of life under these dimensions. C. The self-creativity of life under the dimension of spirit, culture. 1. The basic functions of culture, language and the technical act. Culture, kultura, is that which takes care of something, keeps it alive, and makes it grow. In this way, man can cultivate everything he encounters, but in doing so, he does not leave the cultivated object unchanged, he creates something new from it materially, as in the technical function, receptively, as in the functions of theoria, or reactively, as in the functions of praxis. In each of these three cases, culture creates something new beyond the encountered reality. The new in man's cultural activity is first of all the double creation of language and technology. They belong together. In the first book of the Bible, man in paradise is requested by God to give names to the animals, language, and to cultivate the garden, technology. Socrates discusses the meaning of words by referring to the technical problems of craftsmen and of military and political technicians. In pragmatism, the validity of concepts is measured by their technical applicability. Speaking and using tools belong together. Language communicates and denotes. Its communicative power is dependent upon such non-denotative means of communication as sounds and gestures, but communication reaches its fulfillment only when there is denotation. In language, communication becomes mutual participation in a universe of meanings. Man has the power of such communication because he has a world in correlation to a completely developed self. This liberates him from bondage to the concrete situation, that is, to the particular here and now of his environment. He experiences world in everything concrete, something universal in everything particular. Man has language because he has a world, and he has a world because he has language. And he has both because in the encounter of self with self he experiences the limit which stops him in his unstructured running from one here and now to the next and throws him back on himself and enables him to look at the encountered reality as a world. Here lies the common root of morality and culture. A confirmation of this statement can be observed in the effects of some mental disturbances when a person loses his capacity for encountering other persons as persons, he also loses the capacity for meaningful talk. A stream of words without denotative structure or communicative power pours out of him, he is never aware of the wall of the listening thou. To a lesser degree, this is a danger for everyone. The inability to listen is both a cultural distortion and a moral fault. We have not placed language at the basis of our analysis of culture in order to present a philosophy of language. In view of the tremendous amount of work done in this field by earlier and contemporary philosophers, such an attempt would be preposterous and, furthermore, unnecessary for our purpose. But language has been put at the beginning of our discussion of the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit because it is fundamental for all cultural functions. It is present in all of them, whether technical or political, cognitive or aesthetic, ethical or religious. In order to actualize this omnipresence, language is endlessly variable, both with respect to the particular cultural function in which it appears and with respect to the encounter with the reality which it expresses. In both respects language reveals the basic characteristics of man's cultural activities and affords a useful approach to their nature and their differences. If taken in this larger sense, semantics could and should become a door to life in the dimension of the spirit. Some indications of its significance for systematic theology may be given here. Language grasps the encountered reality in terms of being at hand in the literal sense of being as an object for handling or managing in order to reach ends, which may become means for other ends. This is what Heidegger has called Vorhandensein, being at disposal, in contrast to Vorhandensein, being in existence. The first form denotes a technical, the second a cognitive, relationship to reality. Each has its particular language, not excluding the other but trespassing on it. The language of being at hand is the ordinary, often very primitive and limited language, and the others borrow from it. But in a temporal sense, it is perhaps not the first language. Mythological language seems to be equally old, combining the technical grasp of objects with the religious experience of a quality of the encountered that has highest significance even for daily life but transcends it in such a way that it demands another language, that of the religious symbols and their combination, the myth. Religious language is symbolic mythological, even when it interprets facts and events which belong to the realm of the ordinary technical encounter with reality. The contemporary confusion of these two kinds of language is the cause of one of the most serious inhibitions for the understanding of religion, as it was in the pre-scientific period for the understanding of the ordinarily encountered reality, the object of technical use. The language of myth, as well as the language of the ordinary technical encounter with reality, can be translated into two other kinds of language, the poetic and the scientific. Like religious language, poetic language lives in symbols, but poetic symbols express another quality of man's encounter with reality than religious symbols. They show in sensory images a dimension of being which cannot be shown in any other way, although like religious language they use the objects of ordinary experience and its linguistic expression. Again, the confusion of these kinds of language, the poetic with the religious and the technical with the poetic, is prohibitive for understanding the functions of the spirit to which both belong. This is especially true of the cognitive function and the language created by it. It has been confused with all the others, partly because it is present in them in a prescientific form, partly because it gives a direct answer to the question which is asked indirectly in all functions of man's cultural self-creativity, the question of truth. But the methodological search for empirical truth and the artificial language used for this purpose must be sharply distinguished from the truth implied in the technical, mythological, and poetic encounters with reality and their natural or symbolic kinds of language. Another characteristic of culture which is universal and prefigured in language is the triad of elements in cultural creativity: subject matter, form, and substance. Out of the inexhaustible manifoldness of encountered objects, language chooses some which are of significance in the universe of means and ends or in the religious, poetic, and scientific universe of expression. They constitute the subject matter in cultural activities, although differently in each. The differences are caused by the form, the second and decisive element in a cultural creation. The form makes a cultural creation what it is: a philosophical essay, a painting, a law, a prayer. In this sense, form is the essence of a cultural creation. Form is one of those concepts which cannot be defined, because every definition presupposes it. Such concepts as this can be explained only by being put into configuration with other concepts of the same character. The third element can be called the substance of a cultural creation. Whereas its subject matter is chosen and its form is intended, its substance is, so to speak, the soil out of which it grows. Substance cannot be intended. It is unconsciously present in a culture, a group, an individual, giving the passion and driving power to him who creates and the significance and power of meaning to his creations. The substance of a language gives it its particularity and its expressive ability. This is the reason that translation from one language to another is fully possible only in those spheres in which form is predominant over substance, as in mathematics, and becomes difficult or impossible when substance is predominant. In poetry, for example, translation is essentially impossible because poetry is the most direct expression of the substance through an individual. The encounter with reality on which one language is based differs from the encounter with reality in any other language, and this encounter in its totality and its depth is the substance in the cultural self-creation of life. The word style is ordinarily used in relation to works of art, but it is sometimes applied to a particular qualification of the form by the substance in all other functions of man's cultural life, so that one may speak of a style of thinking, of research, of ethics, of law, of politics. And if one applies the term in this way, one often finds that analogies with respect to style can be discovered in all the cultural functions of a particular period, group, or cultural orbit. This makes style a key to understanding the way in which a particular group or period encounters reality, although it is also a source of conflicts between the demands of form creation and of the expression of the substance. The interpretation of language anticipates structures and tensions of cultural creativity which will frequently recur in the following discussion. The fundamental importance of language for the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit is mirrored in this way. In analyzing the different kinds of language, we started with language that expresses the ordinary technical encounter with reality, but, as indicated above, the technical function is itself one of the functions through which life creates itself under the dimension of spirit. As language liberates from bondage to the here and now through universals, so the technical handling of encountered reality liberates from bondage to the naturally given conditions of existence by the production of tools. Higher animals also use things at hand as tools under particular conditions, but they do not create tools as tools for unlimited use. In their production of nests, caves, hills, and so forth, they are bound to a definite plan, and they cannot use these tools beyond the scope of this plan. Man produces tools as tools, and for this the conception of universals is presupposed, i.e., the power of language. The power of tools is dependent on the power of language. Logos precedes everything. If man is called homo faber, he is implicitly called anthropologikos, i.e., man who is determined by the logos and who is able to use the meaningful word. The liberating power of the production of tools consists in the possibility of actualizing purposes which are not implied in the organic processes themselves. Preservation and growth in the organic dimension are surpassed wherever tools as tools appear. The decisive difference is that the inner aims, tela, of the organic process are determined by the process, whereas the external aims, purposes, of technical production are not determined but represent infinite possibilities. Space travel is a technical aim and somehow a technical possibility, but it is not determined by the organic needs of a living being. It is free, a matter of choice. However, this leads to a tension from which many conflicts of our contemporary culture arise, the perversion of the relation of means and ends by the unlimited character of the technical possibilities. Means become ends simply because they are possible. But if possibilities become purposes only because they are possibilities, the genuine meaning of purpose is lost. Every possibility may be actualized. No resistance is forthcoming in the name of an ultimate end. The production of means becomes an end in itself, as in the case of the compulsive talker, talking becomes an end in itself. Such distortion may affect a whole culture in which the production of means becomes the end beyond which there is no end. This problem, intrinsic in technical culture, does not deny the significance of technology but shows its ambiguity. 2. The functions of theoria, the cognitive and the aesthetic acts by their duality, the two basic functions of culture, the word and the technical act, point to a general duality in the cultural self-creation of life. This duality is based on the ontological polarity of individualization and participation and is actual in the life processes under all dimensions. Every individual being has the quality of being open for other individual beings. Beings receive each other and, by doing so, change each other. They receive and react. In the realm of the organic, this is called stimulus and response. Under the dimension of self-awareness, it is called perception and reaction. Under the dimension of spirit, I suggest calling it theoria and praxis. The original Greek forms of the words theory and practice are used because the modern forms have lost the meaning and power of the ancient words. Theoria is the act of looking at the encountered world in order to take something of it into the centered self as a meaningful, structured whole. Every aesthetic image or cognitive concept is such a structured whole. Ideally, the mind drives toward an image which embraces all images and a concept which contains all concepts, but in reality the universe never appears in a direct vision, it only shines through particular images and concepts. Therefore every particular creation of theoria is a mirror of encountered reality, a fragment of a universe of meaning. This is implied in the fact that language moves in universals. World breaks through environment in every universal. He who says, "This is a tree," has grasped treehood in an individual tree and with it a fragment of the universe of meaning. In this example, language is given as a cognitive expression of theoria, but the same example can also be used for the aesthetic sense of the term. If Van Gogh paints a tree, it becomes an image of his dynamic vision of the world. He contributes to the creation of the universe of meanings by creating an image both of treehood and of the universe as reflected in the particular mirror of a tree. The terms images and concepts for the two ways in which theoria receives reality through the aesthetic and cognitive functions need some justification. Both words are used in a very wide sense, images for all aesthetic creations, concepts for all cognitive creations. Most would probably agree that the visual, as well as the literary, arts create images, sensory or imaginary, but the application of the term image to music might be questioned. A justification for this enlargement of the meaning of image is that one can speak of musical figures, thus transferring a term that is visual by definition to the sphere of sounds. And the movement is not one-sided, one speaks of colors, ornaments, poems, and plays in musical terms. Therefore, in spite of its visual origin, we use the term image for the whole of aesthetic creativity, as Plato used the visual term eidos, or idea, universally. The question whether a concept or a proposition is the most important tool of knowledge seems to me empty, because in every defined concept numerous propositions are implicit and at the same time every structured proposition leads in the direction of new concepts which presuppose old ones. The distinction between the aesthetic and the cognitive has been explained before in connection with the description of the structure of reason 1, but the structure of reason is only one element in the dynamics of life and the functions of spirit. It is the static element in the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit. When we spoke about the existential conflicts of reason in Reason and Revelation, part I of the system, we might better have spoken, in a less condensed manner, of the existential conflicts produced by the ambiguous application of rational structures in the dynamics of the spirit. For reason is the structure of both mind and world, whereas spirit is their dynamic actualization in personality and community. Strictly speaking, ambiguities cannot occur in reason, which is structure, but only in spirit, which is life. Most of the problems connected with the cognitive function of man's life have been discussed under Reason and Revelation. Here we need only point to the basic tension in the nature of the cognitive processes which leads to their ambiguities. In the act of the cognitive creativity of life, as, analogously, in all functions of the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit, including morality and religion, there is a fundamental conflict between that which is intended and the situation that both causes the intention and at the same time prevents its fulfillment. This conflict is based on the estrangement between subject and object, an estrangement which is, at the same time, a condition for culture as the whole of creative, receiving, or transforming acts. Therefore, one can say that the cognitive act is born out of the desire to bridge the gap between subject and object. The equivocal term for the result of such reunion is truth. The word is claimed by both science and religion and sometimes even by the arts. If one of these claims is accepted exclusively, new words for the other claims must be found, which, it seems to me, is unnecessary because the basic phenomenon is the same in all cases, the fragmentary reunion of the knowing subject with the known object in the act of knowledge. The intention of finding truth is only one element in the aesthetic function. The main intention is to express qualities of being which can be grasped only by artistic creativity. The result of such creativity has been called the beautiful and has sometimes been combined with truth, sometimes with the good, sometimes with both, in a triad of highest values. As a term, beauty has lost the power it had in the Greek combination of the beautiful and the good, kalon και agathon, and in recent aesthetics it has been almost unanimously rejected because of its connections with the decadent phase of the classical style beautifying naturalism. Perhaps one could speak of expressive power or expressiveness. This would not exclude aesthetic idealism or naturalism but would point to the aim of the aesthetic function, that is, to express. The tension which arises in the aesthetic function is that between expression and the expressed. One could speak of expressive truth or untruth. But one should instead speak of the authenticity of the expressive form or of its unauthenticity. It can be unauthentic for two reasons, either because it copies the surface instead of expressing the depth or because it expresses the subjectivity of the creating artist instead of his artistic encounter with reality. A work of art is authentic if it expresses the encounter of mind and world in which an otherwise hidden quality of a piece of the universe, and implicitly of the universe itself, is united with an otherwise hidden receptive power of the mind, and implicitly of the person as a whole. Innumerable combinations, which determine the artistic styles as well as the individual work, are possible between the two elements of the aesthetic encounter. The tension in the aesthetic function is different in character from that in the cognitive function. To be sure, it is also ultimately rooted in the existential estrangement of self and world which, in the cognitive function, is the separation of subject and object. But a real union of self and world is achieved in the aesthetic encounter. There are degrees of depth and authenticity in this union, depending on the creative powers of the artists, but there is always some kind of union. This is the reason that philosophers, for example, in the Kantian school, classical as well as neo-Kantian, have seen in art the highest self-expression of life and the answer to the question implied in the limitations of all other functions. And this is the reason that sophisticated cultures tend to replace the religious by the aesthetic function. But this attempt is untrue to the human situation and to the nature of aesthetics. A work of art is a union of self and world within limitations both on the side of the self and on the side of the world. The limitation on the side of the world is that although in the aesthetic function as such one, otherwise hidden, quality of the universe is reached, ultimate reality, which transcends all qualities, is not reached. The limitation on the side of the self is that in the aesthetic function the self grasps reality in images and not with the totality of its being. The effect of this double limitation is to give union in the aesthetic function an element of unreality. It is seeming, it anticipates something that does not yet exist. The ambiguity of the aesthetic function is its oscillation between reality and unreality. The aesthetic function is not restricted to artistic creativity, as the cognitive function is not restricted to scientific creativity. We have prescientific and pre-artistic functions of the spirit. They permeate the whole life of man, and it would be very wrong were the term creative to be applied only to vocational, scientific, and artistic creativity. For instance, the knowledge and expressive power embodied in myth often experienced at a very early age has become for most people the door into all aspects of culture. An ordinary observation of facts and events, as well as direct aesthetic experience with nature and man, are effective daily in the self-creation of life under the dimension of the spirit. 3. The functions of praxis, the personal and the communal acts. Praxis is the whole of cultural acts of centered personalities who as members of social groups act upon each other and themselves. Praxis in this sense is the self-creation of life in the personal communal realm. Therefore, it includes the acts of persons on themselves and on other persons, on the groups to which they belong and through them on other groups, and indirectly on mankind as a whole. In the functions of praxis, life creates itself in a particular way under the dimension of spirit. There are tensions in all of the functions which lead to ambiguities and the quest for the unambiguous. It is difficult to find traditional names for them, for there is much overlapping and a frequent lack of differentiation between the activities themselves and their scholarly interpretations. One can speak of social relations, of law, of administration, of politics, and one can speak of personal relations and personal development. And insofar as there are norms directing the cultural acts in all these modes of transformation, one could subsume the whole realm under the term ethics and distinguish between individual and social ethics. but the term ethics designates primarily the principles, validity, and motivation of the moral act as described earlier, and it is probably more expedient for our understanding of the functions of the spirit to define ethics as the science of the moral act and to subsume the theory of the cultural functions of praxis under the whole of a theory of culture. The decisive reason for such a semantic distinction is the fundamental position which the moral act assumes when understood as the self-constitution of spirit. At the same time, this terminology makes it obvious that the special content of morality is a creation of the cultural self-creativity of life. Praxis is action aiming at growth under the dimension of spirit, as such it uses means for ends and, in this respect, is a continuation of the technical act, as theoria is the continuation of the word which grasps encountered reality. In this connection, continuation means that the different functions of praxis employ tools adequate to their purposes and transcend the production of physical tools by which, in union with the word, man was first liberated from bondage to his environment. Some of the most important technical activities are economy, medicine, administration, and education. They are complex functions of the spirit, combining ultimate norms, scientific material, human relations, and a large accumulation of technical experience. Their high valuation in the Western world is caused partly by the Jewish-Christian symbol of the kingdom of God subjecting encountered reality to its purposes. Under the heading of theoria, we found truth and authentic expressiveness as aims of cultural creativity. Now we would like to discover the corresponding terms under the heading of praxis. The first is the good, the agathon, the bonum, and the good must be defined as the essential nature of a thing and the fulfillment of the potentialities implied in it. However, this applies to everything that is and describes the inner aim of creation itself. It does not provide a special answer to the question of the good toward which praxis aspires. To supply this we need other concepts which are subordinate to the good but which express a particular quality of it. One of these concepts is justice. It corresponds to truth in the sphere of theoria. Justice is the aim of all cultural actions which are directed toward the transformation of society. The word can also be applied to the individual, insofar as he behaves in a just way. But more frequently another term, namely, righteous, is used in this sense: he who is righteous exercises justice. But this does not end the search for a term which designates the personal good in the same way that justice covers the social good. One must regret that the Greek word arete, in Latin virtus, in English virtue, has so completely lost its original power that today it has ridiculous connotations. It would be a confusing anticipation of later discussions were such religious terms as pious, justified, holy, spiritual, and so forth, to be used here, because they are dependent on the Christian answer to the questions implied in the ambiguities of praxis. Such a term as arete, virtue, points to the actualization of essential human potentialities. In view of this, it might be possible to speak directly of the fulfillment of human potentialities and to call the inner aim of praxis, directed toward individuals as individuals, humanity. Yet the use of humanity is also problematical because of the different meanings of humanity in ordinary language and because of the philosophical connotation of humanism as a special interpretation of the potentialities of man. In view of this connotation, humanity, as the aim of man's praxis, could be contrasted with divinity as the aim, in the sense of becoming similar to God. In spite of these dangers, I suggest using the word humanity in the sense of the fulfillment of man's inner aim with respect to himself and his personal relations, in coordination with justice as the fulfillment of the inner aim of social groups and their mutual relations. At this point the question arises as to what produces the tensions in the nature of humanity and justice, from which the ambiguities of their actualization result. The general answer is the same as that given in the description of the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit, the infinite gap between subject and object under the conditions of existential estrangement. In the functions of theoria the gap lies between the knowing subject and the object to be known and between the expressing subject and the object to be expressed. In the functions of praxis, the gap lies between the existing human subject and the object for which he strives, a state of essential humanity, and the gap between the existing social order and the object toward which it strives, a state of universal justice. This practical gap between subject and object has the same consequences as the theoretical gap. The subject-object scheme is not only the epistemological but also the ethical problem. Every cultural act is the act of a centered self and is based on the moral self-integration of the person within the community. Insofar as the person is the bearer of the cultural self-creation of life, he is subjected to all the tensions of culture we have discussed and all the ambiguities of culture we will discuss in the following sections. A person who participates in a culture's movement, growth, and possible destruction is culturally creative. In this sense, every human being is culturally creative, simply by virtue of speaking and using tools. This universal characteristic should be distinguished from original creativity, which in the full sense of the word original can be applied to only a few, but despite the necessity for this distinction, it should not be distorted into a mechanical division. There are unnoticeable transitions. Therefore, everyone is subjected to the ambiguities of culture, both in the subjective and the objective senses. They are inseparable from historical destiny. D. The ambiguities of the cultural act, the creation and the destruction of meaning. 1. The ambiguities in the linguistic, cognitive, and aesthetic self-creation of life. The word is the bearer of meaning, therefore, language is the first result of the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit. It permeates every cultural act and, indirectly, all functions of the spirit. But it has a special relation to the functions of theoria, cognition and expression, as the technical act, though present in every function of cultural self-creation, has a special relation to the functions of praxis. For this reason I want to discuss the ambiguities of the word together with the ambiguities of truth and expressiveness, and the ambiguities of the technical act together with the ambiguities of humanity and justice. As the bearer of meaning, the word liberates from bondage to the environment, a bondage to which life in all previous dimensions is subjected. Meaning presupposes a self-awareness of life which has trans-psychological validity. Something universally valid is intended in every meaningful sentence, even if the subject spoken about is particular and transitory. Cultures live in such meanings. The meanings are as like and as different as are the languages of particular social groups. The meaning-creating power of the word depends on the different ways in which the mind encounters reality, as expressed in language from the mythical to that of daily life, and, between these, as expressed in the scientific and the artistic functions. All this is continuous activity of the self-creation of life in producing a universe of meaning. Logic and semantics deal scientifically with the structures and norms through which this universe is created. The ambiguity that enters into this process results from the fact that the word, while creating a universe of meaning, also separates the meaning from the reality to which it refers. The act of grasping objects by the mind, on which language is based, opens up a gap between the object grasped and the meaning created by the word. The inherent ambiguity of language is that in transforming reality into meaning it separates mind and reality. Countless examples could be given, but one can distinguish the following main kinds of ambiguity of the word: the poverty in the midst of richness that falsifies that which is grasped through neglect of innumerable other possibilities, the limitation on universality imposed by expressing a definite encounter with reality in a particular structure that is strange to other linguistic structures, and the indefiniteness with indefinite meaning that leads to the betrayal of the mind by words, the ultimately uncommunicative character of this main tool of communication as a result of the unintended as well as intended connotations in the self of the centered person, the unlimited character of the freedom of language when limitations by persons or objects are rejected, the empty talk and the reaction against it, the flight into silence, the manipulation of language for the sake of purposes with no basis in reality, such as flattery, polemics, intoxication, or propaganda, and finally, the perversion of language to the exact opposite of the function intended by the self-creative power of life through hiding, distorting, and contradicting that which it is supposed to present. These are examples of processes going on in all speech in one way or another, despite the continuous, but only fragmentarily successful, fights against avoidable ambiguities waged by semantic analysis. This makes it understandable that in biblical thought the Word is united with power in the Creator, that it becomes a historical personality in the Christ, and that it is ecstatic self-manifestation in the Spirit. In these symbols the Word not only grasps encountered reality, it is itself reality beyond the split between subject and object. The ambiguities of the cognitive act of the self-creation of life are rooted in the split between subject and object. This split is the precondition of all knowledge and, at the same time, the negative power in all knowledge. The whole history of epistemology is a cognitive attempt to bridge this split by showing the ultimate unity of subject and object, either by annihilating one side of the gap for the sake of the other or by establishing a uniting principle which contains both of them. All this was and is being done in order to explain the possibility of knowledge. The reality of the split, of course, cannot be avoided. Every act of cognitive existence is determined by it. And cognitive existence as an act of cultural self-creation is the subject matter of our inquiry. Again, only a limited number of examples can be mentioned. We may start with the ambiguity of observation, the observation which is usually understood as the solid basis of all knowledge, although its solidity does not prevent ambiguity. In history as well as in physics, in ethics as well as in medicine, the observer wants to regard the phenomenon as it really is. Really means independent of the observer. However, there is no such thing as independence from the observer. The observed changes in being observed. This has always been obvious in philosophy, the humanities, and history, but now it has also become so in biology, psychology, and physics. The result is not the real but encountered reality, and from the point of view of the meaning of absolute truth, encountered reality is distorted reality. The next example of the ambiguity of the self-creation of life in the cognitive function of culture is the ambiguity of abstraction. Cognition tries to reach the essence of an object or a process by abstraction from the many particulars in which this essence is present. This is so even in history, where such all-embracing concepts as Renaissance or Chinese art include, interpret, and hide innumerable concrete facts. Every concept shows this ambiguity of abstraction, which has frequently resulted in a pejorative use of the word abstract. But every concept is an abstraction, and according to the neurologist, Kurt Goldstein, it is the power of abstraction that makes man man. Much discussion has resulted from the ambiguity of truth as a whole. Obviously, every statement about an object uses concepts which themselves need definition, and the same is true of the concepts used in these definitions, and so on, ad infinitum. Every particular assertion is preliminary, because a finite being cannot comprehend the whole, and if he claims to, as some metaphysicians have, he deceives himself. Therefore, the only truth given to man in his finitude is fragmentary, broken, and untrue if measured by the truth embodied in the whole. But to apply this measure is itself untrue, for it would exclude man from any truth, even from the truth of this statement. The ambiguity of the conceptual pattern leads deep into a metaphysical discussion. Today it is predominantly a problem in physics, where some physicists interpret the determining physical patterns, such as atom, power field, and so on, as mere products of the human mind without any fundamentum in foundation in reality, whereas others attribute such a foundation to them. The same problem has arisen in sociology with the concept of social classes, in psychology with the concept of complexes, and in history with the names for historical periods. The ambiguity lies in the fact that in creating large conceptual patterns the cognitive act changes the encountered reality in such a way that it becomes unrecognizable. Finally, one must point to the ambiguity of argumentation, in which a chain of arguments is intended to conceptualize the structure of things but in which undiscussed assumptions that are unnoticed by the cognitive subject play a determining role. This is true of the historical context in which the argument takes place, of the unnoticed influence of the cognitive subject's sociological position on the argument, an influence called ideology, and finally, of the unconscious impact of the cognitive subject's psychological situation, which is called rationalization. Every argument depends on these forces, even if a strong scientific discipline is practiced. The basic gap between subject and object cannot be bridged by method. These examples explain why those who are aware of the ambiguities of the cognitive act often try to escape them by transcending the gap in the direction of a mystical unity. Truth for them is the mystical conquest of the subject-object scheme. Another attempt to find the unambiguous is made in images created by the arts. In artistic intuition and its images, a reunion of theory and reality, which otherwise could not be reached, is believed possible. But the aesthetic image is no less ambiguous than the cognitive concept and the grasping word. In the aesthetic function, the gap between expression and that which is expressed represents the split between the acts of theory and encountered reality. The ambiguities resulting from this split can be shown in the conflicts of stylistic elements which characterize every work of art and indirectly, every aesthetic encounter with reality. These elements are the naturalistic, the idealistic, and the expressionistic. Each of these terms suffers under several of the ambiguities of language mentioned before, but we cannot dispense with them. Naturalism in this context refers to the artistic impulse to present the object as ordinarily known or scientifically sharpened or drastically exaggerated. If this impulse is radically followed through, subject matter overpowers expression and results in a questionable imitation of nature, the ambiguity of stylistic naturalism. Idealism in this context refers to the contrary artistic impulse, that of going beyond ordinarily encountered reality in the direction of what things essentially are and therefore ought to be. It is the anticipation of a fulfillment that cannot be found in an actual encounter and that is, theologically speaking, eschatological. Most of what we call classical art is strongly determined by this impulse, although not exclusively, for no style is completely ruled by any one of the three stylistic elements. But here also the ambiguities are manifest. The natural object, the expression of which is the aim of the aesthetic self-creation of life, is lost in the anticipated idea of it, and this is the ambiguity of stylistic idealism. An ideal without realistic foundation is set up against the encountered reality, which is beautified and corrected to conform with the ideal in a manner which combines sentimentality and dishonesty. This is what has marred the religious art of the last 100 years. Such art still expresses something, although not encountered reality, the low taste of a culturally empty period. 2. The ambiguities of technical and personal transformation. All ambiguities of the self-creation of life in the functions of theory are ultimately dependent on the cleavage between subject and object under the conditions of existence. The subject tries to bridge the gap by receiving the object in words, concepts, and images, but never achieves this aim. There is reception, grasp, and expression, but the gap remains and the subject remains within itself. The opposite happens in the self-creation of life by the functions of praxis, including their technical element. In them it is the object that is to be transformed according to concepts and images, and it is the object which causes the ambiguous character of cultural self-creation. We have linked together the liberating power of the word and of the technical act, i.e., in the production of tools as tools. Language and techniques enable the mind to set and pursue purposes which transcend the environmental situation. But in order to produce tools, one must know and comply with the inner structure of the materials used and their behavior under anticipated conditions. The tool which liberates man also subjects him to the rules of its making. This consideration leads to three ambiguities of all technical production, whether it involves the hammer which helps to produce a hut or the set of machines which help to produce a man-made satellite. The first is the ambiguity of freedom and limitation in technical production, the second is the ambiguity of means and ends, and the third is the ambiguity of self and thing. From mythical times to our own period, these ambiguities have largely determined the destiny of mankind, but perhaps no period has been as aware of this as ours. The ambiguity of freedom and limitation in technical production is powerfully expressed in myths and legends. It underlies the biblical story of the tree of knowledge from which Adam eats against the will of the gods, and in the Greek myth of Prometheus, who brings fire to men, also against their will. Perhaps the story of the Tower of Babel, telling of man's desire to be united under a symbol in which his finitude is overcome and the divine sphere reached, is nearest to our own situation. In all these cases, the result is both creative and destructive, and this remains the destiny of technical production in all periods. It opens up a road along which no limit can be seen, but it does so through a limited, finite being. Awareness of this conflict is clearly expressed in the myths referred to, and it is also voiced today by our scientists, who are aware of the destructive possibilities into which their creation of scientific knowledge and technical tools has thrown all mankind. The second ambiguity, that of means and ends, is related to this basic ambiguity of technical production. It renders concrete the limitlessness of technical freedom by asking, for what? So long as this question is answered by the basic needs of man's physical existence, the problem is hidden, though not absent, since the question of what a basic need is cannot be answered with assurance. But the problem comes into the open if, after the satisfaction of basic needs, new needs are endlessly engendered and satisfied, and in a dynamic economy engendered in order to be satisfied. Technical possibility becomes social and individual temptation in this situation. The production of means of gadgets becomes an end in itself, since no superior end is visible. This ambiguity is largely responsible for the emptiness of contemporary life. But it is not possible to change this by simply saying, do not continue production. This is as impossible as saying to the scientist, with respect to the ambiguity of freedom and limitation, do not continue research. Ambiguities cannot be overcome by cutting off an element which essentially belongs to the process of the self-creation of life. This is also true of the ambiguity of self and thing. A technical product, in contrast to a natural object, is a thing. There are no things in nature, that is, no objects which are nothing but objects, which have no element of subjectivity. But objects that are produced by the technical act are things. It belongs to man's freedom in the technical act that he can transform natural objects into things, trees into wood, horses into horsepower, men into quantities of work power. In transforming objects into things, he destroys their natural structures and relations. But something also happens to man when he does this, as it happens to the objects which he transforms. He himself becomes a thing among things. His own self loses itself in objects with which he cannot communicate. His self becomes a thing by virtue of producing and directing mere things, and the more reality is transformed in the technical act into a bundle of things, the more the transforming subject himself is transformed. He becomes a part of the technical product and loses his character as an independent self. The liberation given to man by technical possibilities turns into enslavement to technical actuality. This is a genuine ambiguity in the self-creation of life, and it cannot be overcome by a romantic, that is, pre-technical, return to the so-called natural. For man, the technical is something natural, and enslavement to natural primitivism would be unnatural. The third ambiguity of technical production cannot be overcome by annihilating technical production. With the other ambiguities, it leads to the quest for unambiguous relations of means and ends, that is, for the kingdom of God. The technical act permeates all functions of praxis and contributes in part to their ambiguities. But they have their own sources of creation and destruction, the discussion of which will deal first with the personal and then with the communal ambiguities of praxis. In the realm of the personal self-creation of life, we must distinguish between the personal in itself and the personal in relation, although in reality they are inseparable. In both respects the aim of the cultural act is the actualization of the potentialities of man as man. It is humanity in the sense of this definition. Humanity is attained by self-determination and other determination in mutual dependence. Man strives for his own humanity and tries to help others reach humanity, an attempt which expresses his own humanity. But both sides determining oneself by oneself and being determined by others manifest the general ambiguity of the personal self-creation of life. It is the relation of the one who determines and the one who is determined. Semantically speaking, even the term self-determination points to the ambiguity of identity and non-identity. The determining subject can determine only in the power of what it essentially is. But under the conditions of existential estrangement, it is separated from what it essentially is. Therefore, self-determination into fulfilled humanity is impossible. Nevertheless, it is necessary, because a self determined completely from outside would cease to be a self, it would become a thing. This is the ambiguity of self-determination, the dignity and the despair of every responsible personality, responsible in the sense of responding to the silent voice of one's essential being. One could also speak of the ambiguity of the good will. In order to will the good, the will itself must be good. Self-determination must make it good, which is to say that the good will must create the good will, and so on ad infinitum in an endless regression. In light of these considerations, such terms as self-education, self-discipline, self-healing, show their profound ambiguity. They imply either that their objects have already been reached or that they must be rejected altogether, and the absurd concept of self-salvation is completely ruled out. In contrast to self-determination, one can speak of other determination, meaning personal self-creation insofar as it depends on actions of one person upon another. This happens unintentionally in every act of personal participation and intentionally wherever unorganized or organized education, or a guiding impulse, is at work. An ambiguity appears in these relations which can be formulated in the following way: working toward the growth of a person is at the same time working toward his depersonalization. Trying to enhance a subject as subject makes it into an object. First of all, one can observe the practical problems implied in this ambiguity in educational activity, whether it is unintentional or intentional. In communicating cultural contents by education, the extremes of totalitarian indoctrination and liberal unconcern are rarely reached, but they are always present as elements and cause the attempt to educate the person as a person to be one of a culture's most ambiguous tasks. The same is true of the attempt to educate the person by inducting him into the actual life of the educational group. Here the extremes of authoritarian discipline and liberal permissiveness, although rarely practiced to the full, appear as elements in the educational process and tend either to break the person as person or to prevent him from reaching any definite form. In this respect, the main problem of education is that every method, however refined, increases the objectifying tendency which it tries to avoid. Another example of the ambiguity of personal growth is the guiding activity. The term guiding is used here in the sense of helper in the growth of a person. This help can be psychotherapy or counseling, it can be the aid which is a basic part of family relationships, it can be that which is unintentionally present in friendship and in all educational activities, to the extent that the latter are a consequence of the helping activity. The most conspicuous example today is psychoanalytic practice and its ambiguities. One of the great achievements of psychoanalytic theory is its insight into the depersonalizing consequences of the phenomenon of transference, not only on the patient, but also on the analyst, and into the attempts to overcome this situation by methods finally removing the transference in the healing process. However, this can be successful only if the ambiguity of working for personal growth is overcome. And this is possible only if the subject-object scheme is conquered. Unambiguous life is impossible wherever the subject-object scheme is unbroken. If we now turn to the realm of human relations, we find the ambiguities of the self-creation of life in the ambiguity of personal participation. This refers above all to the relationship of person to person, but it also includes the relation of the person to the non-personal. The ambiguity of participation is present in innumerable forms between the extremes of self-seclusion and self-surrender. In every act of participation there is an element of holding oneself back and an element of giving oneself. In the attempts to know the other one, self-seclusion expresses itself in the projection of images of the other's being which disguise his real being and are only projections of the one who attempts to know. The screen of images between person and person makes every knowing participation between persons profoundly ambiguous, as, for instance, the analysis of children's images of parents has abundantly shown. And there is the other possibility of relinquishing one's images of the other one and receiving the images he either actually has of himself or wants to impose on those who try to participate cognitively in him. Emotional participation is also subject to the ambiguities of self-seclusion and self-surrender. In reality, emotional participation in the other one is emotional oscillation within oneself, created by an assumed participation in the other one. Much so-called romantic love is of this character. It manifests the ambiguity of missing the other person just by the attempt to enter emotionally into his secret being. And there is also the opposite movement, the chaotic self-surrender which, in an act of throwing oneself away shamelessly, brings everything to the other one, but he who receives it cannot use it, because it has lost its secrecy and uniqueness. Again, we must say that profound ambiguities are effective in every act of emotional participation which, together with the cognitive ambiguities, are responsible for the inexhaustible creative destructive situations in the relation of person to person. It is inevitable that active participation shows analogous structures. The self-produced images of the other one and the emotional self-seclusion in the gown of participation bring about manifold patterns of mutual destruction in the encounter of person with person. If the other one is attacked, it is his image and not his self that is attacked. It is one's own desire for self-surrender that is more often satisfied in surrender to the other one and not his. Participation, sought for, turns into self-seclusion after the experience of rejection, real or imagined. The innumerable mixtures of hostility and surrender are some of the most conspicuous examples of the ambiguity of life. 3. The ambiguities of communal transformation. The frame in which cultural self-creation occurs is the life and growth of the social group under the dimension of spirit. Discussion of this framework has been deferred to this point because of the difference in structure between the personal self and the community. Whereas the centered self is the knowing, deliberating, deciding, and acting subject in every personal act, a social group has no such center. One can only call the seat of authority and power the center of a group by analogy, for in many cases authority and power are split, although the cohesion of the group persists, being rooted in life processes that may reach back into the past or that may be determined by unconscious forces which are stronger than any political or social authority. A person's free act makes him responsible for the consequences of the act. An act of the representative of authority in a group may be highly responsible, or completely irresponsible, with the whole groups having to bear the consequences. But the group is not a personal unity which becomes responsible for acts which, for example, are forced upon it against the will of the majority or through the preliminary superiority of one part in a situation where power is split. The life of a social group belongs under the historical dimension, which unites the other dimensions, adding to them the direction toward the future. Although we intend to deal with the historical dimension in Part V of the present system, at this point we must deal with the ambiguities which follow from the principle of justice as such, without entering upon a discussion of justice in the historical dimension. Under the dimension of spirit and in the function of culture, life creates itself in human groups whose nature and development is the subject matter of sociology and historiography. Here we ask the normative question: what are social groups intended to be by their essential nature, and what ambiguities appear in the actual processes of their self-creation? Whereas in the previous descriptions we have shown the ambiguities of the growth of the person toward humanity, we must now discuss the ambiguities of the growth of the social group toward justice. One may distinguish between social organisms and the organizational forms which special human activities take to enable them to grow toward justice. Families, friendship groups, local and vocational communities, tribal and national groups, have grown naturally within the cultural self-creation of life. But as parts of cultural creativity they are, at the same time, objects of organizing activity. In fact, they are never the one without the other. This distinguishes them from flocks in the organic psychological dimension. The justice of a flock or a grove of trees is the natural power of the more powerful ones to force their potentialities into actualization against the natural resistance of the others. In a human group, the relation of the members is ordered under traditional rules, conventionally or legally fixed. The natural differences in the power of being are not excluded in the organizational structure, but they are ordered according to the principles implied in the idea of justice. The interpretation of these principles is endlessly varied, but justice itself is the point of identity in all interpretations. The relations of man and wife, parents and children, relatives and strangers, members of the same local group, citizens of the same nation, and so on, are ordered by rules which, consciously or unconsciously, seek to express some form of justice. This is true even in the relation of the conquering group to the conquered within the same social context. The justice given to the slave is still justice, however unjust slavery may be from a higher point of view. According to the polarity of dynamics and form, a social group could not have being without form. And the social group's form is determined by the understanding of justice effective in the group. The ambiguities of justice appear wherever justice is demanded and actualized. The growth of life in social groups is full of ambiguities which, if not understood, lead either to an attitude of despairing resignation of all belief in the possibility of justice or to an attitude of utopian expectation of a complete justice, which is later frustrated. The first ambiguity in the actualization of justice is that of inclusiveness and exclusion. A social group is a group because it includes a particular kind of people and excludes all others. Social cohesion is impossible without such exclusion. At this point, the ambiguities of self-integration and self-creation must be discussed together, prior to an introduction of the historical dimension of life processes. The special character of social groups, as described before, makes it impossible to subsume them totally under the dimension of spirit. Their life does not possess the moral centeredness of the personal self, and for this reason, one often separates the social-political from the cultural self-creation of life. But this is also impossible, since, on the one hand, the element of justice present in all groups is created by acts of the spirit and, on the other hand, all realms dominated by the dimension of the spirit are, in their cultural forms, partly dependent on the social-political forces. It is inherent in the essential justice of a group to preserve its centeredness, and the group tries to establish a center in all acts in which it actualizes itself. A center does not precede growth in the life of social groups, but self-integration and self-creation are identical at every moment. The difference in this respect is obvious, both from the dimensions preceding that of the spirit and from the dimension of the spirit itself. In the historical dimension, self-integration and self-creation are one and the same act of life. The processes of life coincide under the all-embracing dimension of the historical. A consequence of the convergence of the life processes under the historical dimension is the application of the ambiguity of social cohesion and social exclusion both to the process of self-integration and to the process of self-creation. This is the subject of countless sociological inquiries, and the practical consequences of every suggested solution are very great. The ambiguity of cohesion implies that in every act by which social cohesion is strengthened, individuals or groups on the boundary line are expelled or rejected, and, conversely, that every act in which such individuals or groups are retained or accepted weakens the cohesion of the group. Those on the boundary line include individuals from a different social class, individuals who enter closed family and friendship groups, national or racial strangers, minority groups, dissenters, or newcomers simply because they are newcomers. In all these cases, justice does not demand unambiguous acceptance of those who would possibly disturb or destroy group cohesion, but it certainly does not permit their unambiguous rejection. The second ambiguity of justice is that of competition and equality. Inequality in the power of being between individuals and groups is not a matter of static differences but of continuous dynamic decisions. This happens in every encounter of being with being, in every glimpse of each other, in every conversation, in every demand, question, or appeal. It happens in the competitive life in family, school, work, business, intellectual creation, social relations, and the struggle for political power. There is a pushing ahead in all these encounters, a trying, a withdrawing into an existing unity, a pushing out of it, a coalescing, a splitting, a continuous alteration between victory and defeat. These dynamic inequalities are actual under all dimensions from the beginning of each life process to its end. Under the dimension of the spirit, they are judged by the principle of justice and the element of equality in it. The question is, in what respect does justice include equality? There is one unambiguous answer: every person is equal to every other, insofar as he is a person. In this respect there is no difference between an actually developed personality and a mentally diseased one who is merely a potential personality. By the principle of justice incarnate in them, they both demand to be acknowledged as persons. The equality is unambiguous up to this point, and the implications are also logically unambiguous: equality before the law in all those respects in which the law determines the distribution of rights and duties, chances and limitations, goods and burdens, and in just returns for obedience to or defiance of the law, for merit and demerit, for competence and incompetence. However, although the logical implications of the principle of equality are unambiguous, every concrete application is ambiguous. Past and present history incontestably documents this fact. In the past, not even the recognition of a mentally diseased individual of the human genus as a potential person has been acknowledged, and there are still limits to this recognition in the present. In addition, there are the terrifying relapses which have occurred in the demonic destruction of justice in our century. However, even if this situation should change in the future, it could not change the ambiguities of competition, which work continuously for inequality in the encounters of people in daily life, in the stratification of society, and in the political self-creation of life. The very attempt to apply the principle of equality, as contained unambiguously in the acknowledgement of the person as person, can have destructive consequences for the realization of justice. It may deny the right embodied in a particular power of being and give it to individuals or groups whose power of being does not warrant it. Or it may keep individuals or groups under conditions which make growth of their potentialities technically impossible. Or it may prevent one kind of competition and foster another kind, thus removing one source of unjust inequality only to produce another. Or it may apply unjust power in order to crush unjust power. These examples make it clear that a state of unambiguous justice is a figment of the utopian imagination. The third ambiguity in the self-actualization of a social group is the ambiguity of leadership. It runs through all human relations from the parent-child to the ruler-subject relationship. And in its many forms it shows the ambiguity of creativity and destruction which characterizes all life processes. Leadership is a structure which starts rather early in the organic realm and which is effective under the dimensions of inner awareness, of the spirit, and of history. It is very poorly interpreted if it is derived from the existence of different degrees of strength and the drive of the stronger to enslave the weaker. This is a permanent abuse of the principle of leadership and not its essence. Leadership is the social analogy to centeredness. As we have seen, it is only an analogy, but it is a valid one. For without the centeredness given by leadership, no self-integration and self-creation of a group would be possible. This function of leadership can be derived from the very fact that would seem to be its refutation, the personal centeredness of the individual member of the group. Without a leader or leading group, a group could be united only through a psychological power, directing all individuals in a way similar to mass shock reactions, by which spontaneity and freedom would be lost in the movement of a mass in which the particles had no independent decision. Propagandists of all kinds try to produce such behavior. They do not want to be leaders but managers of a causally determined mass movement. But just this possibility of using the power of leadership for transforming leadership into mass management shows that this is not the intrinsic nature of leadership, which presupposes and preserves the centered person whom it leads. The possibility just mentioned shows the ambiguity of leadership. The leader represents not only the power and justice of the group but also himself, his power of being, and the justice implied in it. This applies not only to him as an individual but to the particular social stratum in which he stands and which, willingly or unwillingly, he also represents. This situation is the permanent source of the ambiguity of every ruling power, whether it is a dictator, an aristocracy, or a parliament. And this is true also of voluntary groups whose chosen leaders manifest the same ambiguous motives as do political rulers. The ambiguity of rationalization or ideology production is present in every leadership structure. But the attempt to remove such a structure, for example, in a state of anarchy, is self-defeating because chaos breeds dictatorship and the ambiguities of life cannot be conquered by producing a vacuum. Leaders in special functions have been called authorities, but this is a misleading application of a term which has a more fundamental meaning than leadership and, consequently, more conspicuous ambiguities. Authority, first of all, denotes the ability to start and to augment, augury, auctor, something. In this sense, there are authorities in all realms of cultural life. They result from the division of experience and are necessary because of every individual's finite range of knowledge and ability. There is nothing ambiguous in this situation, but the ambiguity of leadership in the sense of authority starts the moment that actual authority, which is based on the division of experience, is frozen into an authority bound to a particular social position, for example, to scholars as scholars, kings as kings, priests as priests, or parents as parents. In these cases, persons with less knowledge and ability come to exert authority over some who have more, and thus the genuine meaning of authority is distorted. This, however, is not only a regrettable fact which could and should be prevented but also an inevitable ambiguity, because of the unavoidable transformation of actual into established authority. This is most obvious in the case of parental authority but is also true of the relations of age classes in general, of the professions to those whom they serve, and of representatives of power to those whom they direct or rule. All institutional hierarchy is based on this transformation of actual into established authority. But authority is authority over persons and therefore open to rejection in the name of justice. Established authority tries to prevent such rejection, and here an ambiguity appears. A successful rejection of authority would undercut the social structure of life, whereas a surrender to authority would destroy the basis of authority, the personal self and its claim for justice. The fourth ambiguity of justice is the ambiguity of legal form. We have discussed the ambiguity of the moral law, its right and its inability to create what it is supposed to create, the reunion of man's essential being with his existential being. The ambiguities of the legal form as expressed in the laws of states, for example, in civil and criminal law, are similar. They are supposed to establish justice but instead give rise to both justice and injustice. The ambiguity of the legal form has two causes, one external, the other internal. The external cause is the relation between the legal form and the legalizing, interpreting, and executing powers. There the ambiguities of leadership exert their influence on the character of the legal form. It claims to be the form of justice, but it is the legal expression of a particular individual or social power of being. This in itself is not only unavoidable, it is also true to the essential nature of being, that is, the multidimensional unity of life. Every creation under the dimension of spirit unites expression with validity. It expresses an individual or social situation, which is indicated by the particular style. The legal style of a law-establishing group in a special period tells us not only about logical solutions of legal problems but also about the nature of the economic and social stratification existing at the time and about the character of the ruling classes or groups. Nevertheless, the logic of the law is not replaced by the will to power and the pressure of ideologies which serve the preservation of or the attack on the existing power structure. The legal form is not used simply for other purposes. It retains its own structural necessities and can serve those other purposes only because it retains its own structure, for power without valid legal form destroys itself. The internal ambiguity of the legal form is independent of the law-giving, interpreting, and executing authorities. Like the moral law, it is abstract and, consequently, inadequate to any unique situation, for according to the principle of individualization every situation is unique even if very similar to others in some respects. Many legal systems are aware of this fact and have built-in safety measures against the abstract equality of everyone before the law, but they can only partly remedy the injustice which is based on the abstract character of the law and the uniqueness of every concrete situation. The ambiguity of humanism culture, creating a universe of meaning, does not create this universe in the empty space of mere validity. It creates meaning as the actualization of what is potential in the bearer of the Spirit in man. This statement has already been defended against the anti-ontological philosophers of value. It must now be discussed in one of its decisive consequences, that is, the answer it implies to the question of the ultimate aim of the cultural self-creation of life: what is the meaning of the creation of a universe of meaning? Following from the ontological derivation of values, the answer has two sides, the one macrocosmic, the other microcosmic. The macrocosmic can be expressed in the following way: the universe of meaning is the fulfillment of the potentialities of the universe of being. Thus, in the human world, the unfulfilled potentialities of matter, as they appear, for example, in the atom, are actualized. However, they are not actualized in the atoms, or molecules, or crystals, or plants, or animals themselves, but only in so far as parts and forces that are actualized under these dimensions are present in man. This leaves the question of the fulfillment of the universe as a whole open for the consideration of the self-transcendence of life, its ambiguities, and the symbol of unambiguous or eternal life. In the microcosmic answer, man is seen as the point at which and the instrument through which a universe of meaning is actualized. Spirit and man are bound to each other, and only in man does the universe reach up to an anticipatory and fragmentary fulfillment. This is the root of the humanistic idea as the microcosmic answer to the question of the aim of culture, and this is the justification of humanism, which is not the principle of a particular philosophical school, but is common to all of them. However, we must make the limiting statement that the humanistic idea can be maintained only if its ambiguities, together with the ambiguities of all cultural self-creation, are emphasized, and if humanism is followed up to the point at which it asks the question of unambiguous life. Humanism is a more embracing concept than humanity. We have defined humanity as the fulfillment of the personal life as personal and have coordinated it with justice and, in the larger view which includes all functions of the spirit, with truth and expressiveness. Humanism embraces these principles and relates them to the actualization of man's cultural potentialities. Humanity, like justice, is a concept, subordinated to humanism, which designates the intrinsic aim of all cultural activity. Humanism cannot be criticized as rationalism. It cannot be criticized at all insofar as it asserts that the aim of culture is the actualization of the potentialities of man as the bearer of spirit. But a humanistic philosophy which tries to hide the ambiguities in the idea of humanism must be rejected. The ambiguities of humanism are based on the fact that, as humanism, it disregards the self-transcending function of life and absolutizes the self-creative function. This does not mean that humanism ignores religion. Ordinarily, though not always, it subsumes religion under the human potentialities and considers it accordingly as a cultural creation. But in doing so, humanism actually denies the self-transcendence of life and with it the innermost character of religion. Since humanism as a term and as an attitude is intimately connected with education, it is most illuminating to demonstrate its ambiguities by considering an ambiguity of education which applies to both the personal and the communal realms. Educating means leading out from something that is, from the state of rudeness, as the word erudition indicates. But neither these words nor present educational practice answer the question, leading into what? Unqualified humanism would reply, into the actualization of all human potentialities. However, since the infinite distance between the individual and the species makes this impossible, the answer, in the humanistic view, would have to be, the actualization of those human potentialities which are possible in terms of the historical destiny of this particular individual. This qualification, however, is fatal for the humanist ideal insofar as it claims to give the final answer to the educational and general cultural question. Because of human finitude, no one can fulfill the humanist ideal, since decisive human potentialities will always remain unrealized. But even worse, the human condition always excludes, whether under aristocratic or democratic systems, the vast majority of human beings from the higher grades of cultural form and educational depth. The intrinsic exclusiveness of the humanist ideal prevents it from being the final aim of human culture. It is the ambiguity of humanistic education that it isolates individuals and groups from the masses, and the more it isolates them, the more successful it is. But in doing so, it diminishes its own success, for the community of man to man, as an ever-open possibility, belongs to the humanist ideal itself. If such openness is reduced by humanist education, such education defeats itself. Therefore the question educating into what, must be answered in a way which includes everyone who is a person. But culture cannot do that by itself just because of the ambiguities of humanism. Only a self-transcending humanism can answer the question of the meaning of culture and the aim of education. In addition, we must remember, Part 3, Secretary i.e., 2, the failure of the humanist ideal to consider the human predicament and its existential estrangement. Without self-transcendence, the demand of humanist fulfillment becomes a law and falls under the ambiguities of the law. Humanism itself leads to the question of culture transcending itself. 3. The self-transcendence of life and its ambiguities. A. Freedom and finitude. The polarity of freedom and destiny, and its analogies in the realms of being which precede the dimension of the spirit, creates the possibility and reality of life's transcending itself. Life, in degrees, is free from itself, from a total bondage to its own finitude. It is striving in the vertical direction toward ultimate and infinite being. The vertical transcends both the circular line of centeredness and the horizontal line of growth. In the words of Paul, Romans 8:19, 22, the longing of all creation for the liberation from the subjection to futility, RSV, and the shackles of mortality, NEB, is described with a profound poetic empathy. These words are a classical expression of the self-transcendence of life under all dimensions. One can also think of Aristotle's doctrine that the movements of all things are caused by their eros toward the unmoved mover. The question as to how the self-transcendence of life manifests itself cannot be answered in empirical terms, as is possible in the case of self-integration and self-creativity. One can speak about it only in terms which describe the reflection of the inner self-transcendence of things in man's consciousness. Man is the mirror in which the relation of everything finite to the infinite becomes conscious. No empirical observation of this relation is possible, because all empirical knowledge refers to finite interdependences, not to the relation of the finite to the infinite. The self-transcendence of life is contradicted by the profanization of life, a tendency which, like self-transcendence, cannot be described empirically but only through the mirror of man's consciousness. But profanization appears in man's consciousness, like self-transcendence, as an experience which has been expressed and was extremely effective in all epochs of man's history. Man has witnessed to the conflict between the affirmation and the denial of the holiness of life wherever he has reached full humanity. And even in such ideologies as communism, the attempt toward a total profanization of life has resulted in the unexpected consequence that the profane itself received the glory of holiness. The term profane in its genuine meaning expresses exactly what we call resisting self-transcendence, that is, remaining before the door of the temple, standing outside the holy, although in English profane has received the connotation of attacking the holy in vulgar or blasphemous terms and consequently has come to mean vulgar language in general. In religious terminology, though not in German and the Romance languages, profane has been replaced by secular, derived from saeculum in the sense of world. But this does not express the contrast to the holy as graphically as profane does, and therefore I wish to keep the word for the important function of expressing the resistance against self-transcendence under all dimensions of life. The general assertion may be made that in every act of the self-transcendence of life profanization is present, or, in other words, that life transcends itself ambiguously. Although this ambiguity is most conspicuous in the religious realm, it is manifest under all dimensions. b. Self-transcendence and profanization in general, the greatness of life and its ambiguities. Life, transcending itself, appears in the mirror of man's consciousness as having greatness and dignity. Greatness can be used as a quantitative term and in this sense can be measured. However, the greatness of life in the sense of self-transcendence is qualitative. The great in the qualitative sense shows a power of being and meaning that makes it a representative of ultimate being and meaning and gives it the dignity of such representation. The classical example is the Greek hero, who represents the highest power and value within the group to which he belongs. Through his greatness he comes near to the divine sphere in which the fulfillment of being and meaning is seen in divine figures. But if he trespasses the limits of his finitude, he is thrown back upon it by the anger of the gods. Greatness implies risk and the willingness of the great to take tragedy upon themselves. If they perish in these tragic consequences, this does not diminish their greatness and their dignity. Only smallness, the fear of reaching beyond one's finitude, the readiness to accept the finite because it is given, the tendency to keep oneself within the limits of the ordinary, the average existence and its security, only smallness radically conflicts with the greatness and dignity of life. Human literature abounds in praise of the greatness of the physical universe, but greatness in this respect is not usually defined. In this case the word obviously includes the quantitative vastness of the universe in time and space. But it points more emphatically to the qualitative mystery of the structures of every particle of the physical universe as well as to the structure of the whole. Mystery here means the infinity of questions with which every answer confronts the human mind. Reality, every bit of reality, is inexhaustible and points to the ultimate mystery of being itself which transcends the endless series of scientific questions and answers. The greatness of the universe lies in its power of resisting ever-threatening chaos, of which the myths, including the biblical stories, manifest a keen awareness. The same awareness is expressed in ontology and the cosmological interpretations of history in a rationalized form. It underlies the feeling for reality in all sensitive forms of poetry and the visual arts. But where the holy is, there is also the profane. Life in the inorganic realm is not only great, it is also small in its greatness, hiding its potential holiness and manifesting only its finitude. It is, in religious language, dust and ashes. It is, as the cyclical interpretation of history asserts, fuel for the final burning of the cosmos, and it is, as technical use of it implies, material for analysis and calculation, for the production of tools. Far from being great, life under the dimension of the inorganic is nothing but the material out of which things are being made. And some philosophers see the whole physical universe as a large thing, a divinely created, or eternally given, cosmic machine. The universe is completely profanized, first in the inorganic realm and, then, by reduction of everything else to the latter, in its entirety. It belongs to life's ambiguity that both qualities, the holy and the profane, are always present in its structures. To find a conspicuous example of this ambiguity in the inorganic sphere, we may look at the technical structures which as mere things are open to distortion, dismemberment, and the ugliness of dirt and waste. But technical things can also manifest a sublime adequacy to their purpose, an aesthetic expressiveness not due to external ornamentation but intrinsic to their form. In this way things which are mere things can transcend themselves toward greatness. Self-transcendence in the sense of greatness implies self-transcendence in the sense of dignity. It might seem that this term belongs exclusively to the personal communal realm because it presupposes complete centeredness and freedom. But one element of dignity is inviolability, which is a valid element of all reality, giving dignity to the inorganic as well as to the personal. The sense in which life in the personal realm is inviolable lies in the unconditional demand of a person to be acknowledged as a person. Although it is technically possible to violate anybody, morally it is impossible because it violates the violator and destroys him morally. But the question is whether dignity in the sense of inviolability can be ascribed to all life, including the inorganic realm. Myth and poetry express such a valuation of the whole of encountered reality, including the inorganic, especially the four elements and their manifestation in nature. A derivation of polytheism from the overwhelming greatness of natural powers has been attempted. But the gods never represent greatness alone, they also represent dignity. They not only act, they also command, and a basic commandment in all religions is to acknowledge the superior dignity of the God. If a God represents one of the basic elements of being, this element is honored and its violation is revenged by the wrath of the God. This is the way in which the dignity of reality under the predominance of its inorganic elements was recognized by mankind. The elements were represented by gods, and they could be so represented only because they participate in the self-transcending function of all life. The self-transcendence of life in all dimensions makes polytheism possible. The hypothesis that man first encountered reality as the totality of things and then elevated these things to divine dignity is more absurd than the absurdities it attributes to primitive man. Actually, mankind encountered the sublimity of life, its greatness and dignity, but he encountered it in ambiguous unity with profanization, smallness, and desecration. The ambiguities of the polytheistic gods represent the ambiguities of the self-transcendence of life. This is the lasting and irrepressible validity of polytheistic symbolism. It expresses the self-transcendence of life under all dimensions against an abstract monotheism which, in order to give all power and honor to one God, transforms everything into mere objects, thus depriving reality of its power and its dignity. The foregoing discussion anticipates the analysis of religion and its ambiguities, and is justified by the multidimensional unity of life and the necessity of going back from analogous concepts to that to which they are analogous. Only in this way can anything at all be said about such terms as greatness and dignity in their application to the inorganic realm. But a question remains from the discussion of the greatness of life, that of how the technical use of the inorganic, and organic, undermines its greatness and its dignity. The problem of the technical use of organic or inorganic material has usually been discussed from the point of view of its effect on man, but some romantic philosophers have discussed it from the point of view of the material itself. It is easy to dismiss these philosophers as romanticists, but it is not so easy to dismiss the question in light of the symbol of creation. If a created section of reality is pressed into a tool, is it dishonored? Perhaps the answer to this uninvestigated question could be that the total movement of the inorganic universe contains innumerable encounters of particles and masses in which some of them undergo the loss of their identity. They are burned or frozen or taken into another entity. The technical act of man is a continuation of these processes. But beyond this, man introduces another conflict, that between the intensification of potentialities, as in electrical light, airplanes, chemical components, and the unbalancing of the structure of smaller or larger parts of the universe, as when wastelands are produced or the atmosphere is poisoned. Here technical sublimation of matter includes its profanization. Such ambiguities lie behind the anxiety of myth creating mankind about man's overstepping his limits and the anxiety of recent scientists about the same problem. A taboo is broken. Much of what has been said about greatness and dignity in the inorganic universe is immediately valid in the organic realm and its several dimensions. The greatness of a living being and the infinite sublimity of its structure have been expressed by poets, painters, and philosophers in all ages. The inviolability of living beings is expressed in the protection given to them in many religions, in their importance for polytheistic mythology, and in the actual participation of man in the life of plants and animals, practically and poetically. All this is so much a part of universal human experience that it does not require expanded comment, but the ambiguities implied in it call for a full discussion, because of their own significance and because they anticipate ambiguities in the dimensions of spirit and history. The holiness of a living being, its greatness and dignity, is ambiguously united with its profanization, its smallness, and its violability. The general rule that all organisms live through the assimilation of other organisms implies that they become things for each other, food things, so to speak, to be digested, absorbed as nourishment, and thrown out as debris. This is radical profanization in terms of their independent life. This law of life living from life has even been practiced by men against men in anthropophagy. But here the reaction started on the basis of the person-to-person encounter. Man ceased to be transformed into a food thing, although he still remained a labor thing. but in the relation of man to all other living beings a change took place only where the relation of man to some animals, or, as in India to animals in general, became analogous to the relation of man to man. This shows most clearly the ambiguity between the dignity or inviolability of life and the actual violation of life by life. The biblical vision of peace in nature envisages an unambiguous self-transcendence in the realm of the organic which would change the actual conditions of organic life, Isaiah 11:6, 9. Under the dimension of self-awareness, self-transcendence has the character of intentionality. To be aware of oneself is a way of being beyond oneself. The subject element in all life becomes a subject, and the object element in all life becomes an object, something that is thrown opposite the subject, objectum. The greatness of this event in the history of nature is tremendous, and so is the new dignity following from it. The state of being beyond oneself in terms of self-awareness, even the most rudimentary, is a mark of greatness surpassing that in all preceding dimensions. The expression of this situation is the polarity of pleasure and pain, which now receives a new valuation. Pleasure can be considered as the awareness of oneself as a subject in the sense in which it was discussed earlier as the bearer of creative eros. Pain must then be considered as the awareness of oneself made into an object deprived of self-determination. The animal which is being made into a food thing suffers and tries to escape it. Some higher animals and all men experience pain if their dignity as subject is violated. They suffer feelings of shame if they are made into things to be looked at, bodily or psychologically, or if they are treated as objects of valuating judgments, even if the judgment is favorable, or if they are punished in consequence of condemning judgments, the shame in this case being more painful than the physical suffering. In all these cases the sublime center of self-awareness is deprived of its greatness and its dignity. It is not the dimension of the spirit which is here referred to but that of self-awareness, which, however, reaches into the dimensions both of the organic and of the spirit. This valuation of the subject-object scheme as a decisive moment in the self-transcendence of life seems to contradict the mystical tendency of identifying self-transcendence with the transcendence of the subject-object split. But there is no contradiction in this, for even in the most outspoken form of mysticism the mystical self-transcendence has nothing in common with the vegetative state under the dimension of the organic. Its very nature is to overcome the subject-object split after it has fully developed in the personal realm, not to annihilate it, but to find something above the split in which it is conquered and preserved. See, the great and the tragic, the self-transcendence of life, which reveals itself to man as the greatness of life, leads under the conditions of existence to the tragic character of life, to the ambiguity of the great and the tragic. Only the great is able to have tragedy. In Greece the heroes, the bearers of highest value and power, and the great families are the subjects of tragedy in myths as well as in plays. The small ones, or those who are ugly or evil, are below the level at which tragedy starts. But there is a limit to this aristocratic feeling. Every Athenian citizen was asked by the government to participate in the performance of the tragedies, thus implying that no human being is without some greatness, that is, the greatness of being of divine nature. The performance of the tragedy, appealing to every citizen, is an act of democratic valuation of man, as a potential subject of tragedy, and therefore as a bearer of greatness. We may ask whether something analogous can be said of greatness under all dimensions of life, and the question may be answered affirmatively. All beings affirm themselves in their finite power of being, they affirm their greatness and dignity, without being aware of it. They do it in their relation to other beings and, in doing so, bring upon themselves the reaction of the Logos' determined laws, which push back anything that trespasses the limits given to it. This is the tragic explanation of suffering in nature, an explanation which is neither mechanistic nor romantic but realistic in terms of the spontaneous character of life processes. But in spite of these natural analogies to the human situation, consciousness of the tragic, and therefore pure tragedy, is possible only under the dimension of the spirit. The tragic, though first formulated in the context of the Dionysian religion, is, like the Apollonian logos, a universally valid concept. It describes the universality of man's estrangement and its inescapable character, which nevertheless is a matter of responsibility. We have used the term hubris to describe one element in man's estrangement, the other element is concupiscence. In the description of existence, in Part 3 of Systematic Theology, hubris and concupiscence appear merely as negative elements. In the present part, dealing with life processes, they appear in their ambiguity, hubris ambiguously united with greatness and concupiscence with eros. Hubris in this sense is not pride, the compulsive overcompensation of actual smallness, but the self-elevation of the great beyond the limits of its finitude. The result is both the destruction of others and self-destruction. If greatness is inescapably connected with tragedy, it is natural that people should try to avoid tragedy by avoiding greatness. This, of course, is an unconscious process, but it is the most widespread of all life processes under the dimension of the spirit. In many respects it is possible to avoid tragedy by avoiding greatness, although not ultimately, for every man has the greatness of being partially responsible for his destiny. And if he avoids the amount of greatness that is possible for him, he becomes a tragic figure. This anxiety of avoiding tragedy throws him into the tragic loss of himself and of the greatness to be a self. It belongs to the ambiguity of greatness and tragedy that the subjects of tragedy are not aware of their situation. Several great tragedies are tragedies of the revelation of the human predicament, as in the case of Oedipus, who blinds himself after his eyes have seen himself in the mirror held before him by the messengers, and there have been entire civilizations, such as the later ancient and the modern Western, whose tragic hubris has been revealed by prophetic messengers at the moment that its catastrophe was approaching, for example, the pagan and Christian seers of the end of the empire in late ancient Rome and the existentialist prophets of the arrival of Western nihilism in the 19th and early 20th centuries. If one asks what the guilt of the tragic hero is, the answer must be that he perverts the function of self-transcendence by identifying himself with that to which self-transcendence is directed, the great itself. He does not resist self-transcendence, but he resists the demand to transcend his own greatness. He is caught by his own power of representing the self-transcendence of life. It is impossible to speak meaningfully of tragedy without understanding the ambiguity of greatness. Sad events are not tragic events. The tragic can be understood only on the basis of the understanding of greatness. It expresses the ambiguity of life in the function of self-transcendence, including all dimensions of life but becoming conscious only under the dominance of the dimension of spirit. But under the dimension of the spirit something else happens. The great reveals its dependence on its relation to the ultimate, and with this awareness the great becomes the holy. The holy is beyond tragedy, although those who represent the holy stand with all other beings under the law of greatness and its consequence, tragedy. Compare the section on the tragic involvement of the Christ, Volume 2, pages 132-34. D. Religion in relation to morality and culture. Since the concept of the holy has been discussed in the second part of the theological system, and since implicit definitions of religion are present in every part of it, we can restrict ourselves at this point to a discussion of religion in its basic relation to morality and culture. In this way the highly dialectical structure of man's spirit and its functions will appear. Logically, this could be the place for a fully developed philosophy of religion, including an interpretation of the history of religion. But practically this is impossible in the limits of the system, which is not a summa. In accordance with their essential nature, morality, culture, and religion interpenetrate one another. They constitute the unity of the spirit, wherein the elements are distinguishable but not separable. Morality, or the constitution of the person as person in the encounter with other persons, is essentially related to culture and religion. Culture provides the contents of morality, the concrete ideals of personality and community, and the changing laws of ethical wisdom. Religion gives to morality the unconditional character of the moral imperative, the ultimate moral aim, the reunion of the separated in agape, and the motivating power of grace. Culture, or the creation of a universe of meaning in theory and praxis, is essentially related to morality and religion. The validity of cultural creativity in all its functions is based on the person-to-person encounter in which the limits to arbitrariness are established. Without the force of the moral imperative, no demand coming from the logical, aesthetic, personal, and communal forms could be felt. The religious element in culture is the inexhaustible depth of a genuine creation. One may call it substance or the ground from which culture lives. It is the element of ultimacy which culture lacks in itself but to which it points. Religion, or the self-transcendence of life under the dimension of spirit, is essentially related to morality and culture. There is no self-transcendence under the dimension of the spirit without the constitution of the moral self by the unconditional imperative, and this self-transcendence cannot take form except within the universe of meaning created in the cultural act. This picture of the essential relation of the three functions of the spirit is both trans-historical remembrance and utopian anticipation. As such, it judges their actual relations under the conditions of existence. But it is more than an external judge. It is actual insofar as essential and existential elements are mixed in life, and since the unity of the three functions is as effective as their separation. It is just this that is the root of all ambiguities under the dimension of the spirit. And only because the essential element is effective in life, though ambiguously, can its image be drawn as the criterion of life. The three functions of life under the dimension of spirit separate in order to become actual. In their essential unity there is no moral act which is not at the same time an act both of cultural self-creation and of religious self-transcendence. There is no independent morality in dreaming innocence. And in the essential unity of the three functions, there is no cultural act which is not at the same time an act of moral self-integration and religious self-transcendence. There is no independent culture in dreaming innocence. And in the essential unity of the three functions, there is no religious act which is not at the same time an act of moral self-integration and cultural self-creation. There is no independent religion in dreaming innocence. But life is based on the loss of dreaming innocence, on the self-estrangement of essential being and the ambiguous mixture of essential and existential elements. In the actuality of life, there is separated morality with the ambiguities it implies, there is separated culture with its ambiguities, and there is separated religion with its most profound ambiguities. We must now turn to these. Religion was defined as the self-transcendence of life under the dimension of spirit. This definition makes the image of the essential unity of religion with morality and culture possible, and it also explains the ambiguities of the three functions in their separation. The self-transcendence of life is effective in the unconditional character of the moral act and in the inexhaustible depth of meaning in all meanings created by culture. Life is sublime in every realm dominated by the dimension of the spirit. The self-integration of life in the moral act and the self-creativity of life in the cultural act are sublime. Within them, life transcends itself in the vertical direction, the direction of the ultimate. But because of the ambiguity of life, they are also profane, they resist self-transcendence. And this is inevitable because they are separated from their essential unity with religion and are actualized independently. The definition of religion as self-transcendence of life in the dimension of the spirit has the decisive implication that religion must first of all be considered as a quality of the two other functions of the spirit and not as an independent function. Such a consideration is logically necessary, for self-transcendence of life cannot become a function of life beside others, because if it did it would have to be itself transcended, and so on in endless repetition. Life cannot genuinely transcend itself in one of its own functions. This is the argument against religion as a function of the spirit, and one cannot deny that theologians who advance this argument have a strong point. Therefore, if religion is defined as a function of the human mind, they are consistent in rejecting the concept of religion altogether in a theology which is supposed to be based on revelation. But these assertions make incomprehensible the fact that there is religion in life under the dimension of the spirit, not only as a quality in morality and culture, but also as an independent reality beside them. This fact of the existence of religion in the ordinary sense of the word is one of the great stumbling blocks in life under the dimension of the spirit. According to the definition of religion as the self-transcendence of life, there should be no religion, individual or organized, as a particular function of the spirit. Every act of life should in itself point beyond itself, and no realm of particular acts should be necessary. But, as in all realms of life, self-transcendence is resisted by profanization in the realm of the spirit. Morality and culture in existential separation from religion become what is usually called secular. Their greatness is contradicted by their profanity. Under the pressure of profanization, the moral imperative becomes conditional, dependent on fears and hopes, a result of psychological and sociological compulsion. An ultimate moral aim is replaced by utilitarian calculations, and the fulfillment of the law is a matter of futile attempts at self-determination. The self-transcendence of the moral act is denied. Morality is activity between finite possibilities. In the sense of our basic definition, it is profanized even if, in conflict with the meaning of grace, it is as restrictive as some forms of religious morality. It is unavoidable that such morality should fall under the ambiguities of the law. Under the analogous pressure of profanization, the cultural creation of a universe of meanings loses the substance which is received in self-transcendence, an ultimate and inexhaustible meaning. This phenomenon is well known and has been widely discussed by the analysts of our present civilization, usually under the heading of the secularization of culture. They have often rightly referred to the analogous phenomenon in ancient civilization and derived a general rule about the relation of religion and culture from these two examples of Western intellectual history. With the loss of its religious substance, culture is left with an increasingly empty form. Meaning cannot live without the inexhaustible source of meaning to which religion points. Out of this situation, religion arises as a special function of the spirit. The self-transcendence of life under the dimension of spirit cannot become alive without finite realities which are transcended. Thus there is a dialectical problem in self-transcendence in that something is transcended and at the same time not transcended. It must have concrete existence, otherwise nothing would be there to be transcended, yet it should not be there anymore but should be negated in the act of being transcended. This is exactly the situation of all religions in history. Religion as the self-transcendence of light needs the religions and needs to deny them. The ambiguities of religion. 1. The holy and the secular, profane. In contrast to all other realms in which the ambiguities of life appear, the self-transcendence of life in religion shows a double ambiguity. The first has already been mentioned as one which is a universal characteristic of life, the ambiguity of the great and the profane. We have seen how in the process of profanization life, in all cultural acts of self-creativity and in the moral act of self-integration, loses its greatness and dignity. And we have seen why, in order to maintain itself as self-transcendent, life under the dimension of spirit expresses itself in a function which is defined by self-transcendence, that is, religion. But this character of religion leads to a reduplication of ambiguities. Religion, as the self-transcending function of life, claims to be the answer to the ambiguities of life in all other dimensions. It transcends their finite tensions and conflicts. But in doing so, it falls into even profounder tensions, conflicts, and ambiguities. Religion is the highest expression of the greatness and dignity of life. In it the greatness of life becomes holiness. Yet religion is also the most radical refutation of the greatness and dignity of life. In it the great becomes most profanized, the holy most desecrated. These ambiguities are the central subject of any honest understanding of religion, and they are the background with which church and theology must work. They are the decisive motive for the expectation of a reality which transcends the religious function. The first ambiguity of religion is that of self-transcendence and profanization in the religious function itself. The second ambiguity of religion is the demonic elevation of something conditional to unconditional validity. One can say that religion always moves between the danger points of profanization and demonization, and that in every genuine act of the religious life both are present, openly or covertly. The profanization of religion has the character of transforming it into a finite object among finite objects. In religion as a particular function of the spirit, it is the process of the profanization of the holy to which we refer. If in religion the great is called the holy, This indicates that religion is based on the manifestation of the holy itself, the divine ground of being. Every religion is the receptive answer to revelatory experiences. This is its greatness and its dignity. This makes religion and its expressions holy in theory as well as in praxis. In this sense one can speak of holy scriptures, holy communities, holy acts, holy offices, holy persons. These predicates mean that all these realities are more than they are in their immediate finite appearance. They are self-transcendent, or, seen from the side of that to which they transcend the holy, they are translucent toward it. This holiness is not their moral or cognitive or even religious quality but their power of pointing beyond themselves. If the predicate holiness refers to persons, the actual participation of the person in it is possible in many degrees, from the lowest to the highest. It is not the personal quality that decides the degree of participation but the power of self-transcendence. Augustine's great insight in the Donatist struggle was that it is not the quality of the priest that makes a sacrament effective but the transparency of his office and the function he performs. Otherwise the religious function would be impossible, and the predicate of the holy could not be applied at all. From this it follows that the ambiguity of religion is not identical with the paradox of holiness to which we have referred and shall refer more fully in connection with the image of the Christian and the Church. The first ambiguity of religion is the presence of profanized elements in every religious act. There are two opposite ways in which this is true, the one institutional, the other reductive. The institutional way is not restricted to so-called institutionalized religion, for, as psychology has shown, there are institutions in the inner life of the individual, ritual activities as Freud has called them, which produce and preserve methods of action and reaction. The relentless attacks on organized religion are mostly based on a deeply rooted confusion, for life is organized in all its self-actualizations, without form it could not even have dynamics, and this is true of the personal as well as the communal life. But the real object of honest attacks on organized religion is the ambiguity of religion in the context of its institutional form. Instead of transcending the finite in the direction of the infinite, institutionalized religion actually becomes a finite reality itself, a set of prescribed activities to be performed, a set of stated doctrines to be accepted, a social pressure group along with others, a political power with all the implications of power politics. The critics cannot see the self-transcendent, great, and holy character of religion in this structure, which is subject to the sociological laws which govern all secular groups. But even if all this is internalized and performed by individuals in their personal religious life, the institutional character is not removed. The content of the personal religious life is always taken from the religious life of a social group. Even the silent language of prayer is formed by tradition. The critics of such profanized religion are justified in their criticism and often serve religion better than those whom they attack. It would, however, be a utopian fallacy to attempt to use these criticisms to remove the profanizing tendencies in the religious life and to retain pure self-transcendence of holiness. Insight into the inescapable ambiguity of life prevents such a fallacy. In all forms of communal and personal religion, profanizing elements are effective, and conversely, the most profanized forms of religion draw their power to continue from the elements of greatness and holiness within them. The pettiness of average daily life religion is no argument against its greatness, and the way in which it is drawn down to the level of undignified mechanization is no argument against its dignity. Life, transcending itself, at the same time remains within itself, and the first ambiguity of religion follows from this tension. The preceding description deals with only one way in which religion shows its ambiguity, the institutional way. There is another, the reductive way, based on the fact that culture is the form of religion and that morality is the expression of its seriousness. This fact can lead to the reduction of religion to culture and morality, whereby its symbols are interpreted as results merely of cultural creativity, whether as veiled concepts or as images. If one takes away the veil of self-transcendence, one finds cognitive insight and aesthetic expression. In this view the myths are a combination of primitive science and primitive poetry, they are creations of theory and as such have lasting significance, but their claim to express transcendence must be discarded. The same kind of interpretation is given of the manifestations of religion in praxis. The holy personality and the holy community are developments of personality and community which must be judged by the principles of humanity and justice, but their claim to transcend these principles must be rejected. As it appears in such ideas, the reduction of religion is not radical. Religion is given a place in the whole of man's cultural creativity, and its usefulness for moral self-actualization is not denied. But this is a preliminary state in the process of a reductionist profanization of religion. It soon becomes clear either that the claim of religion must be accepted or that it has no claim to a place among the functions of cultural creativity and morality has no need of it. Religion, which in principle has a home in every function of the spirit, has become homeless in all of them. The benevolent treatment it has received from those who reject its claim to self-transcendence does not help it, and its benevolent critics soon become much more radical. Religion is explained away in the cognitive realm as being derived from psychological or sociological sources and is considered as illusion or ideology, while in the aesthetic realm, religious symbols are replaced by finite objects in the different naturalistic styles, especially in critical naturalism and some types of non-objective art. Education does not initiate into the mystery of being to which religion points, but introduces people only into the needs of a society whose needs and ends remain finite in spite of their endlessness. All communities become agents for the actualization of such a society, rejecting any kind of self-transcending symbols and trying to dissolve the churches into the organizations of secular life. Within large sections of contemporary mankind, this reductive way of profanizing religion, reduction by annihilation, is tremendously successful not only in the communist East, but also in the democratic West. In the world historical view, one must say that in our period this way is much more successful than the institutional way of profanizing religion. Nevertheless, here also the ambiguity of life resists an unambiguous solution. First of all, we must remind ourselves of the fact that the profanizing forces are not simply the negation of religion as a function of the spirit but that they are present in its very nature. Actual religion lives in the cognitive forms, from language to ontology, which are the results of cultural creativity. In using language, historical research, psychological descriptions of human nature, existentialist analyses of man's predicament, pre-philosophical and philosophical concepts, it uses the secular material which becomes independent in the processes of reductive profanization. Religion can be secularized and finally dissolved into secular forms only because it has the ambiguity of self-transcendence. But when this is attempted, the ambiguity of religion shows its effect on these processes of reductive profanization, just as it shows its effect in the center of religious self-transcendence. The way in which this happens suggests the larger concept of religion as experience of the unconditional, both in the moral imperative and in the depth of culture. The ambiguity of radical secularism is that it cannot escape the element of self-transcendence which appears in these two experiences. Often these experiences are rather hidden and any expression of them is carefully avoided, but if the radically secular philosopher is asked by a tyrannical power dictatorial or conformist to give up his secularism, he resists such a demand, experiencing the unconditional imperative of honesty up to total self-sacrifice. In the same way, if the radically secular writer whose novel has been written with the totality of his being sees that it is being used as a mere piece of entertainment, he feels this as an abuse and as profanization. Reductive profanization may succeed in abolishing religion as a special function, but it is not able to remove religion as a quality that is found in all functions of the spirit, the quality of ultimate concern. 2. The divine and the demonic. In religion the ambiguity of self-transcendence appears as the ambiguity of the divine and the demonic. The symbol of the demonic does not need justification as it did 30 years ago, when it was reintroduced into theological language. It has become a much used and much abused term to designate anti-divine forces in individual and social life. In this way it has frequently lost the ambiguous character implied in the word itself. Demons in mythological vision are divine anti-divine beings. They are not simply negations of the divine but participate in a distorted way in the power and holiness of the divine. The term must be understood against this mythological background. The demonic does not resist self-transcendence as does the profane, but it distorts self-transcendence by identifying a particular bearer of holiness with the holy itself. In this sense all polytheistic gods are demonic, because the basis of being and meaning on which they stand is finite, no matter how sublime, great, or dignified it may be. And the claim of something finite to infinity or to divine greatness is the characteristic of the demonic. Demonization of the holy occurs in all religions day by day, even in the religion which is based on the self-negation of the finite in the cross of the Christ. The quest for unambiguous life is, therefore, most radically directed against the ambiguity of the holy and the demonic in the religious realm. The tragic is the inner ambiguity of human greatness. But the subject of tragedy does not aspire to divine greatness. He does not intend to be like God. He touches, so to speak, the divine sphere, and he is rejected by it into self-destruction, but he does not claim divinity for himself. Wherever this is done, the demonic appears. A main characteristic of the tragic is the state of being blind, a main characteristic of the demonic is the state of being split. This is easily understandable on the basis of the demonic's claim to divinity on a finite basis. The elevation of one element of finitude to infinite power and meaning necessarily produces the reaction from other elements of finitude, which deny such a claim or make it for themselves. The demonic self-elevation of one nation over against all the others in the name of her God or system of values produces the reaction from other nations in the name of their God. The demonic self-elevation of particular forces in the centered personality and the claim of their absolute superiority leads to the reaction of other forces and to a split consciousness. The claim of one value, represented by one God, to be the criterion of all others leads to the splits in polytheistic religion. A consequence of these splits, connected with the nature of the demonic, is the state of being possessed by the power which produces the split. The demoniacs are the possessed ones. The freedom of centeredness is removed by the demonic split. Demonic structures in the personal and communal life cannot be broken by acts of freedom and goodwill. They are strengthened by such acts except when the changing power is a divine structure, that is, a structure of grace. Wherever the demonic appears, it shows religious traits, even if the appearance is moral or cultural. This is a logical consequence of the mutual immanence of the three functions of life in the dimension of spirit and of the dual concept of religion as unconditional concern and as a realm of concrete symbols that express concrete concerns. Here also examples are abundant, the unconditional demands of commitment by states which vest themselves with religious dignity, by cultural functions which control all others, as in scientific absolutism, by individuals who seek idolization of themselves, by particular drives in the person which take over the personal center. In all these cases, distorted self-transcendence takes place. A revealing example of the ambiguity of the demonic in the cultural realm is the Roman Empire, whose greatness, dignity, and sublime character was universally acknowledged, but which became demonically possessed when it vested itself with divine holiness and produced the split which led to the anti-demonic struggle of Christianity and the demonic persecution of the Christians. This historical reminder furnishes a transition to the discussion of religion in the narrower sense of the word and its demonization. The basic ambiguity of religion has a deeper root than any of the other ambiguities of life, for religion is the point at which the answer to the quest for the unambiguous is received. Religion in this respect, that is, in the respect of man's possibility of receiving this answer, is unambiguous. The actual reception, however, is profoundly ambiguous, for it occurs in the changing forms of man's moral and cultural existence. These forms participate in the holy to which they point, but they are not the holy itself. The claim to be the holy itself makes them demonic. This is the reason why theologians have protested against applying the term religion to Christianity. They have contrasted religion with revelation and have described religion as man's attempt to glorify himself. This is, indeed, a correct description of demonized religion, but it ignores the fact that every religion is based on revelation and that every revelation expresses itself in a religion. Insofar as religion is based on revelation, it is unambiguous, insofar as it receives revelation it is ambiguous. This is true of all religions, even those which their followers call revealed religion. But no religion is revealed, religion is the creation and the distortion of revelation. The concept of religion cannot be avoided in any theology, although the criticism of religion is an element in the history of all religions. The revelatory impact behind the religions awakens people everywhere to an awareness of the contrast between the unambiguous life toward which the self-transcendence of life is directed and the often terrifying ambiguities of actual religions. One can read the history of religion, especially of the great religions, as a continuous inner religious struggle against religion for the sake of the holy itself. Christianity claims that in the cross of the Christ the final victory in this struggle has been reached, but even in claiming this, the form of the claim itself shows demonic traits. That which is rightly said about the cross of the Christ is wrongly transferred to the life of the Church, whose ambiguities are denied, although they have become increasingly powerful throughout its history. But at this point it is the demonization of religion in general of which we want to give some examples. Religion as a historical reality uses cultural creations both in theory and praxis. It uses some and rejects others, and in doing so it establishes a realm of religious culture which lies alongside the other cultural creations. But religion as the self-transcendence of life in all realms claims a superiority over them which is justified in so far as religion points to that which transcends all of them, but the claim to superiority becomes demonic when religion as a social and personal reality makes this claim for itself and the finite forms by which it points to the infinite. We can show this in the four functions of man's cultural creativity discussed before, but in reverse order: the communal, the personal, the aesthetic, the cognitive. Religion is actual in social groups which are united with or separated from political groups. In both cases they constitute a social, legal, and political reality which is consecrated by the holy embodied in them. In the power of this consecration they consecrate the other communal structures and in this way try to control them. In case of their resistance, they try to destroy them. The power of the bearers of the holy is the unconditional character of the holy, in whose name they break the resistance of all those who do not accept the symbols of self-transcendence under which the religious community lives. This is the source of the power of those who represent a religious community, as it is the source of the solidity of the holy institutions, sacred customs, divinely ordered systems of law, hierarchical orders, myths and symbols, and so on. But this very solidity betrays its divine demonic ambiguity. It is able to reject all criticisms which are raised in the name of justice. It overrules them in the name of the holy, which has the principle of justice within itself, breaking the minds and bodies of those who try to resist. No examples need be given for this ambiguity of religion, for they fill the pages of world history. It is enough to show why the quest for unambiguous life must transcend religion, even though the answer is given in religion. In the realm of the personal life, the divine demonic ambiguity of religion appears in the idea of the saint. Here is reflected the conflict between humanity and holiness and the divine support and demonic suppression of personal development toward humanity. These conflicts with their integrating, disintegrating, creative, and destructive consequences go on first of all within the individual person. One of the ways religion uses its own consecrated idea of personality to suppress the idea of humanity within the individual is by engendering an uneasy conscience in him who does not accept the absolute claim of religion. The psychologist knows the devastation in personal development which is caused by this conflict. Very often in the history of religion it is the negative, ascetic principle which receives religious consecration and which stands as a condemning judge against the positive implications of the idea of humanity. But the power contained in the religious image of personal holiness would not exist if there were not the other side, the impact on the development of the person coming from the divine, anti-demonic, and anti-profane character of the holy to which religion points. But again one must say that the answer to the quest for unambiguous life is not in the idea of the saint, although the answer can be received only in the depth of the self-transcending personality, religiously speaking, in the act of faith. The discussion about the divine demonic ambiguity in the relation of religion to theory naturally focuses on the problem of religious doctrine, particularly when it appears in the form of an established dogma. The conflict arising here is one between the consecrated truth of the dogma and the truth which unites dynamic change and creative form. But it is not the theoretical conflict as such in which the divine demonic ambiguity appears, but in its significance for the holy community and holy personality. The demonic suppression of honest obedience to the structures of truth is at stake here. What is happening in this respect to the cognitive function happens equally to the aesthetic function. The suppression of authentic expressiveness in art and literature is equal to the suppression of honest cognition. It is done in the name of a religiously consecrated truth and a religiously consecrated style. There is no doubt that self-transcendence opens the eyes to cognitive truth and aesthetic authenticity. Divine power lies behind religious doctrines and religious art. But the demonic distortion begins when new insight presses toward the surface and is trodden down in the name of the dogma, the consecrated truth, or when new styles seek to express the drives of a period and are prevented from doing so in the name of religiously approved forms of expression. In all these cases, the resisting community and the resisting personalities are victims of the demonic destruction of truth and expressiveness in the name of the holy. As in relation to justice and to humanity directly, so in relation to truth and to expressiveness indirectly, religion is not the answer to the quest for unambiguous life, although the answer can only be received through religion. See the quest for unambiguous life and the symbols of its anticipation. In all life processes, an essential and an existential element, created goodness and estrangement, are merged in such a way that neither one nor the other is exclusively effective. Life always includes essential and existential elements. This is the root of its ambiguity. The ambiguities of life are manifest under all dimensions, in all processes and all realms of life. The question of unambiguous life is latent everywhere. All creatures long for an unambiguous fulfillment of their essential possibilities, but only in man as the bearer of the Spirit do the ambiguities of life and the quest for unambiguous life become conscious. He experiences the ambiguity of life under all dimensions since he participates in all of them, and he experiences them immediately within himself as the ambiguity of the functions of the spirit, of morality, culture, and religion. The quest for unambiguous life arises out of these experiences. This quest is for a life which has reached that toward which it transcends itself. Since religion is the self-transcendence of life in the realm of the spirit, it is in religion that man starts the quest for unambiguous life, and it is in religion that he receives the answer. But the answer is not identical with religion, since religion itself is ambiguous. The fulfillment of the quest for unambiguous life transcends any religious form or symbol in which it is expressed. The self-transcendence of life never unambiguously reaches that toward which it transcends, although life can receive its self-manifestation in the ambiguous form of religion. Religious symbolism has produced three main symbols for unambiguous life: Spirit of God, Kingdom of God, and Eternal Life. Each of them and their relation to each other require a short preliminary consideration. The Spirit of God is the presence of the divine life within creaturely life. The divine Spirit is God present. The Spirit of God is not a separated being. Therefore one can speak of spiritual presence in order to give the symbol its full meaning. The word presence has an archaic connotation, pointing to the place where a sovereign or a group of high dignitaries is. In capitalizing it, we indicate that it is supposed to express the divine presence in creaturely life. Spiritual presence, then, is the first symbol expressing unambiguous life. It is directly correlated to the ambiguities of life under the dimension of spirit, although, because of the multidimensional unity of life, it refers indirectly to all realms. In it both spiritual and presence are capitalized, and the word spiritual is used for the first time in this part of systematic theology. It has not been used as an adjective from spirit with a small s, designating a dimension of life. This symbol will guide our discussion in the fourth part of the system. The second symbol of unambiguous life is the Kingdom of God. Its symbolic material is taken from the historical dimension of life and the dynamics of historical self-transcendence. Kingdom of God is the answer to the ambiguities of man's historical existence, but, because of the multidimensional unity of life, the symbol includes the answer to the ambiguity under the historical dimension in all realms of life. The dimension of history is actualized, on the one hand, in historical events which reach out of the past and determine the present, and on the other hand, in the historical tension which is experienced in the present, but runs irreversibly into the future. Therefore, the symbol of the kingdom of God covers both the struggle of unambiguous life with the forces which make for ambiguity, and the ultimate fulfillment toward which history runs. This leads to the third symbol: unambiguous life is eternal life. Here the symbolic material is taken from the temporal and spatial finitude of all life. Unambiguous life conquers the servitude to the categorical limits of existence. It does not mean an endless continuation of categorical existence but the conquest of its ambiguities. This symbol, together with that of the kingdom of God, will be the leading notions in the fifth part of the theological system, history and the kingdom of God. The relation of the three symbols, spiritual presence, kingdom of God, and eternal life can be described in the following way: all three are symbolic expressions of the answer revelation gives to the quest for unambiguous life. Unambiguous life can be described as life under the spiritual presence, or as life in the kingdom of God, or as eternal life. But as shown before, the three symbols use different symbolic material and in doing so express different directions of meaning within the same idea of unambiguous life. The symbol spiritual presence uses the dimension of spirit, the bearer of which is man, but in order to be present in the human spirit, the divine spirit must be present in all the dimensions which are actual in man, and this means, in the universe. The symbol kingdom of God is a social symbol, taken from the historical dimension insofar as it is actualized in man's historical life. But the historical dimension is present in all life. Therefore, the symbol kingdom of God embraces the destiny of the life of the universe, just as does the symbol spiritual presence. But history's quality of running irreversibly toward a goal introduces another element into its symbolic meaning, and that is the eschatological expectation, the expectation of the fulfillment toward which self-transcendence strives and toward which history runs. Like spiritual presence, the kingdom of God is working and struggling in history, but as eternal fulfillment of life, the kingdom of God is above history. The symbolic material of the third symbol of unambiguous life, eternal life, is taken from the categorical structure of finitude. Unambiguous life is eternal life. As with spiritual presence and kingdom of God, eternal life is also a universal symbol, referring to all dimensions of life and including the two other symbols. Spiritual presence creates eternal life in those who are grasped by it. And the kingdom of God is the fulfillment of temporal life in eternal life. The three symbols for unambiguous life mutually include each other, but because of the different symbolic material they use, it is preferable to apply them in different directions of meaning: spiritual presence for the conquest of the ambiguities of life under the dimension of the spirit, kingdom of God for the conquest of the ambiguities of life under the dimension of history, and eternal life for the conquest of the ambiguities of life beyond history. Yet in all three of them we find a mutual immanence of all. Where there is spiritual presence, there is kingdom of God and eternal life, and where there is kingdom of God there is eternal life and spiritual presence, and where there is eternal life there is spiritual presence and kingdom of God. The emphasis is different, the substance is the same: life unambiguous. The quest for such unambiguous life is possible because life has the character of self-transcendence. Under all dimensions life moves beyond itself in the vertical direction. But under no dimension does it reach that toward which it moves, the unconditional. It does not reach it, but the quest remains. Under the dimension of the spirit it is the quest for an unambiguous morality and an unambiguous culture reunited with an unambiguous religion. The answer to this quest is the experience of revelation and salvation. They constitute religion above religion, although they become religion when they are received. In religious symbolism they are the work of the spiritual presence or of the kingdom of God or of eternal life. This quest is effective in all religions and the answer received underlies all religions, giving them their greatness and dignity. but both quest and answer become matters of ambiguity if expressed in the terms of a concrete religion. It is an age-old experience of all religions that the quest for something transcending them is answered in the shaking and transforming experiences of revelation and salvation, but that under the conditions of existence even the absolutely great the divine self-manifestation becomes not only great but also small, not only divine but also demonic. 2. The spiritual presence. A. The manifestation of the spiritual presence in the spirit of man. 1. The character of the manifestation of the divine spirit in the human spirit. A. Human spirit and divine spirit. In principle we have dared to use the almost forbidden word spirit, with a small s, for two purposes. First, in order to give an adequate name to that function of life which characterizes man as man and which is actualized in morality, culture, and religion. Second, in order to provide the symbolic material which is used in the symbols divine spirit or spiritual presence. The dimension of spirit provides this material. As we have seen, spirit as a dimension of life unites the power of being with the meaning of being. Spirit can be defined as the actualization of power and meaning in unity. Within the limits of our experience this happens only in man as a whole and in all the dimensions of life which are present in him. Man, in experiencing himself as man, is conscious of being determined in his nature by spirit as a dimension of his life. This immediate experience makes it possible to speak symbolically of God as spirit and of the divine spirit. These terms, like all other statements about God, are symbols. In them, empirical material is appropriated and transcended. Without this experience of spirit as the unity of power and meaning in himself, man would not have been able to express the revelatory experience of God present in the term spirit or spiritual presence. This shows again that no doctrine of the divine spirit is possible without an understanding of spirit as a dimension of life. The question of the relation between spirit and spirit is usually answered by the metaphorical statement that the divine spirit dwells and works in the human spirit. In this context, the word in implies all the problems of the relation of the divine to the human, of the unconditional to the conditioned, and of the creative ground to creaturely existence. If the divine spirit breaks into the human spirit, this does not mean that it rests there, but that it drives the human spirit out of itself. The in of the divine spirit is an out for the human spirit. The spirit, a dimension of finite life, is driven into a successful self-transcendence, it is grasped by something ultimate and unconditional. It is still the human spirit, it remains what it is, but at the same time, it goes out of itself under the impact of the divine spirit. Ecstasy is the classical term for this state of being grasped by the spiritual presence. It describes the human situation under the spiritual presence exactly. We described the nature of the revelatory experience, its ecstatic character, and its relation to the cognitive side of the human spirit, in the section on Reason and Revelation, Part I of the system. In that section, we also gave a similar description of the nature of the saving experience, which is an element in the revelatory experience precisely as the latter is an element in the saving experience. The spiritual presence creates an ecstasy in both of them which drives the spirit of man beyond itself without destroying its essential, i.e., rational, structure. Ecstasy does not destroy the centeredness of the integrated self. Should it do so, demonic possession would replace the creative presence of the spirit. Although the ecstatic character of the experience of spiritual presence does not destroy the rational structure of the human spirit, it does something the human spirit could not do by itself. When it grasps man, it creates unambiguous life. Man in his self-transcendence can reach for it, but man cannot grasp it, unless he is first grasped by it. Man remains in himself. By the very nature of his self-transcendence, man is driven to ask the question of unambiguous life, but the answer must come to him through the creative power of the spiritual presence. Natural theology describes man's self-transcendence and the questions implied in his consciousness of its ambiguity. But natural theology does not answer the question. This illustrates the truth that the human spirit is unable to compel the divine spirit to enter the human spirit. The attempt to do so belongs directly to the ambiguities of religion and indirectly to the ambiguities of culture and morality. If religious devotion, moral obedience, or scientific honesty could compel the divine spirit to descend to us, the spirit which descended would be the human spirit in a religious disguise. It would be, and often is, simply man's spirit ascending, the natural form of man's self-transcendence. The finite cannot force the infinite, man cannot compel God. The human spirit as a dimension of life is ambiguous, as all life is, whereas the divine spirit creates unambiguous life. This drives us to the question as to how the thesis of the multidimensional unity of life is related to the spiritual presence. The multidimensional unity of life has functioned to preclude dualistic and supernaturalistic doctrines of man in himself and in his relation to God. Now it is unavoidable that the question should arise as to whether the contrast between human spirit and divine spirit reintroduces a dualistic supernatural element. The basic answer to this question is that the relation of the finite to that which is infinite and which is therefore above all comparison to the finite is incommensurable and cannot adequately be expressed by the same metaphor which expresses the relations between finite realms. On the other hand, there is no way to express any relation to the divine ground of being other than by using finite material and the language of symbols. This difficulty cannot be completely overcome, for it reflects the human situation itself. But it is possible in theological language to indicate an awareness of the human situation, including the inevitable limitations on all attempts to express the relation to the ultimate. One way to do this is to use the metaphor dimension, but to use it with the radical qualification implied in speaking of the dimension of depth or of the dimension of the ultimate or of the eternal, as I myself have done on several occasions. It is obvious that the metaphor dimension as it is used in these phrases means something other than what it means in the series of the dimensions of life we have described. It is not one dimension in this series, dependent for its actualization upon that of the preceding one, but it is the ground of being of them all and the aim toward which they are self-transcendent. Therefore, if the term dimension is used in such combinations as dimension of depth, which has become quite popular, it means the dimension in which all dimensions are rooted and negated and affirmed. However, this transforms the metaphor into a symbol, and it is doubtful whether this double use of the same word is to be recommended. Another way to deal with the difficulty of expressing the relation of the human spirit to the divine spirit is by replacing the metaphor dimension with the statement that, since the finite is potentially or essentially an element in the divine life, everything finite is qualified by this essential relation. And since the existential situation in which the finite is actual implies both separation from and resistance to the essential unity of the finite and the infinite, the finite is no longer actually qualified by its essential unity with the infinite. It is only in the self-transcendence of life that the memory of the essential unity with the infinite is preserved. The dualistic element implied in such a terminology is, so to speak, preliminary and transitory. It simply serves to distinguish the actual from the potential and the existential from the essential. Thus it is neither a dualism of levels nor supernaturalistic. It has been asked if the substitution of the metaphor dimension for the metaphor level does not contradict the method of correlation of existential questions with theological answers. This would indeed be the case were the divine spirit to represent a new dimension within the series of life's dimensions. But this is not intended and should rather be precluded by the preceding consideration. Dimension, like the categories and polarities, is used symbolically when it is applied to God. Therefore, in the phrase the dimension of the ultimate, it is used symbolically, whereas in reference to the different dimensions of life, it is used metaphorically. Man's existential situation requires the method of correlation and prohibits the dualism of levels. In the human spirit's essential relation to the divine spirit, there is no correlation, but rather, mutual immanence. b. Structure and ecstasy. The spiritual presence does not destroy the structure of the centered self which bears the dimension of spirit. Ecstasy does not negate structure. This is one of the consequences of the doctrine of transitory dualism, discussed in the last few paragraphs. A dualism of levels logically leads to the destruction of the finite, for example, the human spirit for the sake of the divine spirit. But, religiously speaking, God does not need to destroy his created world, which is good in its essential nature, in order to manifest himself in it. We discussed this in connection with the meaning of miracle. We rejected miracles in the supernaturalistic sense of the word, and we also rejected the miracle of ecstasy created by the spiritual presence when this is understood as inviting the destruction of the structure of the spirit in man. Systematic Theology, I. 111-14. However, should we give a phenomenology of the spiritual presence, we should find in the history of religion a large number of reports and descriptions which indicate that ecstasy as the work of the Spirit disrupts created structure. The spiritual presence's manifestations since the earliest times, as well as in biblical literature, have a miraculous character. The Spirit has bodily effects, the transference of a person from one place to another, changes within the body, such as generation of new life in it, penetration of rigid bodies, and so on. The Spirit also has psychological effects of an extraordinary character which endow the intellect or will with powers not within the scope of a person's natural capacity, such as knowledge of strange tongues, penetration into the innermost thoughts of another person, and healing influences even at a distance. However questionable their historical reliability may be, these reports point to two important qualities of spiritual presence: its universal and extraordinary character. The universal impact of the spiritual presence on all realms of life is expressed in these reports of miracles in all dimensions. In supernaturalistic language, they point to the truth of the unity of life. Spiritual presence answers questions implied in the ambiguities of all life's dimensions. Spatial and temporal separation and bodily and psychological disorders and limitations are overcome. We shall develop this more fully later in demythologized terms. The two terms inspiration and infusion express the way in which man's spirit receives the impact of spiritual presence. Both terms are spatial metaphors and involve, respectively, breathing and pouring into the human spirit. In the discussion of revelation, we sharply rejected the distortion which occurs when the experience of inspiration is turned into an informative lesson about God and divine matters. The spiritual presence is not that of a teacher but of a meaning-bearing power which grasps the human spirit in an ecstatic experience. After the experience, the teacher can analyze and formulate the element of meaning in the ecstasy of inspiration, as the systematic theologian does, but when the analysis of the teacher begins, the inspirational experience has already passed. The other term which describes the impact of the spiritual presence in a spatial metaphor is infusion. This concept is central in the early Church and later in the Catholic Church, where it describes the relation of the divine spirit to the human spirit. Such terms as infusio fide or infusio amoris derive faith and love from infusio spiritus sancti, the infusion of the Holy Spirit. Protestantism was and remains suspicious of this terminology because of the magic materialistic perversion to which the idea was subjected in the later Roman Church. The Spirit became a substance the reality of which was not necessarily noticed by the centered self-awareness of the person. It became a kind of matter which was transmitted by the priest in the performance of the sacraments, provided that the receiving subject did not resist. This apersonalistic understanding of the spiritual presence resulted in an objectivation of the religious life which culminated in the business practice of selling indulgence. For Protestant thinking, the Spirit is always personal. Faith and love are impacts of the spiritual presence on the centered self, and the vehicle of this impact is the Word, even within the administration of the sacraments. This is why Protestantism is reluctant to use the term infusion for the impact of the spiritual presence. But this reluctance is not wholly justified, and Protestantism is not wholly consistent about it. When reading and interpreting the story of Pentecost and similar stories in the New Testament, especially in the book of Acts and in passages of the epistles, particularly Paul's, the Protestant also uses the metaphor of the outpouring of the Holy Spirit. And he does so rightly, because even if we prefer inspiration, we do not escape a substantial metaphor, for breath is also a substance entering him who receives the Spirit. But there is another reason for using the term infusion as well as inspiration, and that is contemporary psychology's rediscovery of the significance of the unconscious and the consequent re-evaluation of symbols and sacraments that has taken place in contrast to the traditional Protestant emphasis on the doctrinal and moral word as the medium of the Spirit. But if the ecstatic reception of the spiritual presence is described as inspiration or infusion or as both, we must observe the basic rule that the spiritual presence's reception can only be described in such a way that ecstasy does not disrupt structure. The unity of ecstasy and structure is classically expressed in Paul's doctrine of the Spirit. Paul is primarily the theologian of the Spirit. His Christology and his eschatology are both dependent on this central point in this thinking. His doctrine of justification through faith by grace is a matter of support and defense of his main assertion that with the appearance of the Christ a new state of things came into being, created by the Spirit. Paul strongly emphasizes the ecstatic element in the experience of the spiritual presence, and he does so in accordance with all the New Testament stories in which it is described. These experiences, which he acknowledges in others, he claims also for himself. He knows that every successful prayer, i.e., every prayer which reunites with God, has ecstatic character. Such a prayer is impossible for the human spirit, because man does not know how to pray, but it is possible for the divine Spirit to pray through man, even should man not use words, unspeakable says Paul. The formula being in Christ which Paul often uses, does not suggest a psychological empathy with Jesus Christ, rather it involves an ecstatic participation in the Christ who is the Spirit, whereby one lives in the sphere of this spiritual power. At the same time, Paul resists any tendency that would permit ecstasy to disrupt structure. The classical expression of this is given in the first letter to the Corinthians where Paul speaks of the gifts of the Spirit and rejects ecstatic speaking in tongues if it produces chaos and disrupts the community, the emphasis on personal ecstatic experiences if they produce hubris, and the other charismata, gifts of the Spirit, if they are not subjected to agape. He then discusses the greatest creation of the spiritual presence, agape itself. In the hymn to agape in I Corinthians, Chapter 13, the structure of the moral imperative and the ecstasy of the spiritual presence are completely united. Similarly, the first 3 chapters of the same letter indicate a way to unite the structure of cognition with the ecstasy of the spiritual presence. The relation to the divine ground of being through the divine Spirit is not agnostic, as it is not amoral, rather it includes the knowledge of the depth of the divine. However, as Paul shows in these chapters, this knowledge is not the fruit of theoria, the receiving function of the human spirit, but has an ecstatic character, as indicated by the language Paul uses in these chapters as well as in the chapter on agape. In ecstatic language Paul points to agape and gnosis forms of morality and knowledge in which ecstasy and structure are united. The Church had and continues to have a problem in actualizing Paul's ideas, because of concrete ecstatic movements. The Church must prevent the confusion of ecstasy with chaos, and it must fight for structure. On the other hand, it must avoid the institutional profanization of the Spirit which took place in the early Catholic Church as a result of its replacement of charisma with office. Above all, it must avoid the secular profanization of contemporary Protestantism which occurs when it replaces ecstasy with doctrinal or moral structure. The Pauline criterion of the unity of structure and ecstasy stands against both kinds of profanization. The use of this criterion is an ever-present duty and an ever-present risk for the churches. It is a duty, because a church which lives in its institutional forms and disregards the spiritual presence's ecstatic side opens the door to the chaotic or disrupting forms of ecstasy and is even responsible for the growth of secularized reactions against the spiritual presence. On the other hand, a church which takes ecstatic movements seriously risks confusing the spiritual presence's impact with that of a psychologically determined overexcitement. This danger can be reduced by investigating ecstasy's relation to the different dimensions of life. The ecstasy which is created by the divine Spirit occurs under the dimension of spirit, as discussed in the preceding chapter on the relations of the human spirit and the divine Spirit. However, because of the multidimensional unity of life, all dimensions, as they are effective in man, participate in the Spirit-created ecstasy. This refers directly to the dimension of self-awareness and indirectly to the organic and inorganic dimensions. It is a reductionist profanization of self-transcendence to attempt to derive religion, especially in its ecstatic side, from psychological dynamics. This takes place predominantly with regard to those aspects which are evaluated negatively and are assumed to be susceptible to removal through psychotherapy. Religious movements of emotional character in our society, as well as in former societies, give much weight to such reductionist attempts, and ecclesiastical authoritarianism is always ready to cooperate with these attacks from the opposite side. Spirit movements find it difficult to defend themselves against this alliance of ecclesiastical and psychological critics. This whole part of the present system is a defense of the ecstatic manifestations of the spiritual presence against its ecclesiastical critics. In this defense, the whole New Testament is the most powerful weapon. Yet, this weapon can be used legitimately only if the other partner in the alliance, the psychological critics, is also rejected or at least put into proper perspective. The doctrine of the multidimensional unity of life provides the basis for this defense. The psychological, and biological, basis of all ecstasy is accepted as a matter of course in the context of this doctrine. But because the dimension of the spirit is potentially present in the dimension of self-awareness, the dynamics of the psychological self can be the bearer of meaning in the personal self. This happens whenever a mathematical problem is solved, a poem is written, or a legal decision is rendered. It occurs in every prophetic pronouncement, every mystical contemplation, and every successful prayer. The dimension of the spirit actualizes itself within the dynamics of self-awareness and under its biological conditions. In the last examples, we have pointed to experiences of spirit-created ecstasy. At this point, however, a special phenomenon must be considered. Ecstasy, in its transcendence of the subject-object structure, is the great liberating power under the dimension of self-awareness. But this liberating power creates the possibility of confusing that which is less than the subject-object structure of the mind with that which is more than this structure. Whether it takes biological or emotional form, intoxication does not reach the actuality of self-awareness. It is always less than the structure of objectivation. Intoxication is an attempt to escape from the dimension of spirit with its burden of personal centeredness and responsibility and cultural rationality. Although ultimately it can never succeed, for the reason that man bears the dimension of spirit, it does give temporary release from the burden of personal and communal existence. In the long run, however, it is destructive, heightening the tensions it wants to avoid. Its main distinguishing feature is that it lacks both spiritual productivity and spiritual creativity. It returns to an empty subjectivity which extinguishes these contents coming from the objective world. It makes the self a vacuum. Ecstasy, similarly to the productive enthusiasm of cultural dynamics in theory as well as in praxis, has in itself the manifold richness of the objective world, transcended by the spiritual presence's inner infinity. He who pronounces the divine word is, as is the keenest analyst of society, aware of the social situation of his time, but he sees it ecstatically under the impact of the spiritual presence in the light of eternity. He who contemplates is aware of the ontological structure of the universe, but he sees it ecstatically under the impact of the spiritual presence in light of the ground and aim of all being. He who prays earnestly is aware of his own situation and his neighbor's, but he sees it under the spiritual presence's influence and in the light of the divine direction of life's processes. In these experiences, nothing of the objective world is dissolved into mere subjectivity. Rather, it is all preserved and even increased. But it is not preserved under the dimension of self-awareness and in the subject-object scheme. A union of subject and object has taken place in which the independent existence of each is overcome, new unity is created. The best and most universal example of an ecstatic experience is the pattern of prayer. Every serious and successful prayer which does not talk to God as a familiar partner, as many prayers do, is a speaking to God, which means that God is made into an object for him who prays. However, God can never be an object, unless he is a subject at the same time. We can only pray to the God who prays to himself through us. prayer is a possibility only insofar as the subject object structure is overcome, hence, it is an ecstatic possibility. Herein lies both the greatness of prayer and the danger of its continuous profanization. The term ecstatic, the use of which ordinarily carries many negative connotations, can perhaps be saved for a positive meaning if it is understood as the essential character of prayer. The criterion which must be used to decide whether an extraordinary state of the mind is ecstasy, created by the spiritual presence, or subjective intoxication is the manifestation of creativity in the former and the lack of it in the latter. The use of this criterion is not without risk, but it is the only valid criterion the Church can employ in judging the Spirit. C. The media of the spiritual presence. 1. Sacramental encounters and the sacraments. According to theological tradition, the spiritual presence is effective through the Word and the sacraments. Upon these, the Church is founded and their administration makes the Church the Church. It is our twofold task to interpret this tradition in terms of our understanding of the relation of spirit to spirit and to enlarge the question of the media of the divine Spirit so that it will include all personal and historical events in which the spiritual presence is effective. The duality of word and sacrament would not be as significant as it is if it did not represent the primordial phenomenon that reality is communicated either by the silent presence of the object as object or by the vocal self-expression of a subject to a subject. In both ways, communication can be received by beings under the dimensions of self-awareness and spirit. An encountered reality can impress itself upon a subject through the indirect means of giving signs of itself as a centered subjectivity. This occurs through sounds which become words under the dimension of the spirit. Because of the sequence of the dimensions, the objective sign precedes the subjective, which in this context means that the sacrament is older than the word. The terms word and sacrament designate the two modes of communication in relation to the spiritual presence. Words which communicate the spiritual presence become the Word, with a capital W, or in traditional terms, the Word of God. Objects which are vehicles of the divine Spirit become sacramental materials and elements in a sacramental act. As indicated, the sacrament is older than the Word, although the Word is implicit in the completely silent sacramental material. This is so because the experience of sacramental reality belongs to the dimension of the Spirit and concretely to its religious function. Therefore, it cannot be without the Word even if it remains voiceless. The term sacramental, in this larger sense, needs to be freed from its narrower connotations. The Christian churches, in their controversies over the meaning and number of the particular sacraments, have disregarded the fact that the concept sacramental embraces more than the 7, 5, or 2 sacraments that may be accepted as such by a Christian church. The largest sense of the term denotes everything in which the spiritual presence has been experienced. In a narrower sense, it denotes particular objects and acts in which a spiritual community experiences the spiritual presence, and in the narrowest sense, it merely refers to some great sacraments in the performance of which the spiritual community actualizes itself. If the meaning of sacramental in the largest sense is disregarded, sacramental activities in the narrower sense, sacramentalia, lose their religious significance as happened in the Reformation, and the great sacraments become insignificant as happened in several Protestant denominations. This development is rooted in a doctrine of man which has dualistic tendencies, and can only be overcome by an understanding of man's multidimensional unity. If the nature of man is conceived simply in terms of conscious self-awareness, of intellect and will, then only words, doctrinal and moral words, can bear the spiritual presence. No spirit-bearing objects or acts, nothing sensuous which affects the unconscious, can be accepted. Sacraments, if retained, become obsolete rudiments of the past. But it is not only the emphasis on the conscious side of the psychological self that is responsible for the disappearance of sacramental thinking. Magical distortion of the sacramental experience, even in Christianity, is also responsible. The Reformation was a concentrated attack on Roman Catholic sacramentalism. The argument was that the doctrine of opus operatum in the Roman Church distorted the sacraments into non-personal acts of magical technique. If the sacrament has effects by virtue of its mere performance, the centered act of faith is not essential to its saving power. Only conscious resistance to the meaning of the sacrament would annihilate its effect. According to the judgment of the Reformation, this perverts religion into magic in order to gain objective grace from the divine power. Therefore, it is important to draw the boundary line between the impact of a sacrament on the conscious through the unconscious self and magical techniques which influence the unconscious without the consent of the will. The difference is that in the first case the centered self consciously participates in the experience of the sacramental act, whereas in the second case the unconscious is influenced directly without participation of the centered self. Although magic as a technical method has been replaced since the late Renaissance by technical sciences, the magical element in the relation between human beings is still a reality, however scientifically it might be explained. It is an element in most human encounters, including such encounters as those of the listeners to a sermon or a political speech with the speaker, of the counseled with the counselor, of the spectator with the actor, of the friend with the friend, of the beloved with the lover. As an element in a larger whole which is determined by the centered self, it expresses the multidimensional unity of life. But if it is exercised as a particular, intentional act bypassing the personal center, it is a demonic distortion. And every sacrament is in danger of becoming demonic. The fear of such demonization has induced Reformed Protestantism and many of the so-called sectarian groups, in contrast to Lutheranism, to reduce the sacramental mediation of the Spirit drastically or even totally. The result is either an intellectualization and moralization of the spiritual presence or, as in Quakerism, a mystical inwardness. In light of the 20th century rediscovery of the unconscious, it is now possible for Christian theology to re-evaluate positively the sacramental mediation of the Spirit. One could even say that a spiritual presence apprehended through the consciousness alone is intellectual and not truly spiritual. This means that the spiritual presence cannot be received without a sacramental element, however hidden the latter may be. In religious terminology, one could say that God grasps every side of the human being through every medium. The formula Protestant principle and Catholic substance refers definitively to the sacrament as the medium of the spiritual presence. The concept of the multidimensional unity of life provides for this formula. Catholicism has always tried to include all dimensions of life in its system of life and thought, but it has sacrificed the unity, that is, the dependence of life in all dimensions, including the religious, on the divine judgment. The sacramental material is not a sign pointing to something foreign to itself. To put it in terms of the theory of symbolism, the sacramental material is not a sign but a symbol. As symbols, the sacramental materials are intrinsically related to what they express. They have inherent qualities, water, fire, oil, bread, wine, which make them adequate to their symbolic function and irreplaceable. The Spirit uses the powers of being in nature in order to enter man's spirit. Again, it is not the quality of the materials as such which makes them media of the spiritual presence, rather, it is their quality as brought into sacramental union. This consideration excludes both the Catholic doctrine of transubstantiation, which transforms a symbol into a thing to be handled, and the Reformed doctrine of the sign character of the sacramental symbol. A sacramental symbol is neither a thing nor a sign. It participates in the power of what it symbolizes, and therefore, it can be a medium of the Spirit. Concrete sacraments develop over long periods of time. No part of encountered reality is excluded beforehand from the possibility that it might become sacramental material. Anything may prove adequate for it in certain constellations. Often a magic tradition is transformed into a religious one, the sacramental food, and sometimes a historical moment is remembered and transformed into a sacred legend, the Last Supper. Ordinarily, sacramental symbolism is connected with great moments in the individual's life, birth, maturity, marriage, and imminent death, or with special religious events, such as entering a religious group and being assigned special tasks within it. Above all, sacramental symbolism is associated with the ritual activities of the group itself. Events in both series often become identical. In view of this situation, one must ask whether the spiritual community is bound to definite media of the spiritual presence. The answer must unite an affirmative and a negative element, Insofar as the spiritual community actualizes the new being in Jesus as the Christ, no sacramental act can take place in it which is not subject to the criterion of that reality on which the community is based. This excludes all demonized sacramental acts, such as bloody sacrifices. A second limitation must be added to this. The sacramental acts through which the spirit of the new being in Christ is mediated must refer to the historical and doctrinal symbols in which revelatory experiences leading to the central revelation have been expressed, for example, the crucifixion of the Christ or eternal life. But within these limits the spiritual community is free to appropriate all symbols which are adequate and which possess symbolic power. The debate over the number of sacraments is justified only if it is the form in which genuine theological problems are discussed, for example, the spiritual problems of marriage and divorce or of priesthood and laity. Otherwise, the Protestant reduction of the number of the sacraments from 7 to 2 is not theologically justifiable. And the biblicistic argument that they are prescribed by Jesus will not stand. The Christ has not come to give new ritual laws. He is the end of the law. The definitive selection of great sacraments from the large number of sacramental possibilities depends on tradition, evaluation of importance, and criticism of abuses. However, the decisive question is whether they possess and are able to preserve their power of mediating the spiritual presence. For example, if a large number of the spiritual community's serious members are no longer grasped by certain sacramental acts, however old they are and however solemn their performance, it must be asked whether a sacrament has lost its sacramental power. 2. Word and sacrament. In our analysis of the sacramental character of objects or acts, we found that they are not without words even if voiceless, because language is the fundamental expression of man's spirit. Therefore the word is the spirit's other and ultimately more important medium. If human words become vehicles of the spiritual presence, they are called the Word of God. We discussed this term and its many meanings in the first part of the system, Part I, Sector 2D, 13. In connection with the doctrine of the Spirit, the following points must be repeated. First, one should emphasize that the Word of God is a term which qualifies human words as media of the spiritual presence. God does not use a particular language, and special documents written in Hebrew, Aramaic, Greek, or any other language are not as such words of God. They can become the Word of God if they become mediators of the Spirit and have the power to grasp the human spirit. This applies both positively and negatively to biblical as well as to all other literature. The Bible does not contain words of God, or as Calvin has said, divine oracles, but it can and in a unique way has become the Word of God. Its uniqueness resides in the fact that it is the document of the central revelation, with respect to both its giving and its receiving sides. Every day, by its impact on people inside and outside the Church, the Bible proves that it is the Spirit's most important medium in the Western tradition. But it is not the only medium, nor is everything in it always such a medium. In many of its parts it is always a potential medium, but it only becomes an actual medium to the degree that it grasps the spirit of men. No word is the Word of God unless it is the Word of God for someone, nor is it, in our present terminology, unless it is a medium whereby the Spirit enters the spirit of someone. This enlarges indefinitely the number of words which can become the Word of God. It includes all religious and cultural documents, that is, the whole of human literature, not only that which is sublime, great, and dignified, but also that which is average, small, and profane if it hits the human mind in such a way that an ultimate concern is created. Even the spoken word of an ordinary conversation can become a medium of the Spirit, as an ordinary object can acquire sacramental qualities in a special configuration of physical and psychological circumstances. Again, however, we must establish a criterion to use against the false elevation of human words to the dignity of the Word of God. The biblical words are this criterion. They constitute the ultimate touchstone for what can and cannot become the Word of God for someone. Nothing is the Word of God if it contradicts the faith and love which are the work of the Spirit and which constitute the new being as it is manifest in Jesus as the Christ. 3. The problem of the inner word. The preceding discussion has related the working of the spiritual presence to media which, however internal their impact on the human spirit may be, also have an external objective side: objects, acts, sounds, letters. The question now arises as to whether or not such media are necessary at all, or whether it is not possible to have an internal working of the spirit without external vehicles. This question has been raised with great power by spirit movements in all periods of Christianity, most conspicuously in the Reformation period. The liberation of the Christian conscience from the Church's authority by the Reformers also produced the desire for liberation from the new authorities, i.e., from the letter of the Bible and the creedal statements of its theological interpreters. It was an attack, in the name of the Spirit, both on the Pope of Rome and on the new Pope, the Bible and its scholarly guardians. Since the Spirit means God present, no human form of life and thought can be shut off from the Spirit. God is not bound to any of his manifestations. The spiritual presence breaks through the established word and the established sacrament. The conclusion drawn by the Spirit movement is that the Spirit does not need such mediations. He dwells in the depth of the person, and when he speaks through the inner word. He who listens to it receives new and personal revelations, independent of the Church's revelatory traditions. When regarded in light of the doctrine of the Spirit, as we have developed it, the truth in these ideas is their emphasis on the Spirit's freedom from any of the ambiguous forms in which it is received in religion. At this point, I must confess that the present system is essentially, but indirectly, influenced by the Spirit movements, both through their impact on Western culture in general, including such theologians as Schleiermacher, and through their criticism of the established forms of religious life and thought. But some critical remarks are in order precisely because of this influence. First, the term inner word is unfortunate. When the Franciscan theologians of the 13th century insisted on the divine character of the principles of truth in the human mind, or when German mystics of the 14th century insisted on the Logos' presence in the soul, they expressed motifs of the Spirit movements of past and future. In spite of this, however, they did not cut off the Spirit's working in the individual from the revelatory tradition. Yet the term inner word can have the connotation of this cutting off of the Spirit's work from the revelatory tradition, and this leads us to the question: is not word by its very definition a means of communication between two beings with centered self-awareness? If there are not two centers, what does the inner word mean? Is the implication that God or the Logos or the Spirit is this other self? This certainly can be said symbolically, as in the claims of the prophets to have heard the voice of Yahweh in an ecstatic experience, and in the claims of many people at all times to similar experiences. Even the voice of conscience, which is voiceless, has been interpreted as the divine Spirit speaking to the human spirit. However, if inner word has this meaning, it is not completely inner, because what has happened in that other finite self, which is a necessary condition of all human language, is replaced by the divine self. However, even in symbolic language, this is a questionable way of talking. Certainly, if we ascribe omniscience, love, wrath, and mercy to God, we speak in symbols, applying material to God which is taken from a centered self as we experience it. But self is a structural concept and not adequate symbolic material. When the New Testament says that God is Spirit, or when Paul speaks of the witness of the divine Spirit to our spirit, the self-structure we need for religious symbolism is implicit. But it is misleading if made explicit. Of the basic polarity of self and world, neither pole can be applied symbolically to God. If God speaks to us, this is not the inner word, rather, it is the spiritual presence grasping us from outside. But this outside is above outside and inside, it transcends them. If God were not also in man so that man could ask for God, God speaking to man could not be perceived by man. The categories inner and outer lose their meaning in the relation of God and man. We must give a negative answer to the question: does God speak to man without a medium? The medium of the word is always present, because man's life under the dimension of spirit is determined by the word, whether or not this word has a voice. The thinking mind thinks in words. It speaks in the mode of silence, but it does not speak to itself in order to communicate something to itself. Man remembers what has been spoken to him since his life's beginning and organizes it into a meaningful whole. Therefore the speeches and writings of all prophets and mystics and of all those who claim to have had a divine inspiration are couched in the language of the tradition from which they come, but are driven in the direction of the ultimate. When God spoke to the prophets, he did not give them new words or new facts, but he put the facts known to them in the light of ultimate meaning and instructed them to speak out of the situation in the language they knew. When the enthusiasts of the Reformation period expressed the inner word they had received in their language, it was the word of the Bible, of the tradition, and of the Reformers, but illuminated by their own experience of the spiritual presence. By this light they gained insight into the social situation of the lowest classes in their society and further insights into the Spirit's freedom to work in the personal life over against ecclesiastical and biblicistic heteronomy, just as it had worked in the Reformers themselves. The first mentioned insight's prophetic character foreshadowed many Christian social movements in the last centuries up to the social gospel and the religious socialist movements of our own time. The other insights were the source of mystical tendencies such as those of the Quakers and the philosophies of religion in which religious experience is the decisive principle. This analysis shows that the concept of the inner word is misleading. The inner word is the refocusing into contemporary relevance of the words from traditions and former experiences. This refocusing occurs under the impact of the spiritual presence. The medium of the word is not excluded. But the Reformers' opposition to the spirit movements of their time had still another motive. The Reformers, in agreement with the whole tradition of the Church, were afraid that the ultimate criterion of all revelatory experiences, the new being in Jesus as the Christ, would be lost in the name of the immediacy of the Spirit. Therefore they bound the Spirit to the Word, to the biblical message of the Christ. Certainly, this is theologically sound, for theology is based on the revelation in Jesus Christ as the central revelation. But it became unsound the moment revelation in the Christ was identified with the forensic doctrine of justification by faith, in which the spiritual presence's impact was replaced by an intellectual acknowledgement of the doctrine of forgiveness by grace alone. This certainly was not the intention, but it was the effect of the principle of the Word alone. The Spirit's function was described ambiguously as the Spirit's testimony to the truth of the biblical message or to the truth of the biblical words. The former understanding of the doctrine is adequate to its genuine meaning, for the spiritual presence elevates the human spirit into the transcendent union of unambiguous life and gives the immediate certainty of reunion with God. The latter understanding of the doctrine reduces the Spirit's work to the one act of establishing a conviction of the literal truth of the biblical words, a function which contradicts the nature of the Spirit and therefore amounts to a security-seeking surrender to authority. This disregards the continuity of the spiritual presence and its impact on personality and community in conquering the ambiguities of life. Here again, the Spirit movements pointed to a biblical characteristic which was present in the early Luther and which has been lost in the latter's victory over the Spirit in the Orthodox development of the Reformation. In the ensuing struggles, the Spirit movements lost something which justified Orthodoxy's resistance. They concentrated on the inner movements of their souls under the impact of the Spirit instead of looking outside themselves, in Luther's manner, at the divine acceptance in spite of their actual unacceptability. They misinterpreted the words spoken to them as the words of piety which they spoke to themselves. But this consideration transcends the problem of the media of the spiritual presence. To the content of the manifestation of the divine Spirit in the human spirit, faith and love. A. The transcendent union and the participation in it. All ambiguities of life are rooted in the separation and interplay of essential and existential elements of being. Therefore, the creation of unambiguous life brings about the reunion of these elements in life processes in which actual being is the true expression of potential being, an expression, however, which is not immediate, as in dreaming innocence, but which is realized only after estrangement, contest, and decision. In the reunion of essential and existential being, ambiguous life is raised above itself to a transcendence that it could not achieve by its own power. This union answers the question implied in the processes of life and the function of the Spirit. It is the direct answer to the process of self-transcendence which in itself remains a question. The transcendent union answers the general question implied in all ambiguities of life. It appears within the human spirit as the ecstatic movement which from one point of view is called faith, from another, love. These two states manifest the transcendent union which is created by the spiritual presence in the human spirit. The transcendent union is a quality of unambiguous life, a quality which we shall meet again in our discussion of the kingdom of God and eternal life. The 2 points of view determining the two terms can be distinguished in the following way. Faith is the state of being grasped by the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. It embodies love as the state of being taken into that transcendent unity. From this analysis, it is obvious that faith logically precedes love, although in actuality neither can be present without the other. Faith without love is a continuation of estrangement and an ambiguous act of religious self-transcendence. Love without faith is an ambiguous reunion of the separated without the criterion and the power of the transcendent union. Neither of them is a creation of the spiritual presence, but both result from religious distortions of an original spiritual creation. These statements presuppose a full discussion of faith and love in order to be understandable. Such discussion could fill a large volume. I myself have dealt with faith and love, each in a small book. 1 However, this is not the present task, which is to determine the place of the two concepts within the theological system and to show in this way their relation to other theological concepts and religious symbols. Their central position in Christian life and theological thought has always been acknowledged since the time of the New Testament, but, as is evident from the state of the contemporary discussion, they have not always been equally or adequately interpreted. b. The spiritual presence manifest as faith. There are few words in the language of religion which cry for as much semantic purging as the word faith. It is continually being confused with belief in something for which there is no evidence, or in something intrinsically unbelievable, or in absurdities and nonsense. It is extremely difficult to remove these distorting connotations from the genuine meaning of faith. One of the reasons is that the Christian churches have often preached the message of the new being in Christ as an absurdity which must be accepted on biblical or ecclesiastical authority whether the statements of the message are comprehensible or not. Another reason is the readiness of religion's many critics to concentrate their forces upon such a distorted image of faith as an easy object of attack. Faith must be defined both formally and materially. The formal definition is valid for every kind of faith in all religions and cultures. Faith, formally or generally defined, is the state of being grasped by that toward which self-transcendence aspires, the ultimate in being and meaning. In a short formula, one can say that faith is the state of being grasped by an ultimate concern. The term ultimate concern unites a subjective and an objective meaning. Somebody is concerned about something he considers of concern. In this formal sense of faith as ultimate concern, every human being has faith. Nobody can escape the essential relation of the conditional spirit to something unconditional in the direction of which it is self-transcendent in unity with all life. However unworthy the ultimate concern's concrete content may be, no one can stifle such concern completely. This formal concept of faith is basic and universal. It refutes the idea that world history is the battlefield between faith and unfaith, if it is permissible to coin this word in order to avoid the misleading term unbelief. There is no unfaith in the sense of something antithetical to faith, but throughout all history and, above all, in the history of religion, there have been faiths with unworthy contents. They invest something preliminary, finite, and conditioned with the dignity of the ultimate, infinite, and unconditional. The continuing struggle through all history is waged between a faith directed to ultimate reality and a faith directed toward preliminary realities claiming ultimacy. This leads us to the material concept of faith as formulated before. Faith is the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence and open to the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. In relation to the Christological assertion, one could say that faith is the state of being grasped by the new being as it is manifest in Jesus as the Christ. In this definition of faith, the formal and universal concept of faith has become material and particular. It is Christian. However, Christianity claims that this particular definition of faith expresses the fulfillment toward which all forms of faith are driven. Faith as the state of being opened by the spiritual presence to the transcendent unity of unambiguous life is a description which is universally valid despite its particular, Christian background. Such a description, however, bears little resemblance to the traditional definitions in which the intellect, will, or feeling is identified with the act of faith. In spite of the psychological crudeness of these distinctions, they remain decisive in both scholarly and popular conceptions of faith. It is therefore necessary to make some statements about faith's relation to the mental functions. Faith, as the spiritual presence's invasion of the conflicts and ambiguities of man's life under the dimension of the spirit, is not an act of cognitive affirmation within the subject-object structure of reality. Therefore it is not subject to verification by experiment or trained experience. Nor is faith the acceptance of factual statements or valuations taken on authority, even if the authority is divine, for then the question arises, on the basis on what authority do I call an authority divine? Such a statement as a being, called God, does exist is not an assertion of faith but a cognitive proposition without sufficient evidence. The affirmation and the negation of such statements are equally absurd. This judgment refers to all attempts that would give divine authority to statements of fact in history, mind, and nature. No such assertions have the character of faith, nor can they be made in the name of faith. Nothing is more undignified than to make faith do duty for evidence which is lacking. An awareness of this situation has led to the establishment of a more intimate relationship between faith and moral decision. An endeavor is made to overcome the shortcomings of the cognitive intellectual understanding of faith by a moral voluntaristic understanding. In such an endeavor, faith is defined as the result of a will to believe or as the fruit of an act of obedience. But one asks, the will to believe what? Or, obedience to whom? If these questions are taken seriously, the cognitive interpretation of faith is re-established. Faith cannot be defined as will to believe at large, and it cannot be defined as obedience to order at large. But in the moment in which the contents of the will to believe or of the obedience to order are sought, the shortcomings of the cognitive interpretation of faith reappear. For instance, if one is asked to accept the word of God in obedience and if this acceptance is called obedience of faith, one is asked to do something which can be done only by one already in the state of faith who acknowledges the word heard to be the word of God. The obedience of faith presupposes faith but does not create it. The most popular identification is that of faith with feeling. Moreover, it is not only popular but also readily accepted by scientists and philosophers who reject the religious claim to truth but who cannot deny its tremendous psychological and sociological power. This they ascribe to the indefinite yet indisputable realm of oceanic or other feeling and oppose it only when it tries to surpass its limits and trespass upon the solid land of knowledge and action. Certainly, faith as an expression of the whole person includes emotional elements, but it does not consist solely of them. It draws every element of theory and praxis into itself and its ecstatic openness toward the spiritual presence. Beyond these, it also includes elements of the life processes under all dimensions. As classical theology has rightly taught, there is assent in faith, there is cognitive acceptance of truth, not of true statements about objects in time and space but of the truth about our relation to that which concerns us ultimately and the symbols expressing it. The full development of this assertion has been given in the first part of the system, Reason and Revelation. There is also obedience in faith, a point in which Paul and Augustine, Thomas and Calvin, agree. But obedience of faith is not the heteronymous subjection to a divine human authority. It is the act of keeping ourselves open to the spiritual presence which has grasped us and opened us. It is obedience by participation and not by submission, as in love relations. Finally, there is an emotional element in the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence. This is not the feeling of a completely indefinite character referred to above. It is the oscillation between the anxiety of one's finitude and estrangement and the ecstatic courage which overcomes the anxiety by taking it into itself in the power of the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. The preceding discussion of faith and the mental function has shown two things. First, that faith can neither be identified with nor derived from any of the mental functions. Faith cannot be created by the procedures of the intellect, or by endeavors of the will, or by emotional movements. But, second, faith comprehends all this within itself, uniting and subjecting it to the spiritual presence's transforming power. This implies and confirms the basic theological truth that in relation to God everything is by God. Man's spirit cannot reach the ultimate, that toward which it transcends itself, through any of its functions. But the ultimate can grasp all of these functions and raise them beyond themselves by the creation of faith. Although created by the spiritual presence, faith occurs within the structure, functions, and dynamics of man's spirit. Certainly, it is not from man, but it is in man. Therefore, in the interest of a radical transcendence of the divine activity, it is wrong to deny that man is aware of his being grasped by the divine spirit, or as it has been said, I only believe that I believe. Man is conscious of the spiritual presence's work in him. But that phrase does serve to provide us with a warning against self-assurance about the state of being in faith. Considered as material concept, faith has three elements: first, the element of being opened up by the spiritual presence; second, the element of accepting it in spite of the infinite gap between the divine spirit and the human spirit; and third, the element of expecting final participation in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. These elements are within one another, they do not follow one after the other, but they are present wherever faith occurs. The first element is faith in its receptive character, its mere passivity in relation to the divine spirit. The second element is faith in its paradoxical character, its courageous standing in the spiritual presence. The third element characterizes faith as anticipatory, its quality as hope for the fulfilling creativity of the divine spirit. These three elements express the human situation and the situation of life in general in relation to the ultimate in being and meaning. They reflect the characterization of the new being, as it is given in the Christological section of Part 3 Seconds 2, as regeneration, justification, and sanctification. These three elements will reappear in subsequent descriptions of the spiritual presence's conquest of life's ambiguities. Faith is actual in all life processes in religion, in the other functions of the spirit, and in the preceding realms of life insofar as they condition the actualization of the spirit. At this point, however, it is relevant to elaborate only the essential nature and basic structure of faith. Faith's actual function of conquering the ambiguities of life in the power of its spiritual origin is a subject of the last section of this part of the system, Part 4. It is to be noted that this dealing with faith as a kind of independent reality has biblical support, just as the vision of sin as a kind of mythological power ruling the world is also in the line of biblical, especially Pauline, thought. The subjective actualization of sin and faith and the problems arising therein are secondary to the objectivity of the two powers, although the objective and subjective sides cannot be separated in reality. See, the spiritual presence manifest as love, whereas faith is the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence, love is the state of being taken by the spiritual presence into the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. Such a definition requires a semantic as well as an ontological explanation. Semantically speaking, love, as faith, must be purged from many distorting connotations. The first is the description of love as emotion. Later, we shall speak about the genuine emotional element in love. Here we need state only that love is actual in all functions of the mind and that it has roots in the innermost core of life itself. Love is the drive toward the reunion of the separated. This is ontologically and therefore universally true. It is effective in all three life processes, it unites in a center, it creates the new, and it drives beyond everything given to its ground and aim. It is the blood of life and therefore has many forms in which dispersed elements of life are reunited. We have pointed to the ambiguities in some of these forms and to the disintegrating forces in the processes of integration. But in discussing the person-to-person encounter and the moral imperative intrinsic to it, we also ask the question of an unambiguous reunion, the question of love as participation in the other one through participation in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. The answer to this question is given in the spiritual presence's creation of agape. Agape is unambiguous love and therefore impossible for the human spirit by itself. As faith, it is an ecstatic participation of the finite spirit in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. He who is in the state of agape is drawn into this unity. This description makes it possible to resolve the Catholic-Protestant controversy about the relation of faith and love. We have already indicated that faith logically precedes love, because faith is, so to speak, the human reaction to the spiritual presences breaking into the human spirit. It is the ecstatic acceptance of the divine spirit's breaking up of the finite mind's tendency to rest in its own self-sufficiency. This view affirms Luther's statement that faith is receiving and nothing but receiving. At the same time, the Catholic Augustinian emphasis on love is asserted with equal strength, by virtue of the insight into the essential inseparability of love and faith in the participation in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. In this view, love is more than a consequence of faith, albeit a necessary one. It is one side of the ecstatic state of being of which faith is the other. A distortion of this relation occurs only if the acts of love are understood as conditioning the act by which the spiritual presence takes hold of man. The Protestant principle that in relation to God everything is done by God remains the weapon against such a distortion. At this point an answer may be given to another question: why does this presentation of the fundamental creation of the divine spirit not add hope to faith and love rather than consider it as the third element of faith, that is, as the anticipatory direction of faith? The answer is that if hope were considered systematically, and not only homiletically, as in Paul's formula, as a third creation of the Spirit, its standing in man would be on a par with faith. It would be an independent act of anticipatory expectation whose relation to faith would be ambiguous. It would fall under the attitude of believing that, an attitude which is in sharp contrast with the meaning of faith. Hope is either an element of faith or a pre-spiritual work of the human mind. Of course, this discussion strengthens the insight into the essential unity of faith and love. Love also becomes a pre-spiritual work of the human spirit if we deny the essential inseparability of faith and love. Love is not an emotion, but strong emotional elements are implied in it, as are the other functions of the human mind. For this reason it is justifiable to open the discussion of love and the mental functions with the question of the relation of love to emotion, as we started the discussion of faith and the mental functions with the question of the relation of faith and intellect. The emotional element in love is, as emotion always is, the participation of the centered whole of a being in the process of reunion, whether it is in anticipation or in fulfillment. It would be incorrect to say that the anticipated fulfillment is the driving power in love. Driving power toward reunion also exists in dimensions where awareness, and therefore anticipation, is lacking. And even where there is full consciousness, the drive toward reunion is not caused by the anticipation of an expected pleasure, as it would be on the basis of the pain-pleasure principle which we have rejected, but the drive for reunion belongs to the essential structure of life and, consequently, is experienced as pleasure, joy, or blessedness, according to the different dimensions of life. As the ecstatic participation in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life, agape is experienced as blessedness, Makariya or beatitudo in the sense of the Beatitudes. Therefore agape can be applied symbolically to the divine life and its Trinitarian movement, making the symbol of the divine blessedness concrete. The emotional element cannot be separated from love. Love without its emotional quality is goodwill towards somebody or something, but it is not love. This is also true of man's love of God, which cannot be equated with obedience, as some anti-mystical theologians teach. But love is not only related to emotion, it is the whole being's movement toward another being to overcome existential separation. As such it includes a volitional element under the dimension of self-awareness, i.e., the will to unite. Such a will is essential in every love relation, because the wall of separation could not be pierced without it. The emotional element alone is not strong enough if desire and fulfillment do not coincide. As this is always the case under the conditions of existence, there is resistance on both sides of a love relationship. It is this volitional element in love to which the Great Commandment primarily refers. Love without the will to love, relying solely on the force of emotion, can never penetrate to the other person. The relation between love and the intellectual function of the mind is most fully developed in Greek and Hellenistic Christian thought against a mystical background. Plato's Eros doctrine points to love's function in creating the knower's awareness of his own emptiness as against the abundance of the known. In Aristotle, the Eros of everything moves the universe toward the pure form. In Hellenistic Christian language, the word gnosis means knowledge, sexual intercourse, and mystical union. And the German word erkennen, which means to know, is also used for sexual union. Love includes the knowledge of the beloved, but it is not the knowledge of analysis and calculating manipulation, it is rather the participating knowledge which changes both the knower and the known in the very act of loving knowledge. Love, as faith, is a state of the whole person. All functions of the human mind are alive in every act of love. While the word faith has a predominantly religious meaning, the word love is so equivocal that in many cases it is necessary to substitute the New Testament word agape for love as a creation of the spiritual presence. This is not always feasible, however, especially in homiletic and liturgical contexts, and beyond this limitation, there is a systematic problem in the equivocal use of the word love in English and other modern languages. In spite of the many kinds of love, which in Greek are designated as philia, friendship, eros, aspiration toward value, and epithymia, desire, in addition to agape, which is the creation of the spirit, there is one point of identity in all these qualities of love which justifies the translation of them all by love, and that identity is the urge toward the reunion of the separated, which is the inner dynamics of life. Love in this sense is one and indivisible. The attempt has been made to establish an absolute contrast between agape and eros, comprising the three other kinds of love, but as a result agape was reduced to a moral concept, not only in relation to God, but also in relation to man, and eros, which includes, in this terminology, philia and epithymia or libido, became profanized in a merely sexual direction and deprived of possible participation in unambiguous life. Nevertheless, one important truth stands out in the contrast of agape with the other kinds of love. Agape is an ecstatic manifestation of the spiritual presence. It is possible only in unity with faith and is the state of being drawn into the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. For this reason, it is independent of the other qualities of love and is able to unite with them, to judge them, and to transform them. Love as agape is a creation of the spiritual presence which conquers the ambiguities of all other kinds of love. Agape has this power because, similarly to faith, it has the basic structure of the new being, the receptive, paradoxical, and anticipatory character. In the case of agape, the first quality is evident in its acceptance of the object of love without restrictions, the second quality is disclosed in agape's holding fast to this acceptance in spite of the estranged, profanized, and demonized state of its objects, and the third quality is seen in agape's expectation of the re-establishment of the holiness, greatness, and dignity of the object of love through its accepting him. Agape takes its object into the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. All this is said of agape as spiritual power, prior to any personal or social actualization. In this, it is the equal of sin and faith as powers controlling life. But there is a difference between agape and the two others, which makes agape greater than faith, in the words of Paul. Agape characterizes the divine life itself, symbolically and essentially. Faith characterizes the new being in time and space, but it does not characterize the divine life, and sin characterizes only estranged being. Agape is first of all the love God has toward the creature and through the creature toward himself. The three characteristics of agape must first be ascribed to God's agape toward his creatures and then to the agape of creature toward creature. However, this leaves one relation still to be understood, and this is the love of the creature toward God. The New Testament uses the word agape for this relation also, disregarding the three elements in the agape of God toward the creatures and of the creatures toward each other. None of these elements is present in the love of man for God. Nevertheless, love as the drive toward the reunion of the separated can be used most emphatically of man's love for God. It unites all kinds of love and yet is something else beyond them all. The best way of characterizing it is to say that in relation to God the distinction between faith and love disappears. Being grasped by God in faith and adhering to Him in love is one and the same state of creaturely life. It is participation in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. b. The manifestation of the spiritual presence in historical mankind. One spirit and new being, ambiguity and fragment. The spiritual presence, elevating man through faith and love to the transcendent unity of unambiguous life, creates the new being above the gap between essence and existence and consequently above the ambiguities of life. In the preceding chapter we have described the manifestation of the divine spirit in the human spirit. We must now determine the place in historical mankind in which the new being as the creation of the spiritual presence is manifest. Of course this cannot be done without reference to the historical dimension of life which has been reserved as the subject of the last part of the system, history, and the kingdom of God. But references to history are frequent in all parts of the theological system. Such concepts as revelation, providence, and the new being in Jesus as the Christ, are possible only in the historical context. Yet it is one thing to see theological problems in their historical implications and another thing to make a theological problem of history as such. While the latter is reserved for the last part of the system, the former approach must be made here as it has been at many previous points of the discussion. The divine spirit's invasion of the human spirit does not occur in isolated individuals but in social groups, since all the functions of the human spirit, moral self-integration, cultural self-creation, and religious self-transcendence are conditioned by the social context of the ego-thou encounter. It is therefore necessary to show the working of the divine spirit at those points in history which are decisive for its self-manifestation within mankind. The spiritual presence is manifest in all history, but history as such is not the manifestation of the spiritual presence. As in the spirit of the individual, there are particular marks which indicate the spiritual presence in a historical group. First, there is the effective presence of symbols in theoria and praxis through which a social group expresses its openness to the impact of the spirit, and second, there is the rise of personalities and movements which fight against the tragically unavoidable profanization and demonization of these symbols. These two marks of the spiritual presence are found in religious as well as in quasi-religious groups, and in a sense they are a single phenomenon. This is so because a successful struggle for the purification of the symbols transforms them and creates a changed social group. The most familiar example of these dynamics is the fight of the prophets in Israel and Judah against the profanization and demonization of the desert religion of Yahweh, and the radical transformation of the social group under the impact of the spiritual presence communicated by the prophets. Similar developments, especially radical movements of purification with their impact on the social group, are found everywhere in historical mankind. The mark of the spiritual presence is not lacking at any place or time. The divine spirit or God, present to man's spirit, breaks into all history in revelatory experiences which have both a saving and transforming character. We have already pointed to this fact in the discussion of universal revelation and the idea of the holy. Now we relate it to the doctrine of the divine spirit and its manifestations, and we can assert, mankind is never left alone. The spiritual presence acts upon it in every moment and breaks into it in some great moments, which are the historical karoi. Since mankind is never left alone by God, since it is continuously under the impact of the spiritual presence, there is always new being in history. There is always participation in the transcendent union of unambiguous life. But this participation is fragmentary. We must give some attention to this concept. It is quite a different thing from ambiguity. When we say spiritual presence or new being or agape, we point to something unambiguous. It may be drawn into the ambiguous actualizations of life, especially of life under the dimension of the spirit. But in itself it is unambiguous. However, it is fragmentary in its manifestation in time and space. The fulfilled transcendent union is an eschatological concept. The fragment is an anticipation, as Paul speaks of the fragmentary and anticipatory possession of the divine spirit, of the truth, of the vision of God, and so on. The new being is fragmentarily and anticipatorily present, but insofar as it is present it is so unambiguously. The fragment of a broken statue of a god points unambiguously to the divine power which it represents. The fragment of a successful prayer elevates to the transcendent union of unambiguous life. The fragmentary character of a group's acceptance of the Spirit makes this group, in the moment of acceptance, a holy community. The fragmentary experience of faith and the fragmentary actualization of love create the individual's participation in the transcendent union of unambiguous life. This distinction between the ambiguous and the fragmentary makes it possible for us to give full affirmation and full commitment to the manifestations of the spiritual presence while remaining aware of the fact that in the very acts of affirmation and commitment the ambiguity of life reappears. Awareness of this situation is the decisive criterion for religious maturity. It belongs to the quality of the new being that it puts its own actualization in time and space under the criteria by which it judges the ambiguities of life in general. Yet in doing so, the new being does conquer, though fragmentarily, the ambiguities of life in time and space. 2. The spiritual presence and the anticipation of the new being in the religions. One could give a whole history of religion under this heading, because it provides a key with which one can discover meaning in the seemingly chaotic religious life of mankind. And one could also find many quasi-religious phenomena in which it is possible to see manifestations of the spiritual presence. But such a program oversteps the limits of a theological system. Only a few typical manifestations of the Spirit can be discussed, and even they are subject to the serious limitation that existential knowledge presupposes participation. One can learn many things about strange religions and cultures by means of detached observation and even more through empathetic understanding. But neither way leads to the central experience of an Asian religion for one who has grown within the Christian humanist civilization of the West. Serious encounters between representatives of the two worlds prove this. In view of the popular superficial reception of, for example, Buddhist attitudes, one should be warned by the statement of a great interpreter of Chinese ideas that after 30 years of living among the Chinese he has just begun to understand a little of their spiritual life. The only authentic way to it is through actual participation. Typological considerations such as the following are justified only by the identity of the dimension of spirit in every articulate being with whom, therefore, communication is possible and the person-to-person encounter is demanded. From this common source spring similarities under the dimension of the spirit, which make possible a certain amount of existential participation. Every great religion has elements in its total structure which are subordinate in one religion and dominant in another. The Christian theologian can understand Eastern mysticism only to the degree in which he has experienced the mystical element in Christianity. But since the dominance or subordination of one of the elements changes the whole structure, even this limited way of understanding by participation can be deceptive. The following statements must be read with this in mind. It seems that the original mono-religion places a strong emphasis on the spiritual presence in the depth of everything that is. This divine power in all things is invisible, mysterious, approachable only through definite rituals, and known to a particular group of men, the priests. This early substantial vision of the spiritual presence survives with many variations in almost all the so-called high religions, even in some forms of Christian sacramentalism, and is secularized in the romantic philosophy of nature, in which ecstasy becomes aesthetic enthusiasm. Another example is the religion of the great mythologies, such as those of India and Greece. The divine powers are separated from the world of existence although they rule it, either in part or as a whole. Their manifestations have an extraordinary character, physical as well as psychological. Nature and mind become ecstatic when the spiritual presence manifests itself. The influence of this mythological stage of spiritual experience on all later stages, including Christianity, is obvious and is justified by the fact that the experience of the spiritual presence is ecstatic. For this reason, all radical attempts to demythologize religion are in vain. What one can and should do is to deliteralize them for those who are able and willing to apply rational criteria to the meaning of religious symbols. At the mythological stage of religion, which itself is the result of a purifying impulse arising in the pre-mythological stage, as discussed before. Forces that fight its profanized and demonized forms appear and transform the reception of the spiritual presence in several directions. The Greek and Hellenistic mystery cults provide an example. The divine is embodied in them in the concrete figure of a mystery god. The mystery element is emphasized more than it is in ordinary polytheism, which is very much open to profanization, and ecstatic participation in the god's destiny provides a pattern which is used by monotheistic Christianity to express its experience of the spiritual presence in the Christ. The fight against the demonization of the spirit appears conspicuously in the dualistic purifications of the mythological stage. The great attempt of religious dualism, which was made first in Persia, then in Manichaeism, the Mithraist cult, the Katari, and similar groups, to concentrate demonic potentiality in one figure was supposed to liberate the opposite divine figure from any demonic contamination. Although it was not ultimately successful in this respect, because it assumed a split in the creative ground of being, its influence on such monotheistic religions as late Judaism and Christianity was and still is very great. Anxiety over the demonization of the spiritual presence is expressed in the fear of Satan and all his works, the baptism and confirmation vow, and in the fact that the classical Christian language still abounds in dualistic symbolism. The two most important examples of the experience of spiritual presence are mysticism, Asian as well as European, and the exclusive monotheism of Judaism and the religions based upon it. Mysticism experiences the spiritual presence as above its concrete vehicles, which characterize the mythological stage, and its various transformations. Both the divine figures and the concrete realities personal, communal, and apersonal in which the divine figures enter temporal and spatial reality lose their ultimate significance, in spite of the fact that they often retain a preliminary importance as grades on a spiritual stairway to the ultimate. But the spiritual presence is fully experienced only when the grades are left behind and the mind is grasped in ecstasy. In this radical sense, mysticism transcends every concrete embodiment of the divine by transcending the subject-object scheme of man's finite structure, but for this very reason, it is in danger of annihilating the centered self, the subject of the ecstatic experience of the spirit. Communication between East and West is most difficult at this point, with the East affirming a formless self as the aim of all religious life, and the West, even in Christian mysticism, trying to preserve in the ecstatic experience the subjects of faith and love, personality and community. This attitude is rooted in the prophet's way of fighting against the spiritual presence's profanization and demonization in the priestly religion of their time. In the religion of the Old Testament, the divine spirit does not eliminate centered selves and their encounters, but it does sublimate them into states of mind which transcend their ordinary possibilities and which are not produced by their toil or goodwill. The Spirit grasps them and drives them to the heights of prophetic power. This attitude toward personality and community, and consequently, in contrast to the mystical religions, to sin and forgiveness, is rooted in the fact that for the prophetic religion the spiritual presence is the presence of the God of humanity and justice. The story of the conflict between the prophet Elijah and the priests of Baal is significant, for it shows different kinds of ecstasy. The ecstasy produced by the presence of the Baal spirit in the minds and bodies of his priests is connected with self-intoxication and self-mutilation, whereas the ecstasy of Elijah is that of a person-to-person encounter in prayer which certainly transcends ordinary experiences in intensity and effect but which neither extinguishes nor disintegrates the personal center of the prophet and does not produce physical intoxication. In all its parts the Old Testament follows this line. There is no pure spiritual presence where there is no humanity and justice. Without them, and this is the judgment of the prophets against their own religion, there is demonized or profanized spiritual presence. This judgment is taken up in the New Testament and reappears in church history in all purification movements, of which the Protestant Reformation was one. 3. The spiritual presence in Jesus as the Christ, Spirit Christology. The divine Spirit was present in Jesus as the Christ without distortion. In him the new being appeared as the criterion of all spiritual experiences in past and future. Though subject to individual and social conditions, his human spirit was entirely grasped by the spiritual presence. His spirit was possessed by the divine spirit, or, to use another figure, God was in him. This makes him the Christ, the decisive embodiment of the new being for historical mankind. Although the Christological problem was the central subject of the third part of this theological system, the problem appears in all parts, and in connection with the doctrine of the divine spirit, several additions to the earlier Christological statements are necessary. The synoptic stories show that the earliest Christian tradition was determined by a spirit Christology. According to this tradition, Jesus was grasped by the Spirit at the moment of his baptism. This event confirmed him as the elected Son of God. Ecstatic experiences appear again and again in the Gospel stories. They show the spiritual presence driving Jesus into the desert, leading him through the visionary experiences of temptation, giving him the power of divination with respect to people and events, and making him the conqueror of demonic powers and the spiritual healer of mind and body. The Spirit is the force behind the ecstatic experience on the Mount of Transfiguration. And the Spirit gives him the certainty about the right hour, the kairos, for acting and suffering. As a consequence of this understanding, the question arose as to how the divine Spirit could find a vessel in which to pour itself so fully, and the answer came in the form of the story of Jesus' procreation by the divine Spirit. This story was justified by the insight into the psychosomatic level at which the spiritual presence works and the legitimate conclusion that there must have been a teleological predisposition in Jesus to become the bearer of the Spirit without limit. However, this conclusion does not necessarily require an acceptance of this half-docetic legend, which deprives Jesus of his full humanity by excluding a human father from his conception. The doctrine of the multidimensional unity of life answers the question of the psychosomatic basis of the bearer of the Spirit without such ambiguity. We can now consider faith and love, the two manifestations of the spiritual presence, and their unity in the transcendent union of unambiguous life in relation to the appearance of Jesus as the Christ. Christ's self-sacrificial love is the center of the Gospels as well as of their apostolic interpretations. This center is the principle of agape embodied in his being and radiating from him into a world in which agape was and is known only in ambiguous expressions. The New Testament witness and the assertion of the greatest theologians in the history of the Church are unanimous in this respect, in spite of many varieties of interpretations. References to the faith of Jesus are rare in biblical literature as well as in later theology, although they are not altogether lacking. The reason for this seems to be that the term faith includes an element of in spite of which could not be applied to the one who as the Son is in continuous communication with the Father. Of course, this trend was strengthened by the Logos Christology and its presuppositions in Paul's Christology. Such words as "I believe, help my unbelief" could not be put into the mouth of the Logos incarnate. Nor can more recent descriptions of faith as a leap, as an act of courage, as a risk, as embracing itself and the doubt about itself be applied to him who says that he and the Father are one. But we must ask whether this does not imply a tendency in church history which could be called crypto-monophysitic and which runs the risk of depriving Jesus of his real humanity. This problem exists even in Protestantism, where the monophysitic danger is substantially reduced by the Reformers' emphasis on the humble Christ and the image of the suffering servant. But the meaning of faith in Protestantism is determined by the doctrine of justification through faith by grace, and it includes the paradox of the acceptance as just of him who is unjust, the forgiveness of sins. Faith, in this sense, can certainly not be applied to the Christ. One cannot attribute to the Christ the paradox of faith, because the Christ himself is the paradox. The problem can be resolved in terms of the basic definition of faith as the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence and through it by the transcendent union of unambiguous life. We also have seen that faith in this sense is a spiritual reality above its actualization in those who possess it. The faith of the Christ is the state of being grasped unambiguously by the spiritual presence. At this point, the most important implication of our distinction between ambiguous and fragmentary becomes obvious. It makes the faith of the Christ understandable. The dynamic picture of this faith which we receive in the Gospel stories expresses the fragmentary character of his faith, wherein the elements of struggle, exhaustion, even despair often appear. Yet this never leads to a profanization or demonization of his faith. The Spirit never leaves him, the power of the transcendent union of unambiguous life always bears him up. If we call this the faith of the Christ, the word faith may be used, though essentially qualified by its unambiguous character. The word faith cannot be applied to the Christ unless it is taken in its biblical meaning of a spiritual reality in itself. Only if this meaning is preserved can one speak properly of the faith of the Christ, just as one speaks of the love of the Christ, thus qualifying both faith and love by the words of the Christ. The Spirit Christology of the Synoptic Gospels has two further theological implications. One is the assertion that it is not the spirit of the man Jesus of Nazareth that makes him the Christ, but that it is the spiritual presence, God in him, that possesses and drives his individual spirit. This insight stands guard against a Jesus theology which makes the man Jesus the object of Christian faith. This can be done in seemingly orthodox terms, as in Pietism, or in humanist terms, as in theological liberalism. Both distort or disregard the Christian message that it is Jesus as the Christ in whom the new being has appeared. And they contradict Paul's Spirit Christology, which emphasizes that the Lord is the Spirit and that we do not know him according to his historical existence, flesh, but only as the Spirit who is alive and present. This saves Christianity from the danger of a heteronymous subjection to an individual as an individual. The Christ is Spirit and not law. The other implication of the Spirit Christology is that Jesus, the Christ, is the keystone in the arch of spiritual manifestations in history. He is not an isolated event, something which, so to speak, fell from heaven. Again, it is pietistic and liberal thought that denies an organic relation between the appearance of Jesus and the past and future. Spirit Christology acknowledges that the divine Spirit which made Jesus into the Christ is creatively present in the whole history of revelation and salvation before and after his appearance. The event Jesus as the Christ is unique but not isolated, it is dependent on past and future, as they are dependent on it. It is the qualitative center in a process which proceeds from an indefinite past into an indefinite future, which we call, symbolically, the beginning and the end of history. The spiritual presence in the Christ as the center of history makes possible a fuller understanding of the manifestation of the Spirit in history. The New Testament writers and the Church were aware of this problem and gave significant answers to it. The general assertion was that the spiritual presence in history is essentially the same as the spiritual presence in Jesus as the Christ. God in his self-manifestation, wherever this occurs, is the same God who is decisively and ultimately manifest in the Christ. Therefore, his manifestations anywhere before or after Christ must be consonant with the encounter with the center of history. In this context, before does not mean before the year AD 30 but before an existential encounter with Jesus as the Christ, which probably will never happen universally at any one time in history. For even were all pagans and Jews to accept Jesus as the answer to their ultimate question, movements away from him would arise in the midst of Christianity as they always have arisen. Before Christ means before an existential encounter with the new being in him. The assertion that Jesus is the Christ implies that the Spirit, which made him the Christ and which became his Spirit, with a capital S, was and is working in all those who have been grasped by the spiritual presence before he could be encountered as a historical event. This has been expressed in the Bible and the churches by the scheme of prophecy and fulfillment. The often absurd distortion of this idea in primitive as well as theological literalism should not prevent us from perceiving its truth, which is the assertion that the Spirit who created the Christ within Jesus is the same Spirit who prepared and continues to prepare mankind for the encounter with the new being in him. The way in which this happens has been described positively and critically in the preceding chapter. That description is also valid for those who are directly or indirectly under the influence of an existential encounter with the new being in Jesus as the Christ. There is always the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence, followed by the profanization and demonization in the process of reception and actualization, and by the prophetic protest and renewal. Nevertheless, since biblical times, Serious theological discussions have arisen concerning the exact relation of the Spirit of Jesus as the Christ and the Spirit working in those who are grasped by the spiritual presence after his manifestation to them. The question is discussed in the fourth Gospel in the form of Jesus' announcement concerning the coming of the Holy Spirit as the Comforter. The question was bound to arise after the Spirit Christology had been replaced by the Logos Christology in the fourth Gospel. The answer is two-sided and has determined the Church's attitude ever since. After the return of the Logos incarnate to the Father, the Spirit will take his place and reveal the implication of his appearance. In the divine economy, the Spirit follows the Son, but in essence, the Son is the Spirit. The Spirit does not himself originate what he reveals. Every new manifestation of the spiritual presence stands under the criterion of his manifestation in Jesus as the Christ. This is a criticism of the claim of Old and New Spirit theologies which teach that the revelatory work of the Spirit qualitatively transcends that of the Christ. The Montanists, the Radical Franciscans, and the Anabaptists are examples of this attitude. The theologies of experience in our time belong to the same line of thought. To them progressive religious experience, perhaps in terms of an amalgamation of the world religions, will go qualitatively beyond Jesus as the Christ and not only quantitatively, as the fourth Gospel acknowledges. Obviously, such an expectation's realization would destroy the Christ character of Jesus. More than one manifestation of the spiritual presence claiming ultimacy would deny the very concept of ultimacy. They would, instead, perpetuate the demonic split of consciousness. Another facet of the same problem appears in the argument between the Eastern and Western churches about the so-called processio of the Spirit from God the Father and God the Son. The Eastern Church asserted that the Spirit proceeds from the Father alone, whereas the Western Church insisted on the procession of the Spirit from the Father and the Son, Filioque. In its scholastic form this discussion seems completely empty and absurd to us, and we can hardly understand how it could have been taken seriously enough to contribute to the final schism between Rome and the Eastern churches. But stripped of its scholastic form, the discussion has a profound meaning. The Eastern Church, when it asserted that the Spirit proceeds from the Father alone, left open the possibility of a direct theocentric mysticism, of course, a baptized mysticism. The Western Church, in contrast, insisted upon applying the Christocentric criterion to all Christian piety, and since the application of this criterion is the prerogative of the Pope as the Vicar of Christ, the Roman Church became less flexible and more legalistic than the Eastern churches. In Rome the freedom of the Spirit is limited by canon law. The spiritual presence is legally circumscribed. Certainly, this was not the intention of the writer of the fourth Gospel when he had Jesus announce the coming of the Spirit who will lead into all truth. For the spiritual presence and the new being in the spiritual community. A. The new being in Jesus as the Christ and in the spiritual community as we have emphasized in the Christological part of the system, the Christ would not be the Christ without those who receive him as the Christ. He could not have brought the new reality without those who have accepted the new reality in him and from him. Therefore, the creativity of the spiritual presence in mankind must be seen as a threefold one, in mankind as a whole in preparation for the central manifestation of the Divine Spirit, in the Divine Spirit's central manifestation itself, and in the manifestation of the spiritual community under the creative impact of the central event. We do not use the word church for the spiritual community, because this word has been used, of necessity, in the frame of the ambiguities of religion. At this point we speak instead of that which is able to conquer the ambiguities of religion, the new being in anticipation, in central appearance, and in reception. Such words as body of Christ, assembly, ecclesia, of God or of Christ, express the unambiguous life created by the divine presence, in a sense similar to that of the term spiritual community. Its relation to what is called church or church in a rather equivocal terminology will be discussed later. The spiritual community is unambiguous, it is new being, created by the spiritual presence. But, although it is a manifestation of unambiguous life, it is nonetheless fragmentary, as was the manifestation of unambiguous life in the Christ and in those who expected the Christ. The spiritual community is an unambiguous, though fragmentary, creation of the divine Spirit. In this context, fragmentary means appearing under the conditions of finitude but conquering both estrangement and ambiguity. The spiritual community is also spiritual in the sense in which Luther often uses the word, that is, invisible, hidden, open to faith alone, but nevertheless real, unconquerably real. This is analogous to the new being's hidden presence in Jesus and in those who were vehicles of preparation for him. From the spiritual community's hiddenness, its dialectical relation, of identity and non-identity, to the churches follows, just as the dialectical relation of Jesus and the Christ and, to take a similar case, of the history of religion and revelation also follows from the same hiddenness. In all three cases only the eyes of faith see what is hidden or spiritual, and the eyes of faith are the Spirit's creation. Only Spirit can discern Spirit. The relation of the new being in Christ to the new being in the spiritual community is symbolized in several central stories of the New Testament. The first one, which is most significant for the meaning of Christ, is also most significant for the relation of Christ to the spiritual community. It is the story of Peter's confession to Jesus that he is the Christ at Caesarea Philippi and Jesus' answer that the recognition of him as the Christ is a work of God. This recognition is the result not of an ordinary experience but of the impact of the spiritual presence. It is the Spirit grasping Peter that enables his spirit to recognize the Spirit in Jesus which makes him the Christ. This recognition is the basis of the spiritual community against which the demonic powers are powerless and which Peter and the other disciples represent. Therefore we can say, as the Christ is not the Christ without those who receive him as the Christ, so the spiritual community is not spiritual unless it is founded on the new being as it has appeared in the Christ. The story of Pentecost powerfully emphasizes the spiritual community's character. The story, of course, combines historical, legendary, and mythological elements, the distinction between which, in the light of probability, is a task for historical research. But the symbolic meaning of the story in all its elements is of first importance for our purposes. We may distinguish 5 such elements. The first is the ecstatic character of the creation of spiritual community. It confirms what has been said about the spiritual presence's character, that is, the unity of ecstasy and structure. The story of Pentecost is an example of this unity. It is ecstasy, with all the characteristics of ecstasy, but it is an ecstasy united with faith, love, unity, and universality, as the story's other elements show. In light of the element of ecstasy in the Pentecost story, we must say that without ecstasy there is no spiritual community. The second element in the story of Pentecost is the creation of a faith which was threatened and almost destroyed by the crucifixion of him who was supposed to be the bearer of the new being. If we compare the Pentecost story with the Pauline report of the appearances of the resurrected Christ, we find that in both cases an ecstatic experience reassured the disciples and released them from a state of total incertitude. The fugitives who had dispersed in Galilee were not a manifestation of the spiritual community. They became its manifestation only after the spiritual presence grasped them and re-established their faith. In light of the certainty which overcomes doubt in the story of Pentecost, we must say that without the certainty of faith there is no spiritual community. The third element in the story of Pentecost is the creation of a love which expresses itself immediately in mutual service, especially toward those who are in need, including strangers who have joined the original group. In the light of the service created by love in the story of Pentecost, we must say that there is no spiritual community without self-surrendering love. The fourth element in the story of Pentecost is the creation of unity. The spiritual presence had the effect of uniting different individuals, nationalities, and traditions and gathering them together for the sacramental meal. The disciples' ecstatic speaking with tongues was interpreted as the conquest of the disruption of mankind as symbolized in the story of the Tower of Babel. In light of the unity apparent in the story of Pentecost, we must say that there is no spiritual community without the ultimate reunion of all the estranged members of mankind. The fifth element in the story of Pentecost is the creation of universality, expressed in the missionary drive of those who were grasped by the spiritual presence. It was impossible that they should not give the message of what had happened to them to everybody, because the new being would not be the new being were not mankind as a whole and even the universe itself included in it. In light of the element of universality in the story of Pentecost, we must say that there is no spiritual community without openness to all individuals, groups, and things and the drive to take them into itself. All these elements, which will reappear in our discussion as the marks of the spiritual community, are derived from the image of Jesus as the Christ and the new being manifest in him. This is expressed symbolically in the image of him as the head and the spiritual community as his body. In a more psychological symbolism, it is expressed in the image of him as the bridegroom and the spiritual community as the bride. In a more ethical symbolism, it is expressed in the image of him as the Lord of the spiritual community. This imagery points to the fact, to which we have already referred, that the divine spirit is the spirit of Jesus as the Christ, and that the Christ is the criterion to which every spiritual claim must submit. b. The spiritual community in its latent and in its manifest stages. The spiritual community is determined by the appearance of Jesus as the Christ, but it is not identical with the Christian churches. The question then arises, what is the spiritual community's relation to the manifold religious communities in the history of religion? This question reformulates our discussion of the problem of universal and final revelation and of the spiritual presence in the period antecedent to the central manifestation of the new being. In the present context, however, we are seeking the appearance of the spiritual community in the preparatory period and are thereby implying that where there is the impact of the spiritual presence and therefore revelation, and salvation, there must also be the spiritual community. If, on the other hand, the appearance of the Christ is the central manifestation of the divine spirit, the spiritual community's appearance in the period of preparation must differ from its appearance in the period of reception. I propose to describe this difference as that between the spiritual community in its latency and in its manifestation. The terms latent and manifest church have been used by me for many years, and they have been both accepted and rejected quite frequently. Sometimes they were confused with the classical distinction between the invisible and the visible church. But the two distinctions overlap. The qualities invisible and visible must be applied to the church both in its latency and in its manifestation. The distinction between the spiritual community and the churches suggested here may be helpful in avoiding possible confusions between latency and invisibility. It is the spiritual community that is latent before an encounter with the central revelation and manifest after such an encounter. This before and after has a double meaning. It points to the world historical event, the basic kairos, which has established the center of history once for all, and it refers to the continually recurring and derivative kairoi in which a religious cultural group has an existential encounter with the central event. Before and after in connection with the spiritual community's latency and manifestation refer directly to the second sense of the words and only indirectly to the first. The concrete occasion for the distinction between the latent and the manifest church comes with the encounter of groups outside the organized churches who show the power of the new being in an impressive way. There are youth alliances, friendship groups, educational, artistic, and political movements, and, even more obviously, individuals without any visible relation to each other in whom the spiritual presence's impact is felt, although they are indifferent or hostile to all overt expressions of religion. They do not belong to a church, but they are not excluded from the spiritual community. It is impossible to deny this if one looks at the manifold instances of profanization and demonization of the spiritual presence in those groups, the churches which claim to be the spiritual community. Certainly the churches are not excluded from the spiritual community, but neither are their secular opponents. The churches represent the spiritual community in a manifest religious self-expression, whereas the others represent the spiritual community in secular latency. The term latent comprises a negative and a positive element. Latency is the state of being partly actual, partly potential. One cannot attribute latency to that which is merely potential, for example, the reception of Jesus as the Christ by those who have not yet encountered him. In the state of latency, there must be actualized elements and elements not actualized. And this is just what characterizes the latent spiritual community. There is the spiritual presence's impact in faith and love, but the ultimate criterion of both faith and love, the transcendent union of unambiguous life as it is manifest in the faith and the love of the Christ, is lacking. Therefore the spiritual community in its latency is open to profanization and demonization without an ultimate principle of resistance, whereas the spiritual community organized as a church has the principle of resistance in itself and is able to apply itself critically, as in the movements of Prophetism and Reformation. It was the latency of the spiritual community under the veil of Christian humanism which led to the concept of latency, but the concept proved to possess a wider relevance. It could be applied to the whole history of religion, which is in most cases identical with the history of culture. There is a latent spiritual community in the assembly of the people of Israel, in the schools of the prophets, in the community of the temple, in the synagogues in Palestine and the diaspora, and in the medieval and modern synagogues. There is a latent spiritual community in the Islamic devotional communities, in the mosques and theological schools, and in the mystical movements of Islam. There is a latent spiritual community in the communities worshipping the great mythological gods, in esoteric priestly groups, in the mystery cults of the later ancient world, and in the half-scientific, half-ritual communities of the Greek philosophical schools. There is a latent spiritual community in classical mysticism in Asia and Europe and in the monastic and half-monastic groups to which the mystical religions gave rise. The impact of the spiritual presence, and therefore of the spiritual community, is in all of these and many others. There are elements of faith in the sense of being grasped by an ultimate concern, and there are elements of love in the sense of a transcendent reunion of the separated. The spiritual community, however, is still latent. The ultimate criterion, the faith and love of the Christ, has not yet appeared to these groups whether they existed before or after the years 1 to 30. As a consequence of their lack of this criterion, such groups are unable to actualize a radical self-negation and self-transformation as it is present as reality and symbol in the cross of Christ. This means that they are teleologically related to the spiritual community in its manifestation, they are unconsciously driven toward the Christ, even though they reject him when he is brought to them through the preaching and actions of the Christian churches. In their opposition to this form of his appearance, they may represent the spiritual community better than the churches, at least in some respects. They may become critics of the churches in the name of the spiritual community, and this is true even of such anti-religious and anti-Christian movements as world communism. Not even communism could live if it were devoid of all elements of the spiritual community. Even world communism is teleologically related to the spiritual community. It is most important for the practice of the Christian ministry, especially in its missionary activities toward those both within and without the Christian culture, to consider pagans, humanists, and Jews as members of the latent spiritual community and not as complete strangers who are invited into the spiritual community from outside. This insight serves as a powerful weapon against ecclesiastical and hierarchical arrogance. C. The marks of the spiritual community latent or manifest. The spiritual community is the community of the new being. It is created by the divine Spirit as manifest in the new being in Jesus as the Christ. This origin determines its character, it is the community of faith and love. The several qualities inherent in its character demand special consideration for their own sake and because they furnish the criteria for describing and judging the churches, for the churches are both the actualization and the distortion of the spiritual community. As the community of the new being, the spiritual community is a community of faith. The term community of faith indicates the tension between the faith of the individual member and the faith of the community as a whole. It is of the nature of the spiritual community that this tension does not lead to a break, as it does in the churches. The spiritual presence by which the individual is grasped in the act of faith transcends individual conditions, beliefs, and expressions of faith. It unites him with the God who can grasp men through all these conditions but who does not restrict himself to any one of them. The spiritual community contains an indefinite variety of expressions of faith and does not exclude any of them. It is open in all directions because it is based on the central manifestation of the spiritual presence. It is faith, nevertheless, overcoming the infinite gap between the infinite and the finite, it is in every moment fragmentary, a partial anticipation of the transcendent union of unambiguous life. Unambiguous itself, it is the criterion for the faith of the churches, conquering their ambiguities. The spiritual community is holy, participating through faith in the holiness of the divine life, and it gives holiness to the religious communities, i.e., the churches, of which it is the invisible spiritual essence. As the community of the new being, the spiritual community is a community of love. As the spiritual community contains the tension between the faith of the individual members, with their indefinite variety of experiences, and that of the community, so it contains the tension between the indefinite variety of love relations and the agape which unites being with being in the transcendent union of unambiguous life. And as the variety of conditions of faith does not lead to a break with the faith of the community, so the variety of love relations does not prevent agape from uniting the separated centers in the transcendent union of unambiguous life. Nevertheless, it is multidimensional love, fragmentary in view of the separation of everything from everything else in time and space, but an anticipation of the perfect union in eternal life. As such, it is the criterion of the love within the churches, unambiguous in its essence, conquering their ambiguities. The spiritual community is holy, participating through love in the holiness of the divine life, and it gives holiness to the religious communities, the churches, of which it is the invisible spiritual essence. The unity and universality of the spiritual community follow from its character as a community of faith and love. Its unity expresses the fact that the tension between the indefinite variety of the conditions of faith does not lead to a break with the faith of the community. The spiritual community can stand the diversities of psychological and sociological structures, of historical development, and of preferences as to symbols and devotional and doctrinal forms. This unity is not without tensions, but it is without break. It is fragmentary and anticipatory because of the limits of time and space, but it is unambiguous and, as such, the criterion for the unity of the religious groups, the churches, of which the spiritual community is the invisible spiritual essence. This unity is another expression of the spiritual community's holiness, which participates in the holiness of the divine life. The universality of the spiritual community expresses the fact that the tension between the indefinite variety of love relations and the agape which unites being with being in the transcendent union of unambiguous life does not lead to a break between them. The spiritual community can stand the diversity of the qualities of love. There is no conflict in it between agape and eros, between agape and philia, between agape and libido. There are tensions, as there are implicitly in every dynamic process. The dynamics of all life, even the unambiguous life of the transcendent union, implies tensions. But only in the estrangement of ambiguous life do the tensions become conflicts. Agape, in the spiritual community, is not only itself united with the other qualities of love, it also creates unity among them. As a consequence, the immense diversity of beings with regard to sex, age, race, nation, tradition, and character, typological as well as individual, does not prevent their participation in the spiritual community. The figurative statement that all men are children of the same Father is not incorrect, but it has a hollow sound, because it suggests mere potentiality. The real question is whether, in spite of the existential estrangement of the children of God from God and from each other, participation in a transcendent union is possible. This question is answered in the spiritual community and by the working of agape as a manifestation of the Spirit in it. As is the case with faith, love, and unity in the spiritual community, its quality of universality is also unambiguous, albeit fragmentary and anticipatory. The limits of finitude restrict the actual universality in every moment of time and at every point of space. The spiritual community is not the kingdom of God in ultimate fulfillment. It is actual in the religious communities as their invisible spiritual essence and the criterion of their ambiguous life. Nevertheless, the spiritual community is holy, because it participates through its universality in the holiness of the divine life. D. the spiritual community and the unity of religion, culture, and morality. The transcendent union of unambiguous life in which the spiritual community participates includes the unity of the three functions of life under the dimensions of the spirit: religion, culture, and morality. This unity is preformed in man's essential nature, disrupted under the conditions of existence, and recreated by the spiritual presence in the spiritual community as it struggles with the ambiguities of life in religious and secular groups. There is no religion as a special function in the spiritual community. Of the two concepts of religion, the narrower and the broader, the narrower does not apply to the spiritual community, for all acts of man's spiritual life are grasped by the spiritual presence. In biblical terms, there is no temple in the fulfilled kingdom of God, for now at last God has his dwelling among men. He will dwell among them and they shall be his people, and God himself will be with them. The spiritual presence which creates the spiritual community does not create a separate entity in terms of which it must be received and expressed, rather, it grasps all reality, every function, every situation. It is the depth of all cultural creations and places them in a vertical relation to their ultimate ground and aim. There are no religious symbols in the spiritual community because the encountered reality is in its totality symbolic of the spiritual presence, and there are no religious acts because every act is an act of self-transcendence. Thus, the essential relation between religion and culture, that culture is the form of religion and religion the substance of culture, is realized in the spiritual community. Although unambiguous, however, it is not without its dynamics and tensions. Therefore, similarly to the other characteristics of the spiritual community, it is fragmentary and anticipatory. The biblical vision of the holy city without a temple is the vision of ultimate fulfillment, but as such it is also a description of the holy community in anticipation and fragmentary realization. The temporal process and the limited field of consciousness prevent the universal mutual inherence of cultural creation and religious self-transcendence. The alternating prevalence of one or the other cannot be avoided, but this spatial and temporal disparity does not necessitate mutual exclusion of a qualitative character. Such exclusion occurs in the separation of religion from culture and in the consequent ambiguities of the religious and cultural life. The unambiguous, though fragmentary, union of religion and culture in the spiritual community is the criterion of the religious and cultural communities and the hidden power within them which struggles against separation and ambiguity. Although religion in the narrower sense is lacking in the spiritual community, religion in the broader sense is united with morality in an unambiguous way. We have defined morality as the constitution of the person as person in the encounter with the other person. If religion in the narrower sense is separated from morality, both are forced to defend their mutual independence. Morality must defend its autonomous character against religious commandments imposed on it from outside, as, for example, Kant did in a monumental way, and religion must defend itself against attempts to explain it as an illusionary support of or a destructive interference with autonomous morals, as Schleiermacher did most impressively. There is no such conflict in the spiritual community. Religion, in the sense of being grasped by the spiritual presence, presupposes self-establishment of the person in the moral act, the condition of everything spiritual and spiritual in man. The term spiritual community itself points to the personal communal character in which the new being appears. It could not appear in any other character, and it would destroy itself if it imposed religious commands that were external to the act of moral self-constitution. This possibility is excluded from the spiritual community because religion in the narrower sense is excluded from it. On the other hand, the unity of religion and morals expresses itself in the character of morals in the spiritual community. Morals in the spiritual community are theonomous in a twofold sense. If we ask for the source of the unconditional character of the moral imperative, we must give the following answer: that the moral imperative is unconditional because it expresses man's essential being. Affirming what we essentially are and being obedient to the moral imperative are one and the same act. But one could ask, why should one affirm one's essential being rather than destroy oneself? The answer to this must be that the person becomes aware of his infinite value, or, ontologically expressed, of his belonging to the transcendent union of unambiguous life which is the divine life, This awareness occurs under the impact of the spiritual presence. The act of faith and the act of accepting the moral imperative's unconditional character are one and the same act. If we ask the question of the moral imperative's motivating power, the answer in light of the spiritual community is not the law but the spiritual presence, which, in relation to the moral imperative, is grace. The moral act, the act of personal self-constitution in the encounter with other persons, is based on participation in the transcendent union. This participation makes the moral act possible. By its spiritual impact, the preceding transcendent union creates the actual union of the centered person with itself, the encountered world, and the ground of self and world. It is the quality of preceding that characterizes the spiritual impact as grace, and nothing establishes the moral personality and community but the transcendent union which manifests itself in the spiritual community as grace. The self-establishment of a person as person without grace leaves the person to the ambiguities of the law. Morality in the spiritual community is determined by grace. Nevertheless, the unity of religion and morality remains fragmentary, for it has temporal and spatial limits, and it remains anticipatory because it does not embrace the whole field of person-to-person relations. Even the personality and community under grace, subject to the impact of the spiritual presence, is not the fulfilled personality and community. Yet these are the criteria of moral self-establishment in religious and secular persons and groups. The ethics of the kingdom of God is the measure of the ethics in the churches and in society. The unity of religion with culture and morality implies the unity of culture with morality. This applies first to the content which morality receives from culture. The unconditional character of the moral imperative does not yield the content of the imperative. The ethical content is a product of culture and shares all the relativities of cultural creativity. Its relativity has but one limit, and that is the act of the constitution of the personal self in the person-to-person encounter, and this has already led us to more than a merely abstract acknowledgement to the multidimensional love which affirms the other one in an act of reunion. In it the moral imperative and the ethical content come together and constitute the theonomous morals of the spiritual community. Love is continually subject to change while remaining identical with itself as love. In the spiritual community there are no tables of commandments besides the spiritual presence, which creates love and which may also create documents of the wisdom of love, as the Decalogue. But these documents are not ethical law books. Love decides at every moment as to their validity and their application to the particular case. In this way morality is both dependent on the dynamics of cultural creativity and independent of it through the love which is created by the spiritual presence. The new being unites morality and culture by participation in the transcendent union of unambiguous life. Yet this unity, though unambiguous, is fragmentary and anticipatory, owing to the finitude of the individuals and groups who are its moral agents. Every moral decision imposed by the Spirit excludes other possible decisions. This does not mean that love's action is ambiguous but that every act of love is fragmentary, able merely to anticipate an ultimate that is, an all-embracing fulfillment. Nevertheless, this unity of morality and culture is the criterion of the moral cultural situation in all religious and secular communities. It is, at the same time, the hidden spiritual power within them which seeks to resolve the ambiguities which follow from the existential separation of morality and culture. As culture gives content to morality, so morality gives seriousness to culture. The lack of seriousness toward cultural creativity was first called aestheticism by Kierkegaard. It is the detached attitude toward cultural creations that are valued merely for an enjoyment untouched by eros toward the creation itself. This attitude should not be confused with the element of play in cultural creation and reception. Play is one of the most characteristic expressions of the freedom of the spirit, and there is a seriousness in free playing not to be surpassed by the seriousness of necessary work. Where there is seriousness, there is the unconscious or conscious force of the unconditional character of the moral imperative. A culture which loses this orientation in its creative work becomes shallow and self-destructive, and a morality which establishes itself in opposition as withdrawal to seriousness negates its own seriousness by an empty personal and communal self-constitution, as in the case of a culture-defying moralism. In both cases it is lack of a uniting love which produces the conflict. In the spiritual community there is no aestheticist detachment, there is the seriousness of those who seek to experience the ultimate in being and meaning through every cultural form and task. The seriousness of moral self-integration and the richness of cultural self-creation are united in the spiritual presence, which answers the self-transcending drive in culture and morality. The conflict between the irresponsible enjoyment of cultural forms and activities and the attitude of moral superiority over culture assumed in the name of seriousness has no place in the spiritual community. But the tension out of which such a conflict arises does have its place, for although there is genuine unity of culture and morality in the theonomy of the spiritual community, it exists fragmentarily and by anticipation. The limits of human finitude prevent an all-embracing seriousness and an all-embracing cultural eros. Yet even within these limits the unity of moral seriousness and cultural openness is the criterion for the relation of morality to culture in all religious and secular groups. It is the spiritual power that struggles against the ambiguities which follow the separation of morality and culture. This description of the spiritual community shows it to be both as manifest and hidden as the new being in all its expressions. It is as manifest and as hidden as the central manifestation of the new being in Jesus as the Christ. It is as manifest and as hidden as the spiritual presence which creates new being in the history of mankind and, indirectly, in the universe as a whole. This is the reason for the use of the term spiritual community, for everything spiritual is manifest in hiddenness. It is open only to faith as the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence. As we have said before, only spirit discerns spirit. 3. The divine spirit and the ambiguities of life. A. The spiritual presence and the ambiguities of religion. 1. The spiritual community, the church, and the churches. A. The ontological character of the spiritual community. The term spiritual community has been used to characterize sharply that element in the concept of the church which is called the body of Christ by the New Testament and the church invisible or spiritual by the Reformation. In the previous discussion this element has sometimes been called the invisible essence of the religious communities. Such a statement implies that the spiritual community is not a group existing beside other groups but rather a power and a structure inherent and effective in such groups, that is, in religious communities. If they are consciously based on the appearance of the new being in Jesus as the Christ, these groups are called churches. If they have other foundations, they are called synagogues, temple congregations, mystery groups, monastic groups, cult groups, movements. Insofar as they are determined by an ultimate concern, the spiritual community is effective in its hidden power and structure in all such groups. In the language of the New Testament, the manifestation of the spiritual community in the Christian church is described in the following way: the church in New Testament Greek is ecclesia, the assembly of those who are called out of all nations by the apostoloi, the messengers of the Christ, to the congregation of the eleutheroi, those who have become free citizens of the kingdom of the heavens. There is a church, an assembly of God, or the Christ, in every town in which the message has been successful and a Christian koinonia, or communion, has come into being. But there is also the overall unity of these local assemblies in the Church Universal, by virtue of which the particular groups become churches, local, provincial, national, or after the split of the Church Universal, denominational. The Church Universal, as well as the particular churches included in it, is seen in a double aspect as the body of Christ, on the one hand a spiritual reality and as a social group of individual Christians on the other. In the first sense, they show all the characteristics which we have attributed to the spiritual community in the preceding chapters. In the second sense, all the ambiguities of religion, culture, and morality that were already discussed in connection with the ambiguities of life in general are present. For the sake of semantic clarification, we have used the term spiritual community as an equivalent of the church, as the body of Christ, avoiding the term the church, with a capital C, completely. Of course, this term cannot be removed from liturgical language, but systematic theology has the right to use non-biblical and non-ecclesiastical terms, if such use serves to free the genuine meanings of the traditional terms from confusing connotations which obscure their meaning. When the Reformers distinguished sharply between the invisible and the visible church, they did the same thing. They also had to resist dangerous and even demonic distortions of the true meaning of church and churches. It cannot be denied, however, that a new terminology, though helpful in one respect, may produce new confusions in another. This has certainly been the case in the distinction between the church visible and invisible, and it might happen to the distinction between the spiritual community and the churches. In the first case, the confusion is that the church invisible is understood as a reality beside the church visible, or, more precisely, beside the visible churches. But in the thought of the Reformers, there was no invisible church alongside the historical churches. The invisible church is the spiritual essence of the visible church. Like everything spiritual, it is hidden, but it determines the nature of the visible church. In the same way, the spiritual community does not exist as an entity beside the churches, but it is their spiritual essence, effective in them through its power, its structure, and its fight against their ambiguities. To the question of the logical-ontological character of the spiritual community, one can answer that it is essentiality determining existence and being resisted by existence. Two mistakes must be avoided here. One is the interpretation of the spiritual community as an ideal as against the reality of the churches, that is, as constructed from the positive elements in the ambiguities of religion and projected onto the screen of transcendence. This image creates the expectation that the actual churches will progress toward an approximation of this ideal picture of the spiritual community. But this raises the question, what justifies such an expectation? Or more concretely, where do the churches get the power of establishing and actualizing such an ideal? The familiar answer is that they get it from the divine Spirit, working in the church. But this answer leads to the further question as to the way in which the divine Spirit is present. How does the Spirit use the Word and the sacrament as media of His creative work? How can faith be created, except by the power of faith, and love, except by the power of love? Essential power must precede actualization. In biblical terms, one would say that the church as the body of Christ, or as the spiritual temple, is the new creation into which the individual Christian and the particular church is taken. This kind of thinking is more strange to our time than it was to most periods in the history of the church, including the Reformation. But it is certainly biblical thinking, and as long as the churches affirm that Jesus is the Christ, the mediator of the new being, it is theologically necessary. However, there is another danger to be avoided, and that is a kind of Platonism or mythological literalism which interprets the spiritual community as an assembly of so-called spiritual beings, angelic hierarchies, saints and the saved from all periods and countries, represented on earth by ecclesiastical hierarchies and sacraments. This idea is in the line of Greek Orthodox thinking. Whatever its symbolic truth may be, it is not what we have called the spiritual community. The heavenly assembly of God is a supernaturalistic counterpart to the earthly assembly of God, the church, but it is not this quality in the churches which makes them churches, it is their invisible, essential spirituality. This calls for a category to be used in interpreting reality which is neither realistic nor idealistic nor supernaturalistic but essentialistic, a category pointing to the power of the essential behind and within the existential. This analysis holds true of every life process. Everywhere, the essential is one of the determining powers. Its power is not causal but directive. One could call it teleological, but this word has been misused in the sense of a further causality, which certainly must be rejected by both science and philosophy. And yet, it would be possible to say that the spiritual community is the inner telos of the churches and that as such it is the source of everything which makes them churches. This essentialistic interpretation of the spiritual community can give to theology a category which is most adequate to interpret the unambiguous life as eternal life, for spiritual life is eternal life in anticipation. b. The paradox of the churches. The paradox of the churches is the fact that they participate, on the one hand, in the ambiguities of life in general and of the religious life in particular, and, on the other hand, in the unambiguous life of the spiritual community. The first consequence of this is that whenever they are interpreted and judged, the churches must be seen under two aspects. The awareness of this necessity has been expressed in the distinction between the church invisible and visible, to which we have already referred. As long as one who uses these terms is aware that he does not speak of two churches but of two aspects of one church in time and space, this terminology is possible and even unavoidable, for it is necessary to emphasize the invisible character of the spiritual community, which is the essential power in every actual church. If, however, these terms are so abused as to suggest two distinct churches, the result is either a devaluation of the empirical church here and now or an ignoring of the invisible church as an irrelevant ideal. Both consequences have characterized many phases of Protestantism's history. The first consequence has appeared in certain types of spirit movements, the second in liberal Protestantism. Therefore, it might be useful to speak in an epistemological language of the sociological and the theological aspects of the church, meaning every particular church in time and space. Every church is a sociological reality. As such, it is subject to the laws which determine the life of social groups with all their ambiguities. The sociologists of religion are justified in conducting these inquiries in the same way as the sociologists of law, of the arts, and of the sciences. They rightly point to the social stratification within the churches, to the rise and fall of elites, to power struggles and the destructive weapons used in them, to the conflict between freedom and organization, to aristocratic esotericism in contrast to democratic exotericism, and so forth. Seen in this light, the history of the churches is a secular history with all the disintegrating, destructive, and tragic demonic elements which make historical life as ambiguous as all other life processes. If this aspect is looked at to the exclusion of the other, one can deal with the churches polemically or apologetically. If the intention is polemical, often born of undiscerning expectations and the disappointments which inevitably ensue, the rather miserable reality of concrete churches is emphasized, and this reality is compared with their claim to embody the spiritual community. The church at the street corner hides the church spiritual from view. If, conversely, the churches as sociological realities are cited for apologetic purposes, they are valued because of their social significance. They are praised as the largest and most effective social agencies dedicated to the enhancement of the good life. People are asked to join the churches, at least for a try, for the sake of psychological security, for example, and to participate in the work of helping others toward the same goal. In light of this view, the history of the churches is told as the history of humanity's progress. Of course, on this basis the church's critics can point to the reactionary, superstitious, and inhuman impact of the churches on Western civilization, and this they have done with tremendous success. This contrast shows that judging the churches from the point of view of their sociological functions and their social influence, past or present, is utterly inadequate. A church which is nothing more than a benevolent, socially useful group can be replaced by other groups not claiming to be churches. Such a church has no justification for its existence. The other view of the churches is the theological. It does not refuse to recognize the sociological aspect, but it does deny its exclusive validity. The theological view points, within the ambiguities of the social reality of the churches, to the presence of the unambiguous spiritual community. However, a danger, similar to that found with respect to the sociological view, threatens and distorts the theological exclusiveness. Of course, the theological view cannot be exclusive in the sense that it simply denies the existence of the sociological characteristics of the churches and their ambiguities. But it can deny their significance for the spiritual nature of the church. This is the official Roman Catholic doctrine, according to which the Roman Church is a sacred reality above the sociological ambiguities of past and present. Church history, from this point of view, becomes sacred history, elevated above all other history in spite of the fact that the disintegrating, destructive, and demonic features of life are shown in it as strongly, and often even more strongly, than in secular history. This makes it impossible to criticize the Roman Church in essentials in doctrine, ethics, hierarchical organization, and so forth. Since the Roman Church identifies its historical existence with the spiritual community, every attack on it, often even on non-essentials, is felt as an attack on the spiritual community and consequently on the Spirit itself. This is one of the main roots both of hierarchical arrogance and, in opposition to it, of anti-ecclesiastical and anti-hierarchical movements. The Roman Church tries to ignore the ambiguities of its life and to submerge the Church's sociological character in its theological character, but the relation of the two is paradoxical and cannot be understood either by eliminating the one or by subjecting the one to the other. The Church's paradoxical character is evident in the way in which the marks of the spiritual community are taken as marks of the Church's. Each of them can be ascribed to the Church's only with the addition of in spite of. We refer to the predicates of holiness, unity, and universality. Faith and love will be discussed in connection with the life of the Church's and the fight against its ambiguities. The Church's are holy because of the holiness of their foundation, the new being, which is present in them. Their holiness cannot be derived from the holiness of their institutions, doctrines, ritual and devotional activities, or ethical principles. All these are among the ambiguities of religion. Nor can the Church's holiness be derived from the holiness of their members. The Church's members are holy in spite of their actual unholiness, insofar as they want to belong to the Church and have received what the Church has received, i.e., the ground on which they are accepted in spite of their unholiness. The holiness of the Churches and of Christians is not a matter of empirical judgment but rather of faith in the working of the new being within them. One could say that a church is holy because it is a community of those who are justified through faith by grace, and the churches do indeed pronounce this message as good news to their members. However, this message is also valid for the churches themselves. The churches living in the ambiguities of religion are, at the same time, holy. They are holy because they stand under the negative and the positive judgments of the cross. This is just the point at which the gap between Protestantism and Roman Catholicism seems unbridgeable. The Roman Church accepts, at least in principle, critical judgment of each of its members, including the Vicar of Christ, the Pope himself, but it does not accept critical judgment of itself as an institution, of its doctrinal decisions, ritual traditions, moral principles, and hierarchical structure. It judges on the basis of its institutional perfection, but this basis itself is not judged. Protestantism cannot accept the predicate of holiness for its churches, if it is based on any kind of institutional perfection. The Holy Church is the distorted church, and this means every church in time and space. If, as under Pope John XXIII through the Second Vatican Council, the Roman Catholic Church revives the principle of reformation within itself, the question remains as to how far such a reformation can go. Pope John gave the first answer unmistakably: the doctrinal decisions of councils and popes are the unchangeable basis of the Catholic Church. And the doctrinal decisions include statements concerning the hierarchical structure and the ethical system of the Church. But there is a second answer, such as that given by Cardinal Bea, to the effect that, although the doctrines themselves are unchangeable, their interpretation must change. Only the future can show to what degree the principle of reformation will become effective within the Roman Church through an interpretation under the guidance of the prophetic spirit. Nevertheless, the churches are embodiments of the new being and creations of the spiritual presence, and their essential power is the spiritual community, which works toward unambiguous life through their ambiguities. Nor is this work without effect. There is regenerative power in the churches, even in their most miserable state. As long as they are churches and related in reception and reaction to the new being in Jesus as the Christ, the spiritual presence works in them, and symptoms of this work can always be seen. This is the case most conspicuously in the movements of prophetic criticism and reformation to which we have already referred. It is generic to the church's holiness that they have the principle of reformation within themselves. The churches are holy, but they are so in terms of an in spite of or as a paradox. Unity is the second predicate of the churches, which expresses the paradox of their nature. The churches are united because of the unity of their foundation, the new being which is effective in them. But the church's unity cannot be derived from their actual unity, nor can the predicate of unity be denied because of their present disunity. The predicate is independent of these empirical realities and possibilities. It is identical with the dependence of any actual church on the spiritual community as its essence in power and structure. This is true of every particular local denominational and confessional church which is related to the event of the Christ as its foundation. The unity of the church is real in each of them in spite of the fact that all of them are separated from each other. This contradicts the Roman Catholic Church's claim to represent in its particularity the unity of the Church and its rejection of any other group which claims to be a church. A consequence of this absolutism was that Rome prohibited cooperation of a purely religious kind with other Christian churches. In spite of some relaxation in this attitude, it expresses the Roman understanding of the Church's unity, which could only be changed if the Roman Church gave up its absolute claim and with it its own peculiar character. Protestantism is aware of the paradoxical character of the predicate of unity. It considers the division of the churches as unavoidable in light of the ambiguities of religion but not as something which contradicts their unity with respect to the church's foundation, their essential unity, which is paradoxically present in their ambiguous mixture of unity and disunity. The fight against this ambiguity is waged in the power of the spiritual community, to which unambiguous unity belongs. It is manifest in all attempts to reunite the manifest churches and to draw what we have called the latent churches into this union. The most conspicuous of these attempts in our period is the work of the World Council of Churches. The ecumenical movement of which it is the organized representative powerfully expresses the awareness of the predicate of unity in many contemporary churches. In practical terms, it is able to heal divisions which have become historically obsolete, to replace confessional fanaticism by interconfessional cooperation, to conquer denominational provincialism, and to produce a new vision of the unity of all churches in their foundation. But neither the ecumenical nor any other future movement can conquer the ambiguity of unity and division in the Church's historical existence. Even if it were able to produce the united churches of the world, and even if all latent churches were converted to this unity, new divisions would appear. The dynamics of life, the tendency to preserve the holy even when it has become obsolete, the ambiguities implied in the sociological existence of the churches, and above all, the prophetic criticism and demand for reformation would bring about new and, in many cases, spiritually justified divisions. The unity of the churches, similar to their holiness, has a paradoxical character. It is the divided church which is the united church. Universality is the third predicate of the churches which expresses the paradox of their nature. The churches are universal because of the universality of their foundation, the new being which is effective in them. The word universal replaces the classic word Catholic, that which concerns all men, because since the split produced by the Reformation the latter word has generally been reserved for the Roman Church or for such strongly sacramental churches as the Greek Orthodox and the Anglican. Although the word must be replaced, the fact yet remains that a church which does not claim Catholicity has ceased to be a church. Every church is universal both intensively and extensively because of its nature of actualizing the spiritual community. The intensive universality of the church is its power and desire to participate as church in everything created under all dimensions of life. Of course, such participation implies judgment of and fight against the ambiguities of life in the encountered realms of being. The predicate of intensive universality keeps the churches wide open as life universal. Nothing that is created and, therefore, essentially good is excluded from the life of the churches and their members. This is the meaning of the principle of the complexio oppositorum, of which the Roman Church is rightly proud. There is nothing in nature, nothing in man, and nothing in history which does not have a place in the spiritual community and, therefore, in the churches of which the spiritual community is the dynamic essence. This is classically expressed in both the medieval cathedrals and the scholastic systems, in which all dimensions of being found their place, and even the demonic, the ugly, and the destructive appeared in a subdued role. The danger of this universality, of course, was that elements of ambiguity entered the life of the Church, or, symbolically speaking, that the demonic revolted against its role of subjection to the divine. This danger induced Protestantism to replace the abundance of the complexio oppositorum by the poverty of sacred emptiness, in this point following Judaism and Islam. In doing so, Protestantism did not reject the principle of universality, because there can be a universality of emptiness as well as a universality of abundance. The predicate of universality is violated only if one of many possibilities is elevated to an absolute position and the other elements are excluded. When this happens, the principle of universality disappears from the churches and is realized in the secular world. The fact that during the Reformation and Counter-Reformation the churches largely cut themselves off from the universality of abundance and even of emptiness is partly responsible for the rise of a wide-open secularism in the modern world. The churches had become but segments of life and had lost their participation in life universal. Yet, however positive or negative the church's attitude toward the predicate of universality, they are essentially universal in spite of their actual poverty in relation to the abundance of the encountered world. They may include music but exclude the visual arts, they may include work but exclude natural vitality, they may include philosophical analysis but exclude metaphysics, they may include particular styles of all cultural creations and exclude other styles. However universal they try to be, the universality of the churches is paradoxically present in their particularity. All this is said about the intensive universality of the churches, but it is also valid of their extensive universality, that is, the validity of the church's foundation for all nations, social groups, races, tribes, and cultures. As the New Testament shows, this extensive universality is an immediate implication of the acceptance of Jesus as the bringer of the new being. The tremendous emphasis which Paul places on this point is caused by his own experience as a diaspora Jew who unites in himself Jewish, Greek, and Roman elements, as well as the syncretism of the Hellenistic period, and who brings all this into the church in himself and his congregation. The analogous situation in our time, stemming from national, racial, and cultural problems, forces contemporary theology to emphasize the universality of the churches as strongly as did Paul. But there never is actual universality in the churches. The predicate of universality cannot be derived from the actual situation. In light of the historically conditioned particularity even of the world churches and their councils, universality is paradoxical. Greek Orthodoxy identifies the universal spiritual community with the reception of the Christian message by Byzantine culture. Rome identifies the universal spiritual community with the Church, ruled by the canonic law and its guardian, the Pope. Protestantism shows its particularity by trying to subject foreign religions and cultures to contemporary Western civilization in the name of the universal spiritual community. And in many cases racial, social, and national particularities prevent the churches from actualizing the predicate of universality. Quantitative or extensive universality, like qualitative or intensive, is a paradoxical predicate of the churches. As was the case with respect to holiness and unity, we must also say of the church's universality that it is present in their particularity. And it is certainly not without effect, since the earliest period, all churches have tried to overcome the ambiguity of universality, both intensively and extensively, often the two are identical. It is one of the most regrettable traits of Protestant theology in the last 100 years that it has been conquered by a positivistic trend, of which Schleiermacher and Ritschl are examples. Positivism in theology is the resignation of the predicate of universality. That which is merely positive, for example, a particular Christian church, cannot be considered universal. This is only possible if universality is conceived of as paradoxically present in the particular. The ordinary layman who hears or confesses the words of the Apostles' Creed about the holiness, unity, and universality of the Church often understands the paradox of the churches without the concept of the spiritual community. He is aware of the paradoxical meaning of those words as applied to the churches from his knowledge of his own. Usually he is even realistic enough to reject the idea that one day in the future these predicates will lose their paradoxical character and become empirically true. He knows the churches and their members, including himself, sufficiently to dismiss such utopian expectations. Nevertheless he is grasped by the power of the words in which the unambiguous side of the church, the spiritual community, is expressed. 2. The life of the churches and the struggle against the ambiguities of religion. A. Faith and love in the life of the churches. 1. The spiritual community and the churches as communities of faith. The spiritual community is the community of faith and love, participating in the transcendent unity of unambiguous life. The participation is fragmentary because of the finitude of life, and it is not without tensions because of the polarity of individualization and participation, which is never absent from any finite being. The spiritual community as the dynamic essence of the churches makes them existing communities of faith and love in which the ambiguities of religion are not eliminated but are conquered in principle. The phrase in principle does not mean in abstracto but means, as do the Latin and Greek words principium and archi, the power of beginning, which remains the controlling power in a whole process. In this sense the spiritual presence, the new being, and the spiritual community are principles, arche. The ambiguities of the religious life are conquered in principle in the church's life, their self-destructive force is broken. They are not completely eliminated, they may even be present in demonic strength, but as Paul says in Romans, chapter 8, and other places, the appearance of the new being overcomes the ultimate power of the demonic structures of destruction. The ambiguities of religion in the churches are conquered by unambiguous life insofar as they embody the new being. But this insofar warns us against identifying the churches with the unambiguous life of the transcendent union. Where the church is, there is a point at which the ambiguities of religion are recognized and rejected but not removed. This is first of all true of the act in which the spiritual presence is received and the new being actualized, the act of faith. Faith becomes religion in the church is ambiguous, disintegrating, destructive, tragic, and demonic. But at the same time, there is a power of resistance against the manifold distortions of faith, the divine spirit and its embodiment, the spiritual community. If we call the churches or any particular church a community of faith, we say that, according to its intention, it is founded on the new being in Jesus as the Christ, or that its dynamic essence is the spiritual community. In discussing the spiritual community, we indicated that there is a tension between the faith of those who are grasped by the spiritual presence and the faith of the community, which consists of such individuals but is more than each of them and more than their totality. In the spiritual community this tension does not result in a break. In the churches a break is presupposed and leads to the ambiguities of religion, but it does so in such a way that these ambiguities are resisted and in principle overcome by the participation of the community of the church in the spiritual community. When we speak of the faith of the churches or of a particular church, what do we mean? 3 aspects of the question must be considered. First, when in the early church individuals decided to enter the church and in doing so risked everything, including their lives, it was not too difficult to speak of the church as a community of faith. But as soon as many entered the church more as a matter of a religious shelter than as an existential decision, and later, when within a whole civilization everyone, including infants, belonged to the church, its characterization as a community of faith became questionable. The active faith, the fides qua creditur, could not be presupposed in most members. What was left was the creedal foundation of the church, the fides qui creditur. How are these two related? Whatever the answer, numerous ambiguities of the religious life reappeared, and the concept of faith itself became so ambiguous that there are good, though not sufficient, reasons for not using it at all. The second difficulty in the concept of the community of faith is rooted in the history of the fides qui creditur, the creeds. This history is a typically ambiguous mixture between spiritual creativity and the social forces which determine history. The social forces here under consideration are ignorance, fanaticism, hierarchical arrogance, and political intrigue. If the churches require that all their faithful members accept the formulas which came into existence in this way, they impose on them a burden which no one who is aware of the situation can honestly carry. It is a demonic and therefore destructive act for the community of faith to be interpreted as unconditional subjection to the doctrinal statements of faith as they have developed in the rather ambiguous history of the churches. The third difficulty in the concept is the fact that a secular world has established itself which fosters a critical or skeptical or indifferent attitude toward the creedal statements even among serious members of the churches. What does community of faith mean if the community, as well as the personalities of the individual members, is disrupted by criticism and doubt? These questions show how powerful the ambiguities of religion are in the churches and how difficult the resistance of faith is. There is one answer which underlies all parts of the present system and which is the basic content of the Christian faith, and that is that Jesus is the Christ, the bringer of the new being. There are many possible ways of expressing this assertion, but in a church there is no way of avoiding it. Every church is based upon it. In this sense one can say that a church is a community of those who affirm that Jesus is the Christ. The very name Christian implies this. For the individual, this means a decision not as to whether he, personally, can accept the assertion that Jesus is the Christ, but the decision as to whether he wishes to belong or not to belong to a community which asserts that Jesus is the Christ. If he decides against this, he has left the church, even if, for social or political reasons, he does not formalize his denial. Many formal members in all the churches more or less consciously do not want to belong to the church. The church can tolerate them, because it is not based on individual decisions but on the spiritual presence and its media. In the opposite situation, there are some who unconsciously or consciously want to belong to the church, to such an extent that they cannot imagine not belonging to it, and who are in a state of such doubt about the basic assertion that Jesus is the Christ and its implications that they are on the verge of separating themselves from the church, at least inwardly. In our time, this is the predicament of many people, perhaps even the majority, though in various degrees. They belong to the church, but they doubt whether they belong. For them it must be said that the criterion of one's belonging to a church and through it to the spiritual community is the serious desire, conscious or unconscious, to participate in the life of a group which is based on the new being as it has appeared in Jesus as the Christ. Such an interpretation can help people whose consciences are troubled by misgivings about the whole set of symbols to which they subject themselves in thought, devotion, and action. They can be assured that they fully belong to the church, and through it to the spiritual community, and can confidently live in it and work for it. This solution is valid for all members of the church, including ministers and other representatives, but in the latter case problems of wisdom and tact arise, as in every organized group. It is obvious that one who denies, even tacitly, the basis and the aim of a function he is supposed to exercise must either separate himself from it or be forced out. The above questions about the community of faith lead to another more difficult problem, especially difficult in light of the Protestant principle. The question is how the community of faith which a church is supposed to be is related to its creedal and doctrinal expressions in preaching and teaching and other utterances, especially those made by representatives of the church. This question must be answered in concrete decisions of the concrete church, ideally by the Church Universal, actually by the manifold centers between it and the local church. The creedal statements result from these decisions. Because it identifies itself with the spiritual community, the Roman Church considers its creedal decisions unconditionally valid and regards every deviation from them as an heretical separation from the spiritual church. This produces a legally circumscribed reaction of the Church against those considered to be heretics, formerly against all such members, today only against representatives of the Church. The Protestant doctrine of the ambiguity of religion even in the churches makes such a reaction impossible. Nevertheless, even Protestant churches must formulate their own creedal foundation and defend it against attacks from the side of its own representatives. However, a church which is conscious of its own ambiguities must acknowledge that its judgment, whether in pronouncing a creedal statement or in applying it to concrete cases, is itself ambiguous. The church cannot avoid fighting for the community of faith, as in the cases of the Nazi apostasy, the communist heresy, relapses into Roman Catholic heteronomy, or rejection of the Church's foundation in the new being in the Christ, but in doing so the Church may fall into disintegrating, destructive, or even demonic errors. This risk is inherent in the life of any church which puts itself not above but beneath the cross of the Christ, i.e., In every church in which the prophetic Protestant principle has not been engulfed in hierarchical or doctrinal absolutism. The question as to whether the affirmation of the church as the community of faith entails the affirmation of the concept of heresy remains. This question is burdened with connotations which the concept of heresy has acquired in the church's development. Originally used for deviations from officially accepted doctrine, the word came to signify, with the establishment of the canonic law, a breach of doctrinal law of the Church, and with the acceptance of the canonic law as a part of the state law, it became the most serious criminal offense. The persecution of heretics has obliterated the original justified meaning of the word heresy for our conscious, and even more for our unconscious, reactions. It cannot be used in a serious discussion, and I am now convinced that we should not try to save the word, although we cannot avoid the problem to which it points. The following may be said about the problem itself. The rejection of the foundation of a church, that is, of the spiritual community and its manifestation in the Christ, is not a heresy but a separation from the community in which the problem of heresy exists. The problem of heresy arises when the unavoidable attempt is made to formulate the implications of the basic Christian assertion conceptually. From the point of view of the Protestant principle and the acknowledgement of the ambiguities of religion and in light of the always present latency of the spiritual community, one can solve the problem in the following way. The Protestant principle of the infinite distance between the divine and the human undercuts the absolute claim of any doctrinal expression of the new being. Certainly, a church's decision to base its preaching and teaching on a particular doctrinal tradition or formulation is necessary, but if the decision is accompanied by the claim that it is the only possible one, the Protestant principle is violated. It belongs to the essence of the community of faith in Protestantism that a Protestant church can receive into its thinking and acting every expression of thought and life created by the spiritual presence anywhere in the history of mankind. The Roman Church was more aware of this situation in its earlier than in its later development, but only since the Counter-Reformation has it closed its doors against any doctrinal reappraisal of the past. The prophetic freedom for essential self-criticism was lost. Protestantism, born of the struggle for such freedom, lost it in the period of theological orthodoxy and has recovered it again and again. Yet, with this freedom and in spite of its endless denominational cleavages, Protestantism has remained a community of faith. It is aware, and should always remain aware, of the two realities in which it participates: the spiritual community, which is its dynamic essence, and its existence within the ambiguities of religion. Awareness of these two poles of Protestantism underlies the present attempt to develop a theological system. 2. The spiritual community and the churches as communities of love. At the same time that they are a community of faith, the churches are also a community of love, but this must be understood within the ambiguities of religion and the Spirit's struggle with these ambiguities. In his anti-Donatist writings, Augustine decides that faith is possible outside the church, for example, in schismatic groups, but that love as agape is restricted to the community of the church. In saying this, he presupposes an intellectualistic concept of faith, for example, acceptance of the formula of baptism, which separates faith from love. But if faith is the state of being grasped by the spiritual presence, the two cannot be separated. Yet Augustine is right in considering the church as a community of love. We have discussed the nature of love fully, especially in its quality as agape, in connection with the spiritual community's character. Now we must describe its workings within and against the ambiguities of religion. As the community of love, the church actualizes the spiritual community, which is its dynamic essence. In analyzing the act of the person's moral constitution as person, we found that this can happen only in the ego-thou encounter with the other person, and that this encounter can become concrete only in terms of agape, the reuniting affirmation of the other one in terms of the eternal meaning of his being. The presupposition in the church is that every member has such a relation to every other member, and that this relation becomes actual in spatial and temporal nearness, the neighbor of the New Testament. It expresses itself in mutual acceptance in spite of the separations which take place because the church is a sociologically determined group. This refers to political, social, economic, educational, national, racial, and above all, personal differences, preferences, sympathies, and antipathies. In some churches, such as the First Church in Jerusalem and many sectarian groups, the concept community of love has led to an ecstatic communism, a resignation of all differences, especially economic ones. But such an attitude fails to note the distinction between the theological and the sociological character of the Church and fails to understand the nature of the latter and therefore of the ambiguities of every community of love. Often it is the ideological imposition of love which produces the most intensive forms of hostility. Like everything else in the nature of the churches, the community of love has the character of in spite of. Love in the churches manifests the love of the spiritual community, but it does so under the condition of the ambiguities of life. A claim for political, social, and economic equality cannot be derived directly from the character of a church as a community. But it does follow from the church's character as a community of love that those forms of inequality which make an actual community of love and even of faith impossible except for special heroic cases must be attacked and transformed. This refers to political, social, and economic inequalities and forms of suppression and exploitation which destroy the potentialities for humanity in the individual and for justice in the group. The Church's prophetic word must be heard against such forms of inhumanity and injustice, but first of all the Church must transform the given social structure within itself. See the relating functions of the churches, pages 212, 16. At the same time it must help the victims of a distorted social structure and of such forces as sickness and natural catastrophe both to experience the community of love and to attain the material goods which sustain their potentialities as men. This is that part of agape which is called charity and which is as necessary as it is ambiguous. It is ambiguous because it may substitute merely material contributions for the obligation toward human beings as human beings and because it can be used as a means for maintaining the social conditions which make charity necessary, even a thoroughly unjust social order. In contrast, true agape tries to create the conditions which make love possible in the other one. It is not by chance that this has been declared the principle of psychotherapeutic healing, for example, by Erich Fromm. Every act of love implies judgment against that which negates love. The Church as the community of love continuously exercises this judgment by its very existence. It exercises it against those outside as well as inside its community, and it must exercise it consciously and actively in both directions, although in doing so it becomes involved in the ambiguities of judging authority and power. Since the Church, in contrast to other groups in society, judges in the name of the spiritual community, its judging is in danger of becoming more radical, more fanatical, more destructive, and demonic. On the other hand, and for this reason, there is present in the Church the Spirit, which judges the Church's judging and struggles against its distortions. In relation to its own members, the Church's judging occurs through the media of the spiritual presence, through the functions of the Church, and finally through the discipline which in some churches, notably the Calvinistic ones, is considered as a medium of the spiritual presence, similar to the Word and the Sacrament. Protestantism in general was hesitant about discipline because of its hierarchical and monastic abuses. Protestantism's main objection was to the practice and theory of excommunication. Under the Protestant principle, excommunication is impossible because no religious group has the right to put itself between God and man, either to unite man with God or to cut him off from God. The simple prayer of the excommunicated one may have more spiritual power and more healing effect than any of the ecclesiastically approved sacraments from which he is excluded. Protestant discipline can consist only of counseling and, in the case of representatives of the Church, exclusion from office. The decisive feature of the judging of love is that it has the one purpose of re-establishing the communion of love, not a cutting off, but a reuniting. Even a temporary cutting off makes a wound which can probably never be healed. Such removal may also take the form of social ostracism by the church community. This happens in Protestant churches and can be worse than excommunication in its destructive consequences, for it is an offense against the spiritual community and the church. An accommodation of the representatives of a church to social groups which exercise a predominant influence in it is equally, and in the long run more, dangerous. This is especially a problem of the minister, more so in the Protestant churches than in the Catholic Church. The Protestant doctrine of the general priesthood of all believers deprives the minister of the taboo which protects the priest in the Roman Church, and the significance of the layman is correspondingly increased. This makes a prophetic judgment of the congregations, including their most powerful sociological groups, so difficult as to be almost impossible. The result is often the sociologically determined, class church so conspicuous in American Protestantism. In the name of a tactful and cautious approach, which in itself is desirable, the judging function of the community of love is suppressed. This situation probably hurts the church more than an open attack on its principles launched by deviating and erring members. All this refers to the judging function of the community of love toward its members. The same criteria, of course, are valid, not only for the church's official representatives but also for members who have a priestly function in limited groups in the name of the community of love, for example, parents toward children and one parent to the other as parent, friends toward friends, leaders of voluntary groups to the members of their groups, teachers to their classes, and so on. The community of love must be actualized in affirmation, judgment, and reunion in all these cases, thus expressing the spiritual community. And in the power of the spiritual presence the Church must fight against the ambiguities of the threefold manifestation of love through spirit-determined individuals and movements. Each of the three manifestations is a creation of the spiritual presence, and in each of them the great in spite of the new being is effective, but it is most manifest in the third, the reunion in spite of, the message and act of forgiveness. Like the judging element of love, the forgiving element is present in all the Church's functions, insofar as they are dependent on the spiritual community. But the ambiguities of religion resist the dynamics of the Spirit in the act of forgiveness, too. Forgiveness can be a mechanical act, or mere permissiveness or the humiliation of him who is forgiven. Reunion in love is possible in none of these cases, because the paradox in forgiveness is disregarded. The question of the relation of the particular church as a community of love to other communites outside of it is full of problems. Perhaps at no point are the ambiguities of religion more difficult to conquer than here. The first problem concerns individual members of all groups outside a church. The general answer to the question what does love demand if they appear in the realm of the church, is that they must be accepted as participants in the spiritual community in its latency and therefore as possible members of the particular church. But then the elements of love which we have called judgment and reunion pose the question, under what conditions is their complete or partial acceptance as members possible? This is a profoundly problematic question. Does it mean conversion and, if so, to what? To Christianity, to one of its confessions or denominations, to the faith of the particular church? Our doctrine of the spiritual community in its latency suggests an answer. If someone desires to participate in the community of love in a particular church, then he may become a full member by accepting the creed and the order of that church, or he may remain in a particular church and become a fully accepted guest in another church, or he may remain in the latency of the spiritual community as a Jew, Mohammedan, humanist, mystic, and so on, who wants to be received into the community of love. Because he is aware of his own essential belonging to the spiritual community. In the last case, he would also be a guest or, more precisely, a visitor and friend. Such situations are frequent today. What is decisive, at least in the Protestant sphere, is the desire to participate in a group whose foundation is the acceptance of Jesus as the Christ. This desire takes the place of creedal statement and, in spite of the absence of conversion, opens the door into the community of love without reservation on the side of the Church. Another problem concerning the relation of the community of love to those outside is that of the relation of one particular church to another local, national, denominational. Antagonism among churches, even to the extreme of fanatical persecution of one church by another, has social and political causes which are among the ambiguities of the churches in their sociological aspect. But there are other reasons derived from the spiritual presence's fight against profanization and demonization of the new being. There is a profound anxiety in every church with a definite creed and order of life that the other one who asks to be taken into the community of love may distort this community by elements of profanization and demonization. In this situation, fanaticism, as always, is a result of inner insecurity, and persecution, as always, is produced by anxiety. The suspicion and hate which appear in the relations between the communities of love are a consequence of the same fear which produced the witch and heresy trials. It is a genuine fear of the demonic and therefore cannot be overcome by an ideal of tolerance which is based on indifference or on an abstract minimization of differences. It is vulnerable only to the spiritual presence, which affirms and judges every expression of the new being in the one community of love as well as in the others. In all of them, whether springing from latency or the manifest appearance of the spiritual community, there is creative spiritual presence, and in all of them profane and demonic possibilities are reality. Therefore, one church can recognize the community of love with another in the spiritual community as the dynamic essence of both by which the particularities of each are affirmed and judged. These considerations substantiate what was said earlier about the paradoxical character of the unity of the church. b. The functions of the churches, their ambiguities, and the spiritual community. 1. The general character of the functions of the churches and the spiritual presence. Having discussed in the previous sections the essential character of the churches in their relation to the spiritual community, we must now turn to their expression as living entities in a number of functions. Each of these functions is an immediate and necessary consequence of the nature of a church. They must be at work where there is a living church, even if periodically they are more hidden than manifest. They are never lacking, although the forms they take differ greatly from each other. One can distinguish the following three groups of church functions: the functions of constitution, related to the foundation of the churches in the spiritual community; the functions of expansion, related to the universal claim of the spiritual community; the functions of construction, related to the actualization of the spiritual potentialities of the churches. At this point a more general question arises, the question of the sense in which a doctrine of the churches and their functions is a subject matter of systematic theology and the sense in which it is a subject matter of practical theology. Of course, the first answer is that the boundary is not sharp. Nevertheless, one can distinguish between the theological principles governing the functions of the churches as churches and the practical tools and methods most adequate for their exercise. The task of systematic theology is to analyze the first, the task of practical theology is to suggest the second. Of course, this distinction does not imply a division in the thinking of the systematic and the practical theologian. Both think about both sets of problems, but each is committed to one of them in his work. The following analyses of a systematic character will often overlap with descriptions of a practical character, as has already happened in the previous chapters. The first statement to be made about the logical principles governing the church's functions as churches is that they all participate in the paradox of the churches. They are all performed in the name of the spiritual community, yet they are also performed by sociological groups and their representatives. They are involved in the ambiguities of life above all, of religious life, and their aim is to conquer these ambiguities through the power of the spiritual presence. One can distinguish three polarities of principles which correspond to the three groups of functions. The functions of constitution stand under the polarity of tradition and reformation, the functions of expansion under the polarity of verity and adaptation, the functions of construction under the polarity of form transcendence and form affirmation. The ambiguities fought by the spiritual presence are also indicated in these polarities. The danger of tradition is demonic hubris, the danger of reformation is emptying criticism. The danger of verity is demonic absolutism, the danger of adaptation is emptying relativization. The danger of form transcendence is demonic repression, the danger of form affirmation is formalistic emptiness. In connection with the description of the respective functions, concrete examples of these polarities and of the dangers implied in them will be discussed. At this point only a few general remarks about each are necessary. The principle of tradition in the churches is not a mere recognition of the sociological fact that the cultural forms of every new generation grow out of those produced by the preceding generations. This, of course, is also valid for the churches. But beyond this, the principle of tradition in the church stems from the fact that the nature of the churches and the character of their life are determined by their function in the new being as it has appeared in Jesus as the Christ, and that the tradition is the link between this foundation and every new generation. This is not necessarily the case with national groups or cultural movements, whose beginnings may be rather irrelevant for their development. But the spiritual community is effective through every function of the church, and, therefore, all generations are ideally present, not only the generations who experienced the central manifestation, but also those who expected it. In this sense, tradition is not particular, although it includes all particular traditions. It expresses the unity of historical mankind, of which the appearance of the Christ is the center. The Greek Orthodox Church considers itself as the church of the living tradition, in contrast to the legally defined and papally determined tradition of the Roman Church. The criticism which the Reformation leveled against many elements of both traditions, but especially the Roman, has made the concept itself suspect for Protestant feeling. Yet tradition is an element in the life of all churches. Even the Protestant criticism was possible only with the help of particular elements in the Roman Catholic tradition, the Bible, Augustine, the German mystics, the humanistic underground, and so on. It is a general characteristic of prophetic criticism of a religious tradition that it does not come from outside but from the center of the tradition itself, fighting its distortions in the name of its true meaning. There is no Reformation without tradition. The word Reformation has two connotations. It points to a unique event in church history, the Protestant Reformation of the 16th century, and it points to a permanent principle, active in all periods, which is implied in the Spirit's fight against the ambiguities of religion. The historical Reformation occurred because the Roman Church had successfully suppressed this principle at a moment when the prophetic Spirit called for a reformation of the Church in head and members. Obviously, there is no objective criterion for a movement of reformation, not even the Bible is such a criterion, since the Bible must be interpreted. There is, instead, the risk which is rooted in the awareness of the spiritual freedom, and it is the prophetic spirit which creates the courage for such a risk. Protestantism takes this risk even if it may mean the disintegration of particular churches. It takes the risk in the certainty that the spiritual community, the dynamic essence of a church, cannot be destroyed. The polarity of tradition and reformation leads to a struggle of the spiritual presence with the ambiguities of religion. The principle of reformation is the corrective against the demonic suppression of the freedom of the Spirit by a tradition which is vested with absolute validity in practice or by law, and since all churches have a tradition, this demonic temptation is actual and successful in all of them. Its success is caused by the taboo-producing anxiety about any deviation from that which is holy and has been proven to have saving power. The anticipation that, under the principle of reformation, the churches will fall into a profanizing criticism is implied in this anxiety. Schleiermacher's often quoted words, "The Reformation goes on," are certainly true, but they raise the anxious question, what is the limit beyond which critical disintegration begins? This question gives the guardians of an absolutized tradition their power to suppress the desire for reform and to coerce the consciences of those who know better but do not have the courage to risk a new road. The two principles are united in the spiritual community. They are in tension but not in conflict. To the degree in which the dynamics of the spiritual community is effective in a church, the conflict is transformed into a living tension. The second polarity of principles is essentially related to the functions of expansion in the life of the churches. It is the polarity of verity and adaptation. The problem is as old as the words of Paul, in which he refers to his being a Jew to the Jews and a Greek to the Greeks, while rejecting everyone who, against the truth of his message, tries to retransform the new being, the new creation, as he calls it, into the old being of the Jewish law or of Greek wisdom. The existential conflict between verity and adaptation, as well as the fight of the spiritual presence to overcome it, is classically expressed in his sentences. In the early church, small groups demanded the subjection of the churches to the Jewish law, and the large majority, including most of the great theologians, demanded adaptation to the forms of thought which had been developed by classical Greek and Hellenistic philosophy. At the same time, the masses accommodated themselves, under the permissive supervision of the church authorities, to the polytheistic trends in religion, whether in the veneration of images, icons, or in the invasion of the devotional life by a host of saints, especially the Holy Virgin. Without these adaptations, the missionary work of the early church would have been impossible, but in the process of adaptation the content of the Christian message was in continual danger of being surrendered for the sake of accommodation. This danger of forsaking the pole of verity for the pole of adaptation was so real that most of the great struggles in the first millennium of the Christian churches can be seen in light of this conflict. In the Middle Ages, the adaptation of the Germanic Romanic tribes to the feudal order was both a missionary and an educational necessity, and was accompanied by a continual surrender of verity to accommodation. The struggle between emperor and pope must be understood partly as the reaction of the church against the feudal identification of the social with religious hierarchies, and the reaction of the personal piety of the late Middle Ages, including the Reformation, can be understood as resistance against the transformation of the church into the all-embracing feudal authority itself. Of course, none of these movements for verity as against accommodation escaped the necessity of adaptation themselves. In spite of the break between Luther and Erasmus, the humanist spirit entered Protestantism through Melanchthon, Zwingli, and in part, Calvin. In the following centuries the struggle between verity and adaptation continued with undiminished force, and it is one of the most actual problems even today. These struggles, of course, are not restricted to missionary expansion toward foreign religions and cultures, but refer even more immediately to expansion in the civilizations shaped by the Christian tradition. Both the change in the general cultural climate since the 16th century and the necessity of inducting new generations into the churches raise the inescapable problem that is involved in the polarity of verity and adaptation. The danger of the pronouncement of verity without adaptation, as indicated above, is a demonic absolutism which throws the truth like stones at the heads of people, not caring whether they can accept it or not. It is what may be called the demonic offense the churches often give while claiming that they give the necessary divine offense. Without adaptation to the categories of understanding in those toward whom the expanding functions of the church are directed, the church not only does not expand but even loses what it has, because its members also live within the given civilization and can receive the verity of the message of the new being only within the categories of that civilization. If, on the other hand, the adaptation becomes an unlimited accommodation, as in many periods of the history of the churches, the message's verity is lost, and a relativism takes hold of the church which leads to secularism, first merely empty and without ecstasy, but later open to a demonically distorted ecstasy. Missionary accommodation which surrenders the principle of verity does not conquer the demonic powers, whether they are religious or profane. The third polarity of principles, related to the functions of construction, is that of form transcendence and form affirmation. The functions of construction use the different spheres of cultural creation in order to express the spiritual community in the life of the churches. This refers to theoria and praxis and, within them, to the aesthetic and the cognitive, the personal and the communal, spheres of life under the dimension of spirit. From all of them the churches take material, i.e., styles, methods, norms, and relations, but in a way which both affirms and transcends the cultural forms. If the churches engage in aesthetic or cognitive, personal or communal, construction, they do it as churches only if the relation of the spiritual presence is manifest in their works, and this means if there is an ecstatic, form-transcending quality in them. The churches do not act as churches when they act as a political party or a law court, as a school or a philosophical movement, as patrons of artistic production or of psychotherapeutic healing. The church shows its presence as church only if the Spirit breaks into the finite forms and drives them beyond themselves. It is this form-transcending, spiritual quality that characterizes the functions of construction in the church, the functions of aesthetic self-expression, of cognitive self-interpretation, of personal self-realization, of social and political self-organization. It is not the subject matter as such which makes them functions of the church but their form-transcending, ecstatic character. At the same time, the principle of form affirmation must be observed. In every function of the Church, the essential form of the cultural realm must be used without a violation of its structural demands. This is implied in the earlier discussion of structure and ecstasy. In spite of the form-transcending character of religious art, aesthetic rules must be obeyed. In spite of the form-transcending character of religious knowledge, the cognitive rules must not be broken. The same is valid with respect to personal and social ethics, politics, and education. Some important problems arising out of this situation will be discussed later. At this point we must again refer to the two dangers between which the functions of construction in the life of the churches move. If the principle of form transcendence is effective in separation from the principle of form affirmation, the churches become demonic repressive. They are driven to repress in everyone and every group that conscience of form which demands honest submission to the structural necessities of cultural creation. For example, they violate artistic integrity in the name of a sacred, or politically expedient, style, or they undercut the scientific honesty which leads to radical questions about nature, man, and history, or they destroy personal humanity in the name of a demonically distorted fanatical faith, and so forth. At the other pole, there is the danger of profanization of the spiritual creations and the emptiness which invites demonic invasions. A form which is too rigid to be transcended becomes by degrees more and more meaningless, though not wrong. It is first felt as a protection from transcendent interference, then as autonomous creativity, then as the embodiment of formal correctness, and last as empty formalism. Where the spiritual presence is powerful in the churches, the two principles, form transcendence and form affirmation, are united. 2. The constitutive functions of the Church's systematic theology has to deal with the functions of the Church because they are part of its nature and add special elements to its characterization. If the functions of the Church are of its very nature, they must always be present where there is a Church. However, they can appear in different degrees of conscious care, intensity, and adequacy. Their exercise may be suppressed from outside, or they may coalesce with other functions, but they are always present as an element in the Church's nature, pushing toward actualization. However, they are not always organizationally present. Functions and institutions are not necessarily interdependent. The institutions are dependent on the functions they serve, but the functions may exist even where no institutions serve them, and this is often the case. Most institutional developments have a spontaneous beginning. The nature of the Church requires that a particular function make itself felt in spiritual experiences and consequent actions, which finally lead to an institutional form. If an institution becomes obsolete, other ways of exercising the same function may grow up spontaneously and take shape in a new institutional form. This agrees with what we have said before about the freedom of the Spirit. It liberates the Church from any kind of ritual legalism, in the power of the spiritual community. No institution, not even a priesthood or ministry, special sacraments, or devotional services, follow necessarily from the nature of the Church, but the functions for the sake of which these institutions have come into being do follow from it. They never are completely missing. The first group of functions has been called the function of constitution. Since every church is dependent on the new being as it is manifest in the Christ and real in the spiritual community, the constitutive function of a church is that of receiving. This applies to a church as a whole as well as to every individual member. If a church demands receptiveness of its members but itself as church refuses to receive, it becomes either a static hierarchical system, which claims to have received once and for all with no need ever to receive again, or it becomes a religious group with private experiences which make the transition into secularism. The function of reception includes the simultaneous function of mediation through the media of the spiritual presence, word, and sacrament. He who receives mediates, and, on the other hand, he has received only because the process of mediation is going on continuously. In practice, mediation and reception are the same. The Church is priest and prophet to itself. He who preaches preaches to himself as listener, and he who listens is a potential preacher. The identity of reception and mediation excludes the possibility of the establishment of a hierarchical group which mediates while all the others merely receive. The act of mediation occurs partly in communal services, partly in encounters between the priest who mediates and the laity who respond. But this division is never complete. Whoever mediates must himself respond, and whoever responds mediates to his mediator. The counselor, as the agent of the function of taking care of souls, seelsorge, is in present terminology called, should never be subject only. He should never make of his counselee an object to be handled correctly and perhaps helped by an adequate treatment. If this happens, as it very often does in pastoral as well as in medical counseling, an ambiguity of religion has invaded the spiritual function of mediation. But if the mediation is determined by the spiritual presence, the counselor subjects himself to the judgments and demands that he tries to communicate. He recognizes the truth that he is basically in the same predicament as the counselee. And this may give him the possibility of finding the word of healing for him. He who is grasped by the Spirit can speak to one who needs his help in such a way that the Spirit can get hold of the other one through him, and thus help becomes possible. For Spirit can heal only what is open to Spirit. The relation of pastoral counseling to psychotherapeutic help will be discussed later. Where there is reception and mediation, there is also response. The response is the affirmation of that which is received, the confession of faith, and the turning to the source from which it is received, i.e., worship. The term confession of faith has been misinterpreted by being identified with the acceptance of creedal statements and their repetition in ritual acts, but the function of responding and accepting accompanies all other functions of the Church. It can be expressed in prose and in poetry, in symbols and in hymns. It can also be concentrated in creedal formulations and then elaborated by theological conceptualization. A church is not quite consistent when it avoids a statement of faith in terms of a creed and at the same time is unable to avoid expressing the content of its creed in every one of its liturgical and practical acts. The other side of the function of response is worship. In it the Church turns to the ultimate ground of its being, the source of the spiritual presence and the creator of the spiritual community, to God who is Spirit. Whenever he is reached in communal or personal experiences, spiritual presence has grasped those who experience him. For only Spirit can experience Spirit, as only Spirit can discern Spirit. Worship as the responding elevation of the Church to the ultimate ground of its being includes adoration, prayer, and contemplation. The adoration of a church, vocal in praise and thanksgiving, is the ecstatic acknowledgement of the divine holiness and the infinite distance of him who at the same time is present in the spiritual presence. This acknowledgement is not a theoretical assertion but rather a paradoxical participation of the finite and estranged in the infinite to which it belongs. When a church praises the majesty of God for the sake of his glory, two elements are united: the complete contrast between the creaturely smallness of man and the infinite greatness of the Creator, and the elevation into the sphere of the divine glory, so that the praise of his glory is at the same time a fragmentary participation in it. The unity of these elements is paradoxical and cannot be disrupted without producing a demonic image of God, on the one hand, and of miserable man, without genuine dignity, on the other. Such distortion of the meaning of adoration leads to the ambiguities of religion and is resisted by the spiritual presence, which, as presence, includes the participation of him who adores in him who is adored. Adoration in this sense is not the humiliation of man, but it would lose its meaning if it intended anything but the praise of God. Adoration performed for the sake of man's self-glorification is self-defeating. It never reaches God. The second element in worship is prayer. The basic interpretation of prayer has been given in the section on God's directing creativity. Point 1. The central idea there was that every serious prayer produces something new in terms of creaturely freedom which is taken into consideration in the whole of God's directing creativity, as is every act of man-centered self. This newness, created by the prayer of supplication, is the spiritual act of elevating the content of one's wishes and hopes into the spiritual presence. A prayer in which this happens is heard, even if subsequent events contradict the manifest content of the prayer. The same is true of prayers of intercession, which not only produce a new relation to those for whom the prayer is made, but also introduce a change in the relation to the ultimate of the subjects and objects of intercession. It is therefore false to limit prayer to the prayer of thanks. This suggestion of the Ridgelian school is rooted in a profound anxiety about the magic distortion of prayer and its superstitious consequences for popular piety, but this anxiety is, systematically speaking, unfounded, although highly justified in practice. Thanksgiving to God is an expression of adoration and praise, but not a formal acknowledgement which prejudices God to bestow further benefits upon those who are grateful. However, it would create a completely unrealistic relation to God if prayers of supplication were prohibited. In that case, the expression of man's needs to God and the accusation of God by man for not answering, as in the book of Job, and all the wrestling of the human spirit with the divine spirit would be excluded from prayer. Certainly these comments are not the last word in the life of prayer, but the last word would be shallow and profanized, as innumerable prayers are, were the paradox of prayer to be forgotten by the churches and their members. Paul expresses the paradox of prayer classically when he speaks about the impossibility of the right prayer and about the divine spirits representing those who pray before God without an objectifying language, Romans 8:26. It is the Spirit which speaks to the Spirit, as it is the Spirit which discerns and experiences the Spirit. In all these cases the subject-object scheme of talking to somebody is transcended. He who speaks through us is he who is spoken to. Spiritual prayer in this sense, and not a profanized conversation with another being called God, leads to the third element in the function of response: contemplation. Contemplation is the stepchild in Protestant worship. Only lately has the liturgical silence been introduced into some Protestant churches, and of course, there is no contemplation without silence. Contemplation means participation in that which transcends the subject-object scheme, with its objectifying, and subjectifying, words, and therefore the ambiguity of language as well, including the voiceless language of speaking to oneself. The Protestant Church's neglect of contemplation is rooted in their personal-centered interpretation of the spiritual presence. But spirit transcends personality, if personality is identified with consciousness and moral self-integration. Spirit is ecstatic, and so are contemplation, prayer, and worship in general. The response to the impact of the Spirit must itself be spiritual, and that means transcending in ecstasy the subject-object scheme of ordinary experience. This is most obvious in the act of contemplation, and one may demand that every serious prayer lead into an element of contemplation, because in contemplation the paradox of prayer is manifest, the identity and non-identity of him who prays and him who is prayed to, God as Spirit. The Divine Spirit's presence in the experience of contemplation contradicts the idea we often find in medieval mysticism that contemplation must be reached by degrees, as in the movement from meditation to contemplation, and that it itself may be a bridge to mystical union. This gradualistic thinking belongs to the ambiguities of religion because it faces God as a besieged fortress to be surrendered to those who climb its walls. According to the Protestant principle, God's surrender is the beginning. It is an act of his freedom by which he overcomes the estrangement between himself and man in the one, unconditional, and complete act of forgiving grace. All the degrees of appropriation of grace are secondary, as growth is secondary to birth. Contemplation in the Protestant realm is not a degree but a quality, that is, a quality of a prayer which is aware that the prayer is directed to him who creates the right prayer in us. 3. The expanding functions of the churches. The universality of the spiritual community demands the function of expansion of the churches. Since the universality of the spiritual community is implied in the confession of Jesus as the Christ, every church must participate in functions of expansion. The first function of expansion, historically and systematically, is missions. It is as old as the story of Jesus sending the disciples to the towns of Israel, and it is as successful and unsuccessful as this first mission was. The majority of human beings is still after 2,000 years of missionary activity non-Christian. Yet, there is no place on earth which is not somehow touched by Christian culture. In spite of the fragmentary, and often ambiguous, character of the effects of missions, the function of expansion goes on during every moment in the Church's existence. Whenever active members of the Church encounter those outside the Church, they are missionaries of the Church, voluntarily or involuntarily. Their very being is missionary. The purpose of missions as an institutionalized function of the Church is not to save individuals from eternal condemnation as it was in some pietistic missions, nor is the purpose cross-fertilization of religions and cultures. The purpose of missions is rather the actualization of the spiritual community within concrete churches all over the world. One of the ambiguities of religion which endangers missions is the attempt of a religion to impose its own cultural forms upon another culture in the name of the new being in the Christ. This necessarily leads to reactions which can destroy the whole effect of the expanding functions of the Christian churches. But it is hard for any church to separate the Christian message from the particular culture within which it is pronounced. In a sense it is impossible, because there is no abstract Christian message. It is always embodied in a particular culture. Even the most self-critical attempt of, for example, the Swiss or American missions to strip themselves of their cultural traditions would be a failure. Yet, if the spiritual power is present in them, they would speak of that which concerns us ultimately through the traditional cultural categories. It is not a matter of formal analysis but of paradoxical transparence. Where there is spiritual presence, a missionary from any background can communicate the spiritual presence. The world historical meaning of missions will be discussed in the fifth part of the system, History and the Kingdom of God. The second function of expansion is based on the desire of the churches to continue their life from generation to generation, the function of education. The problem of religious education has become one of the major issues in the contemporary churches. The many problems of the techniques of religious education do not concern us here, but the question of the meaning of the religious function of education has great importance for systematic theology. First of all, it must be emphasized that the educational function of the Christian Church started the moment the first family was received in it, for this event put before the Church the task of receiving the new generation into its communion. This task is a consequence of the self-interpretation of a church as the community of the new being or the actualization of the spiritual community. The doubts of parents about the Christian education of their children reflect in part the difficulties of the educational process, in part the doubts of the parents themselves about the assertion that Jesus is the Christ. With respect to the first problem, educational theory can overcome psychological errors and lack of judgment. With respect to the second problem, only the spiritual presence can give the courage to affirm the Christian assertion and to communicate it to the new generation. The educational function of the Church does not consist in information about the history and the doctrinal self-expressions of the Church. A confirmation instruction which does merely that misses its purposes, although it may communicate useful knowledge. Neither does the educational function of the Church consist in the awakening of a subjective piety, which may be called conversion but which usually disappears with its emotional causation. A religious education which tries to do this is not in line with the educational function of the Church. The Church's task is to introduce each new generation into the reality of the spiritual community, into its faith and into its love. This happens through participation in degrees of maturity, and it happens through interpretation in degrees of understanding. There is no understanding of a church's life without participation, but without understanding the participation becomes mechanical and compulsory. The last of the functions of expansion is the evangelistic. It is directed toward the church's estranged or indifferent members. It is missions toward the non-Christians within a Christian culture. Its two activities, which overlap but are distinguishable, are practical apologetics and evangelistic preaching. If the result of either is the desire for personal counseling, the function of mediation replaces that of expansion. Practical apologetics is the practical application of the apologetic element in every theology. In the introductory part of the whole system we indicated that the type of theological thinking presented in this system is more apologetic than kerygmatic. As such it intends to give the theoretical foundation of practical apologetics. First of all, one must emphasize that practical apologetics is a continuous element in all expressions of the life of the Church. The Church, by reason of its paradoxical nature, is continually being asked questions about its nature which it must answer, and that is what apologetics means, the art of answering. Certainly, the most effective answer is the reality of the new being in the spiritual community and in the life of the churches as far as they are determined by it. It is the silent witness of the community of faith and love which convinces the questioner, who may be silenced but not convinced by even the most incontrovertible arguments. Nevertheless, arguments are needed, because they may serve to break through the intellectual walls of skepticism as well as of dogmatism with which the Church's critics protect themselves against the attacks of the spiritual presence. And since these walls are constantly being built in all of us, and since they have separated masses of people on all levels of education from the churches, apologetics must be cultivated by the churches, otherwise they will not grow but will diminish in extension and increasingly become a small, ineffective section within a dynamic civilization. The psychological and sociological conditions of successful practical apologetics are dependent on many factors, to be evaluated by practical theology, but the laying of the conceptual foundations on which practical apologetics is built is the task of systematic theology. Systematic theology must also stress its own limits as theoretical apologetics, as well as the limits of even the most skillful apologetic practice. The acknowledgement of its own limits is itself an element in the apologetic function. Evangelism by preaching, like apologetics, is directed toward people who have belonged or still belong to the realm of Christian civilization but who have ceased to be active members of the church or who have become indifferent or hostile toward it. Evangelism by preaching is more of a charismatic function than is apologetics. It is dependent on the emergence of people in the churches who are able to speak to the groups just characterized, in the name and power of the spiritual community but not in the way the churches do it, and who for this very reason have an impact on the listeners which ordinary preaching lacks. It would be unfair to say that this impact is merely psychological and predominantly emotional. The spiritual presence can use any psychological condition and every combination of factors to grasp the personal self, and it is an advantage of the metaphor dimension that it bridges the gap between the psychological and spiritual, as well as the spiritual. However, it is not unfair, but true to the facts, to point out the dangers of evangelism as a religious phenomenon with the ambiguities of religion. The danger of evangelism against which the Spirit fights is the confusion of the subjective impact of evangelistic preaching with the spiritual impact which transcends the contrast of subjectivity and objectivity. The criterion here is the creative character of the spiritual presence, that is, the creation of the new being, which does not excite the subjectivity of the listener but transforms it. Mere excitement cannot create participation in the spiritual community even if it produces the different elements of conversion according to the traditional pattern. Repentance, faith, sanctity, and so on, are not what these words are taken to mean, and therefore their effect is only momentary and transitory. However, it would be wrong to reject evangelism, or even an individual evangelist, in toto because of these ambiguities. There must be evangelism, but it should not confuse excitement with ecstasy. 4. The constructing functions of the churches. A. The aesthetic function in the church. Those functions of the church are constructing functions in which it builds its life by using and transcending the functions of man's life under the dimension of the Spirit. The church can never be without the functions of construction and, therefore, cannot forego the use of cultural creations in all basic directions. Those who indulge in contrasts of the divine spirit with the human spirit in terms of exclusiveness cannot avoid contradicting themselves. In the very act of expressing this rejection of any contact between cultural creativity and spiritual creativity, they use the whole apparatus of man's cognitive mind, even if they do it by quoting biblical passages, for the words used in the Bible are creations of man's cultural development. One can reject culture only by using it as the tool of such rejection. This is the inconsistency of what in recent discussions has been called diastasis, i.e., the radical separation of the religious from the cultural sphere. The churches are constructive in all those directions of man's cultural life which we have distinguished in the sections on the cultural self-creation of life. They are constructive in the realm of theoria, the aesthetic and the cognitive functions, and they are constructive in the realm of praxis, the personal and the communal functions. Later we shall discuss these functions in their immediate relation to the spiritual community, but at this point we must consider the problem of their part in the constructing functions of the churches. One question is central in all of them: how is the autonomous cultural form which makes them what they are related to their function as material for the self-construction of the churches? Does their functioning in the service of the ecclesiastical edifice distort the purity of their autonomous form? Must expressiveness, truth, humanity, and justice be bent in order to be built into the life of the churches? And if this demonic element in the ambiguities of religion is rejected, how can the human spirit be prevented from replacing the impact of the spiritual presence by self-creative acts of its own? How can the life of the churches be prevented from falling under the sway of the profane element in the ambiguities of religion? Instead of a general answer, we shall try to answer by dealing directly with each of the functions of construction and their particular problems. The aesthetic realm is used by the Church for the sake of the religious arts. In them the Church expresses the meaning of its life in artistic symbols. The content of the artistic symbols, poetic, musical, visual, is the religious symbols given by the original revelatory experiences and by the traditions based on them. The fact that artistic symbols try to express in ever-changing styles the given religious symbols produces the phenomenon of double symbolization, an example of which is the symbol of the Christ crucified expressed in the artistic symbols of the Nordic Renaissance painter Matthias Grunewald, one of the rare pictures which is both Protestant in spirit and at the same time great art. We point to it as an example of double symbolization, but it is also an example of something else, i.e., the power of artistic expression to help transform what it expresses. The crucifixion by Grunewald not only expresses the experience of the pre-Reformation groups to which he belonged, but has helped to spread the spirit of the Reformation and to create an image of the Christ radically opposite to that of Eastern mosaics, in which as an infant in Mary's lap he is already the ruler of the universe. It is understandable that such a picture as that of Grunewald would be censured by the authorities of the Eastern Church, the Church of the Resurrection and not of the Crucifixion. The churches knew that aesthetic expressiveness is more than a beautifying addition to devotional life. They knew that expression gives life to what is expressed, it gives power to stabilize and power to transform, and therefore they tried to influence and control those who produced religious art. This was carried through most strictly by the Eastern churches, but it is also practiced in the Roman Church, especially in music, and even in the Protestant churches, particularly in hymnic poetry. Expression does something to what it expresses. This is the significance of religious art as a constructing function of the churches. The problem implied in this situation is the possible conflict between the justified request of the churches that the religious art they accept express what they confess and the justified demands of the artists that they be permitted to use the styles to which their artistic conscience drives them. These two demands can be understood as two principles which control religious art, the principle of consecration and the principle of honesty. The first one is the power of expressing the holy in the concreteness of a special religious tradition, including its possibilities of reformation. The principle of consecration in this sense is an application of the larger principle of form transcendence, as discussed before, to the sphere of religious art. It includes the use of religious symbols which characterize the particular religious tradition, for example, the Christ picture or the Passion story, and stylistic qualities which distinguish the works of religious art from the artistic expression of the non-religious encounters with reality. The spiritual presence makes itself felt in the architectural space, the liturgical music and language, the pictorial and sculptural representations, the solemn character of the gestures of all participants, and so on. It is the task of aesthetic theory in cooperation with psychology to analyze the stylistic character of consecration. Whatever the general artistic style of a period may be, there are always some qualities which distinguish the sacred from the secular use of the style. There is, however, a limit to the demands made on the artists in the name of the principle of consecration, and that limit is the demands of the principle of honesty. This principle is the application of the general principle of form affirmation, as discussed before, to religious art. It is especially important in a period in which new artistic styles appear and the cultural consciousness is split in the fight between contradictory self-expressions. The principle of honesty is severely endangered in such situations, which have occurred frequently in the history of Western civilization. Consecrated forms of artistic expression claim absolute validity because they have impregnated the memory of ecstatic devotional experiences, and they are defended against new stylistic developments in the name of the spiritual presence. Such claims drive artists into a deep moral conflict and church members into decisions which are religiously painful. Both feel, at least in some unconscious deeps, that the old stylistic forms, however consecrated they may be, no longer fulfill the function of expressiveness. They cease to express what happens in the religious encounter of those who are grasped by the spiritual presence in their concrete situation. But the new stylistic forms have not yet found qualities of consecration. In such a situation, the demand of honesty on the artists may force them to refrain from trying to express the traditional symbols at all, or, if they do try it, to acknowledge failure. On the other hand, the demand of honesty on those who receive the works of art is that they confess their uneasiness with the older stylistic forms, even if they are not yet able to estimate the new ones, perhaps just because there are not yet convincing forms with the quality of consecration. But both artists and non-artists are under the strict demand implied in the principle of honesty not to admit imitations of styles which once had great consecrative possibilities but which have lost their religious expressiveness for an actual situation. The most famous or infamous example is the pseudo-Gothic imitation in church architecture. Still another problem besetting the relation of the two principles of religious art must be mentioned. Artistic styles may appear which by their very nature exclude consecrated forms and therefore have to be excluded from the sphere of religious art. One thinks of some types of naturalism or of the contemporary non-objective style. By their very nature both are excluded from the use of many traditional religious symbols, the non-objective style, because it excludes the organic figure and the human face, and naturalism, because in describing its objects it tries to exclude the self-transcendence of life. One could say that only styles which can express the ecstatic character of the spiritual presence lend themselves to religious art, and this would mean that some expressionistic element has to be present in a style in order to make it a tool for religious art. This is certainly correct, but it does not exclude any particular style, because in each of them elements are present which are expressionistic, pointing to the self-transcendence of life. The idealistic styles can become vehicles of religious ecstasy because none of them completely excludes the expressionistic element. But history shows that those styles in which the expressionistic quality is predominant lend themselves most readily to an artistic expression of the spiritual presence. They are best able to express the ecstatic quality of the spirit. This is the reason why, in periods in which these styles were lost, great religious art did not appear. Most of the last considerations are derived from an interpretation of the visual arts, but with certain qualifications, they are valid also for the other arts. If we look at the history of Protestantism, we find that it has continued and often surpassed the achievement of the early and medieval churches with respect to religious music and hymnical poetry, but that it has fallen very short of their creative power in all the visual arts, including those in which hearing and seeing are equally important, as in religious dance and in religious play. This is related to the turn in the later Middle Ages from the emphasis on the eye to the emphasis on the ear. With the reduction of the sacraments in number and importance and the strengthening of the active participation of the congregation in the church services, music and poetry gained in importance, and the iconoclastic movements in early Protestantism and evangelical radicalism went so far as to condemn the use of the visual arts in the churches altogether. The background of this rejection of the arts of the eye is the fear and even horror of a relapse into idolatry. From early biblical times up to the present day, a stream of iconoclastic fear and passion runs through the Western and Islamic world, and there can be no doubt that the arts of the eye are more open to idolatrous demonization than the arts of the ear. But the difference is relative, and the very nature of the spirit stands against the exclusion of the eye from the experience of its presence. According to the multidimensional unity of life, the dimension of spirit includes all other dimensions, everything visible in the whole of the universe. The spirit reaches into the physical and biological realm by the very fact that its basis is the dimension of self-awareness. Therefore, it cannot be expressed in spoken words only. It has a visible side, as is manifest in the face of man, which expresses bodily structure and personal spirit. This experience of our daily life is the premonition of the sacramental unity of matter and spirit. One should remember that it was a mystic, Oettinger, who formulated all this when he said that corporality, becoming body, is the end of the ways of God. The lack of the arts of the eye in the context of Protestant life is, though historically understandable, systematically untenable, and practically regrettable. When we pointed to the historical fact that the styles with a predominantly expressionistic element lend themselves best to religious art, we raised the question of the circumstances under which such a style can appear. The negative answer was completely clear: religion cannot force any style upon the autonomous development of the arts. This would contradict the principle of artistic honesty. A new style appears in the course of the self-creation of life under the dimension of spirit. A style is created by the autonomous act of the individual artist and, at the same time, by historical destiny. But religion can influence historical destiny and autonomous creativity indirectly, and it does so whenever the impact of the spiritual presence on a culture creates cultural theonomy. b. The cognitive function in the Church. The cognitive realm appears in the churches as theology. In it the churches interpret their symbols and relate them to the general categories of knowledge. The subject matter of theology, like that of the religious arts, is the symbols given by the original revelatory experiences and by the traditions based on them. Yet, whereas the arts express the religious symbols in artistic symbols, theology expresses them in concepts which are determined by the criteria of rationality. In this way the doctrine and legally established dogmas of the churches arise and give impulse to further theological conceptualization. The first thing to be said about the theological function of the churches is that, like the aesthetic function, it is never lacking. The statement that Jesus is the Christ contains in some way the whole theological system, as the telling of a parable of Jesus contains all artistic potentialities of Christianity. It is not necessary at this point to deal with theology as such. That has been done in the introductory part of the system. But in light of the previous sections of this part of the system, a few remarks may be desirable. Like all functions of the Church, theology stands under the principles of form transcendence and form affirmation. In the aesthetic realm these principles appear as consecration and honesty. In an analogous way, one can speak, concerning the cognitive function, of the meditative and the discursive elements in theology. The meditative act penetrates the substance of the religious symbols, the discursive act analyzes and describes the form in which the substance can be grasped. In the meditative act, which can, in some moments, become contemplation, the cognitive subject and its object, the mystery of the holy, are united. Without such union the theological endeavor remains an analysis of structures without substance. On the other hand, meditation, including contemplative moments, without analysis of its contents and without their constructive synthesis cannot produce a theology. This is the limitation of mystical theology. It can become theology only to the degree that it exercises the discursive function of cognition. The meditative element in theological work is directed toward the concrete symbols originating in the revelatory experience from which they have arisen. Since theology is a function of the Church is justified in presenting to the theologian the concrete objects of its meditation and contemplation and in rejecting a theology in which these symbols are rejected or have lost their meaning. On the other hand, the discursive element of cognition is infinitely open in all directions and cannot be bound to a particular set of symbols. This situation seems to exclude theology altogether, and the history of the Church shows a continuous series of anti-theological movements, supported from both sides by those who reject theology because its discursive element seems to destroy the concrete substance of the Church embodied in its symbols, and by those who reject it because the meditative element seems to restrict the discourse to preconceived objects and solutions. If these assumptions were justified, no theology would be possible. But, certainly, Theology is real and must have ways of overcoming the alternative of meditation and discourse. The question is whether there are forms of the conceptual encounter with reality in which the meditative element is predominant and effective without suppressing the discursive strictness of thought. Is there an analogy to the relation of consecration and honesty in the relation of meditation and discourse? The answer is affirmative, because discursive thought does not exclude a theological sector within itself if the theological sector does not claim control over the other sectors. But one could ask whether there are not forms of discursive thinking which would make the theological sector not only relatively but absolutely impossible. Materialism, for example, has been called such a form of discursive thought. It has been asserted that a materialist cannot be a theologian. But such a view is rather superficial. First of all, materialism is not a position which is dependent merely on discourse, it is also dependent on meditation and has a theological element within itself. This is true of all philosophical positions. They are not only scientific hypotheses but also have a meditative element hidden under their philosophical arguments. This means that theology is always possible on the basis of any philosophical tradition. Nevertheless, there are differences in the conceptual material it uses. If the meditative element is strong in a philosophy, it can be compared with the artistic styles in which the expressionistic element is strong. Of such philosophies, we say today that they are existentialist or have important existentialist elements within their structures. The term existentialist in this connection designates philosophies in which the question of human existence in time and space and of man's predicament in unity with the predicament of everything existing is asked and answered in symbols or their conceptual transformation. In this sense, strong existentialist elements are present in Heraclitus, Socrates, Plato, the Stoics, and Neoplatonists. Such philosophers as Anaxagoras, Democritus, Aristotle, and the Epicureans are predominantly essentialist, dealing more with the structure of reality than with the predicament of existing. In the same way one can distinguish in modern times such men as Cusanus, Pico, Bruno, Boehme, Pascal, Schelling, Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, and Heidegger as predominantly existentialist and Galileo, Bacon, Descartes, Leibniz, Locke, Hume, Kant, and Hegel as predominantly essentialist. These enumerations show that it is always a matter of emphasis and not of exclusiveness. The division of styles of thought is analogous to the division of artistic styles. In both cases we have on one side the idealistic-naturalistic polarity, on the other side the expressionistic or existentialistic emphasis. In view of the ecstatic character of the spiritual presence, the churches can use for their own cognitive self-expression the systems of thought in which the existentialist emphasis is strong. Note, for example, the significance of Heraclitus, Plato, the Stoics, and Plotinus in the early church and the necessity for Aquinas to introduce heterogeneous existentialist elements into Aristotle. But as in the case of artistic styles, the churches cannot force a style of thought upon the philosophers. It is a matter of autonomous creativity and historical destiny whether or not the existentialist element which is present in all philosophy breaks into the open. However, the Church does not need to wait for such an event. It cannot work without the essentialist descriptions of reality, and it is able to discover the existentialist presuppositions behind them and to use them in acceptance and rejection. In naturalism as well as in idealism, theology need be afraid of neither of them. The latter considerations, like the corresponding ones in the section on religious art, are transitions to the theology of culture, which we will discuss later. C. The communal functions in the Church. The problem of all constructing functions of the Church is the relation of their autonomous cultural form to their function as material for the life of the churches. We have carried this through with respect to the aesthetic and cognitive functions of theoria. We must now discuss it with respect to the functions of praxis, the interdependent growth of community and personality. We must ask the question, does their functioning in the service of the churches distort their autonomous forms? In relation to theoria, this involved the question whether expressiveness and truth can preserve their honesty and their discursive strictness if they are used for consecration and meditation. In relation to praxis, it raises the question whether community can maintain justice and whether personality can maintain humanity if they are used for the self-construction of the churches. Concretely, the problem is whether justice can be preserved if it is used for the realization of communal holiness, and whether humanity can be preserved if it is used for the realization of personal saintliness. If the constructive functions of the Church, in the power of the spiritual presence, conquer the ambiguities of religion, though only fragmentarily, they must be able to create a communal holiness which is united with justice and a personal saintliness which is united with humanity. The communal holiness in the churches is an expression of the holy community, which is their dynamic essence. The churches express, and at the same time distort, communal holiness, and the spiritual presence fights against the ambiguities following from this situation. Communal holiness, an abbreviation for the attempt to actualize the holy community in a historical group, contradicts the principle of justice whenever a church commits or permits injustice in the name of holiness. Within Christian civilization, this usually does not happen in the same way as it happened in many pagan religions, where, for instance, the sacramental superiority of the king or high priest gave him a position in which the principle of justice was largely suspended. The wrath of the Old Testament prophets was directed against this attitude. But even within Christianity the problem is actual, for every system of religious hierarchies is conducive to social injustice. Even if there are no formal hierarchies, there are degrees of importance in the Church, and the higher degrees are socially and economically dependent on and interrelated to the higher degrees in the social group. This is one of the reasons why in most cases the churches have supported the powers that be, including their injustices against the lower classes. Another reason is the conservative trend which we have described as tradition against reformation. The alliance of the ecclesiastical hierarchies with the feudal hierarchies of medieval society is an example of this injustice of holiness. The dependence of the parish minister on representatives of the economically and socially influential classes in his parish is another example. One could say that such holiness is not holiness at all, but this is an oversimplification, because the concept of holiness cannot be reduced to that of justice. Unjust representatives of the Church may still represent the religious self-transcendence to which the churches, by their very existence, point, but, certainly, this is a distorted representation which leads finally to a repudiation of the churches, not only by those who suffer under their injustice, but also by those who suffer because they see holiness, which they do not deny, and injustice united. The description of the ambiguities of communal life, as given above, yielded four ambiguities: first, the ambiguity of inclusiveness; second, the ambiguity of equality; third, the ambiguity of leadership; fourth, the ambiguity of the legal form. The question now is, in what sense are they overcome in the community which claims participation in the holy community and derived holiness for itself? The ambiguity of inclusiveness is overcome insofar as the Church claims to be all-inclusive beyond any social, racial, or national limitations. This claim is unconditional, but its fulfillment is conditioned and a continuous symptom of man's estrangement from his true being. Note, for example, the racial and social problems within the churches. Then there is a special form of the ambiguity of inclusiveness in the churches, and that is the exclusion of those who confess another faith. The reason for it is obvious: every church considers itself a community of faith under a set of symbols, and it excludes competing symbols. Without this exclusion it could not exist. But this exclusion makes it guilty of idolatrous adherence to its own historically conditioned symbols. Therefore, whenever the spiritual presence makes itself felt, the self-criticism of the churches in the name of their own symbols starts. This is possible because in every authentic religious symbol there is an element that judges the symbol and those who use it. The symbol is not simply rejected but criticized, and by this criticism it is changed. In criticizing its own symbols, the Church expresses its dependence on the spiritual community, its fragmentary character, and the continuous threat of falling into the ambiguities of religion which it is supposed to fight. The element of equality which belongs to justice is acknowledged by the churches as the equality of everyone before God. This transcendent equality does not entail the demand for social and political equality. The only attempts to actualize social and political equality do not originate in Christianity, except in some radical sects, but in ancient and modern Stoicism. Yet the equality before God should create a desire for the equality of those who approach God, i.e., for equality in the life of the Church. It is important to know that as early as the New Testament, specifically in the letter of James, the problem of equality in the devotional services was discussed and the preservation of social inequality in the church services was denounced. One of the worst consequences of the neglect of the principle of equality within the churches is the treatment of public sinners, not only in the Middle Ages but also today. The churches rarely followed the attitude of Jesus toward the publicans and the whores. They were and are ashamed of the way in which Jesus acted in acknowledging the equality of all men under sin, which they confess, and therefore the equality of all men under forgiveness, which they confess. The establishment of the principle of inequality between socially condemned sinners and socially acknowledged righteous ones is one of the most conspicuous and most anti-Christian denials of the principle of equality. In opposition to this attitude of many groups and individuals in the churches, the fact that secular psychology of the unconscious has rediscovered the reality of the demonic in everyone must be interpreted as an impact of the spiritual presence. In doing so it has, at least negatively, re-established the principle of equality as an element of justice. If the churches do not feel the call to conversion in this development, they will become obsolete, and the divine spirit will work in and through seemingly atheistic and anti-Christian movements. The ambiguity of leadership is closely connected with the ambiguities of inclusiveness and of equality, for it is the leading groups that exclude and produce inequality, even in the relation to God. Leadership and its ambiguities belong to the life of every historical group. The history of tyranny, which embraces the largest part of the history of mankind, is not a history of bad historical accidents but rather of one of the great and inescapable ambiguities of life, from which religion is not exempt. Religious leadership has the same profane and demonic possibilities as every other leadership. The continuous attack of the prophets and apostles on the religious leaders of their time did not injure the church but saved it. And so it is today. The fact that the Roman Church does not acknowledge the ambiguity of its own papal leadership saves it from the obvious ambiguities of leadership but gives it a demonic quality. The Protestant weakness of continuous self-criticism is its greatness and a symptom of the spiritual impact upon it. The ambiguity of the legal form is as unavoidable as the ambiguity of leadership, equality, and inclusiveness. Nothing in human history has reality without a legal form, as nothing in nature has reality without a natural form, but the legal form of the churches is not a matter of an unconditional command. The Spirit does not give constitutional rules, but it guides the churches toward a spiritual use of sociologically adequate offices and institutions. It fights against the ambiguities of power and prestige which are effective in the daily life of the smallest village congregation as well as in the encounter of the large denominations. No church office, not even those which existed in the apostolic churches, is a result of a direct command by the divine Spirit. But the church is, and its functions are, because they belong to its nature. The institution and offices serving the church in these functions are matters of sociological adequacy, practical expediency, and human wisdom. However, it is right to ask the question whether differences in constitution are not of indirect spiritual significance since interpretations of the relation of God and man are involved in the form of leadership, monarchic, aristocratic, democratic. This would make the problems of constitution indirectly theological, and it would explain the struggles and divisions of the churches about constitutional forms. Considering the problem of constitution both theologically and sociologically, one can first point to the ultimate theological principles implied in the differences of constitutions, for example, the Protestant principle of the fallibility of all religious institutions and the consequent protest against the infallible place in history, the Cathedra Papalis, or the Protestant principle of the priesthood of all believers and the consequent protest against a priesthood which is separated from the layman and which represents a sacred degree in a divine human hierarchical structure. Such principles are matters of ultimate concern. The essential functions of the Church, and therefore certain organizational provisions for their execution, are not of ultimate but of necessary concern. But which methods shall be preferred is a question of expediency under the criterion of the ultimate theological principles. The ambiguities connected with the legal organization of the churches have produced a widespread resentment against organized religion. Of course, the term itself formulates a prejudice, for it is not religion that is organized but a community that is centered around a set of religious symbols and traditions, and some organization in such a community is sociologically inescapable. Sectarian groups in their first, revolutionary stage have tried to escape any given organization and to live in anarchy. But the sociological necessities would not let them out of their grip. Almost immediately after their separation, they started to build up new legal forms, which often became stricter and more oppressive than those of the large churches. And in some important cases such groups themselves became large churches with all their constitutional problems. The aversion to organized religion goes even farther. It wants to eliminate the communal element from religion. But this is self-deception. Since man can become person only in the person-to-person encounter, and since the language of religion, even if it is silent language, is dependent on the community, subjective religiosity is a reflex of the communal tradition, and it evaporates if it is not continuously nourished by life in the community of faith and love. There is no such thing as private religion, but there is the personal response to the religious community, and this personal response may have creative, revolutionary, and even destructive impact on the community. The prophet goes into the desert in order to return, and the hermit lives from what he has taken from the tradition of the community, and often a new desert community develops, as in the early period of Christian monasticism. The confrontation of private and organized religion would be mere foolishness if there were not a deeper, though poorly expressed, motive behind it, i.e., the religious criticism of every form of religion, whether it is public or private. It is right to feel that religion in the narrower sense is an expression of man's estrangement from his essential unity with God. Taken in this sense, it is only another way of speaking of the profound ambiguity of religion, and it must be understood as a complaint that the eschatological reunion has not yet arrived. This complaint is made in the hearts of religious individuals as well as in the community's self-expressions. But this is something more embracing and more significant than the criticism of organized religion. D. The personal functions in the Church. We have referred to hermits and monks as people who try to escape the ambiguities which are implied in the sociological character of every religious community. This, of course, is possible only within the limits drawn by the fact that they participate in, or themselves produce, a religious community with sociological characteristics. At any rate, their retreat is possible within these limits, and it serves the powerful symbolic function of pointing to the unambiguous life of the spiritual community. Through their serving of this function, they participate in a significant way in the constructive function of the churches. But the desire to avoid the ambiguities of the religious communities is not the only reason for their retreat. The problem of the personal life under the impact of the spiritual presence was and is basic for them. The ambiguities of the personal life are ambiguities in the actualization of humanity as the inner aim of the person. They appear both in the person's relation to himself and in his relation to others. The ambiguity of determination, which we have mentioned, is involved in both cases, the ambiguity of self-determination and the ambiguity of the determination of others. The first question to be asked is, how is the ideal of saintliness related to the ideal of humanity? We asked before, does the holiness of the community destroy its justice? And we must now ask, does the saintliness of the personality within this community destroy the person's humanity? How are they related under the impact of the spiritual presence? The problem raised in this question is the problem of asceticism and humanity. Saintliness has often been identified with, and has always been made partly dependent on, asceticism. Beyond asceticism, it is the transparency of the divine ground of being in a person which makes him a saint. But such transparency, which, according to the Roman doctrine, expresses itself in his ability to work miracles, is dependent on the negation of many human potentialities and, therefore, is in tension with the ideal of humanity. The basic question is whether this tension necessarily becomes a conflict. The answer is dependent on the distinction of different types of asceticism. Behind the Roman Catholic ideal of monastic asceticism lies the metaphysical mystical concept of matter's resistance against form, a resistance from which all the negativities of existence and ambiguities of life are derived. One resigns from the material in order to reach the spiritual. This is the way the spirit is liberated from bondage to matter. The asceticism which is derived from this religiously founded metaphysics is an ontological one. It implies that those who exercise it are religiously higher in the divine human hierarchy than those who live in the materially conditioned reality of the world. From the point of view of our basic question, we must say that there is conflict, an irreconcilable conflict, between this kind of asceticism and the telos of humanity. We must add that this kind of asceticism presupposes an implicit denial of the doctrine of creation. Therefore Protestantism has rejected asceticism and, in spite of its struggle with the humanists, has paved the way for the telos of humanity. According to the Protestant principle, there is no spirituality which is based on the negation of matter, because God as creator is equally near the material and the spiritual. Matter belongs to the good creation, and its humanist affirmation does not contradict spirituality. But there is another form of asceticism which has developed in the Jewish and Protestant spheres, and this is the asceticism of self-discipline. We find it in Paul and Calvin. It has strong moral connotations rather than ontological ones. It presupposes the fallen state of reality and the will to resist the temptation coming from many things which in themselves are not bad. In principle this is adequate to the human situation, and no humanity is possible without elements of this kind of asceticism. But the impact of the traditional type of asceticism was so strong that the telos of humanity was again threatened by the ideal of Puritan repression. The radical restriction of sex and the restraint from many other potentialities of created goodness brought this kind of disciplinary asceticism close to the ontological asceticism of the Roman Church, and since it often concentrated with rigor on trespasses against its petty restrictions, it became both Pharisaic and ludicrous. The very word saintly, implying no drinking, dancing, and so on, became first moralistically empty and then ridiculous. It is, at least partially, the merit of the psychotherapeutic movement since Freud that it helped the churches get rid of this distorted image of saintliness. There is an ideal of asceticism under the impact of the spiritual presence which is completely united with the telos of humanity, the ascetic discipline without which no creative work is possible, the discipline required by the eros to the object. The combination of the words eros and discipline shows that the telos of humanity includes the idea of saintliness, for the asceticism here demanded is the conquest of a subjective self-affirmation which prevents participation in the object. Humanity in all its implications, as well as saintliness in the sense of being open to the spiritual presence, includes the asceticism which makes the union of subject and object possible. In our description of the ambiguity of personal actualization, it was shown to be the separation of subject and object which produces ambiguities. The question is, how is personal self-determination possible if the determining self needs determination as much as the determined self? There is neither saintliness nor humanity without the solution of this problem. The solution is that the determining subject is determined by that which transcends subject and object, the spiritual presence. Its impact on the subject which is existentially separated from its object is called grace. The word has many meanings, some of which will be discussed later, but in all its meanings, the preceding activity of the spiritual presence is identical. Grace means that the spiritual presence cannot be produced but is given. The ambiguity of self-determination is overcome by grace, and there is no other way of overcoming it and of escaping the despair of the conflict between the command of self-determination and the impossibility of determining oneself in the direction of what one essentially is. In the relation of person to person, the functions of education and guidance help to reach the telos of humanity. We have seen the ambiguity of these functions in the separation of subject and object which they presuppose. The educational and guiding activities of the churches cannot escape the problem, but they can fight against the ambiguities in the power of the spiritual presence. Whereas in the person's dealing with himself it is the spiritual presence as grace which makes self-determination possible, in the dealing with the other one the Spirit, as the creator of participation, makes other determination possible. Only the Spirit can transcend the split between the subject and the object in education and guidance, because only through participation in that which grasps both from the vertical dimension is the difference overcome between him who, as educator and guide, gives and him who receives. In the grasp of the spiritual presence the subject in education and guidance has himself become object, and the object of education and guidance has himself become subject. Both, as bearers of the Spirit, are subject and object. In the actual processes of education and guidance, this means that he who is nearer to the telos of humanity is continuously aware of the fact that he is still infinitely removed from it, and that therefore the attitude of superiority and the will to control the other one, for his good, is replaced by the acknowledgement that the educator or the guide is in the same predicament as the one he tries to help. And it means that he who is aware of his infinite distance from the telos of humanity nevertheless participates in it by the Spirit's grasping him out of the vertical dimension. The Spirit does not let the subject in any human relation remain mere subject and the object mere object. The Spirit is present wherever the conquest of the subject-object split in man's existence occurs. 5. The relating functions of the churches. The churches, in paradoxical unity with their spiritual